Hello again, book lovers, and welcome to day 2 of our exciting live sessions again. It's me, Rob Lambert, your host, and again, you'll be having me today. We'll be talking more about books. From yesterday, we had a number of book recommendations, and I'm so excited to share a lot more books that we can add to our, again, future book reading list, okay? So again, let's explore exciting new titles and future reads to add to your list. And today, again, we're still streaming on our platforms. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and also on Tish Barnhart's website. That's www.tishbarnhart.com, and also through our main website. That's www.readersmagnet.com. So join us as we give these incredible books the recognition they truly deserve. So to everyone joining the stream, Alani, good morning, and hello, and thank you much for joining the stream again. It's good to see you again. And also, Polina, thank you very much for joining the stream again. I'll really love to see you here as well. So, and to all our viewers and to all our commenters, though, to everyone who has joined us yesterday, there were a lot of books that were given as suggestions. There were a lot of authors who had given their ideas as well. It was a wonderful community, though. But despite from being the day 1 events, we're trying to add something new currently right now with our day 2. So for our day 2, we'll be having some twists, some turns, and you better stay tuned if ever you want to know what that is. So first and foremost, let's start the book shoutouts and give these books a spotlight that they deserve, okay? So first book on the list that I really wanted to talk about right here is a thriller and suspense book, and it's authored by Joshua Koston. Title of the book is Limelight. Okay, so we have here Limelight by Joshua Koston. It's a thriller and suspense book. And by the way, Joshua, thank you much for participating. And again, if ever you want to join, you want to get your books out there, give your book at least that spotlight, want to be shouted out. It's really easy. There are a couple of steps for you to do. First is like our Readers Magnet Facebook page. Tag 3 friends or 3 book lovers that you know, and then share that original post. And then our Readers Magnet staff will be contacting you to get some details on how we can do the shout out for your book. Okay. So first book on our list that you can add to your shopping cart is Limelight by Joshua Koston. It's a thriller and suspense book. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list is from our very intimate Readers Magnet author. We have here Alan Karen Rennie. It is Unfaded Beauty, book 104, the new Proverbs 31 Women's series. It is a Christian women's issues book, so you can check it out. If you love to have this book on your shelves, feel free to grab a copy. It's available through Amazon, Barnes & Noble. Okay. And next book that we have on the list is from Susan Craig Witzuk. Okay, I need to pronounce this. It's I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly, though. It's a Charybdis. I think it's Charybdis. Okay, Susan, if ever you're watching, kindly comment if I'm making sure that it's correctly pronounced the title of your book. Okay, so Charybdis from Suzanne Craig Witzuk. It's a mystery, thriller, and suspense book. Grab a copy. It's available through Amazon. And next book that we have on the list is we have here from Jamie Lynn Miller. It's Stronger Together. Okay, it's book 1 of the series Partners. It's a romance book, and it's really obvious on the cover what it is. Okay, so you can always check it out. Oh, also just want to read a couple of comments here from Karen Wilson. What a wonderful day to connect with our community of fellow bookworms and share our love for literature. Together we can explore new literary adventures and keep the conversations going. Really love that. So if ever though that you have, wherever you're coming from right now and wherever you are located in the globe, feel free to comment down where you're watching from, either from the UK, either from Canada, even from Asia, wherever you are. Feel free to send that comment in, and hey, I'd really love to talk about some stuff here. Okay, so next on the list. Oh, hi Sonia, thank you very much for joining the stream. I really love to have you here. Oh, and then next that we have here on the list for Twilight of Empire. Oh, this is for the book shout out here. So Sonia, thank you much for joining the stream. Don't you worry though, we'll make sure that we'll get to your book later on. So please enjoy the stream though, and Sonia, good to have you joining this today. Okay, so next book that we have on the list that we want to do for our shout out is next is coming from Jeff Zimmerman. Title of the book is Lunatic. Wow, crazy title, Lunatic. It is a literature and fiction book, so feel free to check that out. And the next book that we have on the list that we have right here is from DJ McCool Jr. Okay, sorry. From DJ McCall Jr. though, it's Messenger of Dreams, Book One of the Dark World. Okay, and again, it's Messenger of Dreams from DJ McCool Jr., Messenger of Dreams, Book One of the Dark World. It is a science fiction and fantasy. And I do want to repeat, though, there is another book coming from Jeff Zimmerman. And you might not be shocked, though. First book was Lunatic. And then if there are a lot of Lunatic, then there's going to be a next book, which is called Lunatics from Jeff Zimmerman. Okay, so again, we have Lunatic from Jeff Zimmerman, and then another book, Lunatics, from Jeff Zimmerman, same author, different book as well. Okay, so again, moving on to our next book for us to shout out here is still coming from the same author, that's DJ McCool Jr. Titled book is Ancient Ones Revealed. It is a book 2 in the Dark World series. So it's a science fiction book. If ever you are a fan of science fiction and really want to delve more and add something to your future books to read collection, or as the FTB as what we call it here. Feel free to add it to your list though. Check it out. It's a good book. You'll have fun. Okay, but first, before we move on with other comments here, let me just go through a couple of comments that we have here. So again, by the way, to everyone who's joining the stream, I really love to see you. James, thank you much for joining in. I love seeing the book community thriving, and yes, the book community is really thriving. And again, you can always take the paper out of an author, but you can never take the author out of him. Okay, so everyone who can write, anyone who is thriving, everyone who wants to at least try to start up and try to do something good for them, go on. You have a community that can support you, provide you the tips and some tricks on what you can do. So yesterday, though, I do remember we have Brandon, who was really active at the community, though. So basically, he was really engaging, and he was really having so much fun. Okay, so and also Sonia Jones, though, again, just want to give you an invite that since you'll be joining the confab, for our confab and for people who aren't Chicago, who are planning to join our confab event, though, that's ReadersMagnet Confab. That will be happening at 637 South Dearborn Street, and that will be happening today. So feel free to join in, sit in, relax, listen to some authors that we'll be having during the time. Okay, and just to give you a heads up, though, we have a couple of speakers who will be doing our ReadersMagnet Book Confab today. And just to give you a heads up, though, here are the names, and it will make sense why I'm mentioning these names to you right now, because for our trivia questions and for you to have a chance to win a Kindle, you got to remember these people. So first we have Barbara Jane Hannon, who will be our first speaker for today, followed by Mary McCorvy, and followed by Doris Lavone. And for those who watched the stream yesterday, I believe that you had noticed Doris, my bad, Miss Lavone. So Miss Lavone will be joining in. Will be joined by Donovan Roberts and Greg Bruton, which is going to be a virtual part of it. And we also have here a Marette Arer with Ashley Jones. And again, a lot of people have loved her book, loved her message. So we're still going to be having Susan Gittleson, who'll be doing the book talk live to cater some of our comments and questions as well. And we also have here Pete Fleck, who'll be joined by his fiance, Michelle Fleck. And last but not least will be Lisa, who'll be joined by Steve Robin. So it's going to be Mr. and Mrs. Robin, who'll be doing the closing for our Readers Magnet Book Talk in our confab. Okay, but all of this, though, and after a couple of comments here, really love you to join in, because again, you need to take notes of who those speakers are and what their books will be, because those will be part of the trivia questions that we have today. So and let's try to spice things up, though, because again, we have gone through a couple of books, but I wanted to try to make sure that we can at least try to bring in the vibe in here. So again, for today, we will be having our trivia questions. So I'll be posting 5 questions within every session. Don't worry, it's going to be ranging from book questions to our Readers Magnet Book Confab questions. And first one to give a correct answer earns you 1 raffle entry. And by the end of the day, we'll be doing a raffle draw who will be winning, a free Kindle care of Readers Magnet. And we'll be our Readers Magnet staff will be contacting the winner so at least we can provide the Kindle to them. Okay, so is everyone ready for at least our first question of today? So again, first one to answer earns a raffle entry to win a Kindle. And don't worry, I'm going to make this easy as the first part of today's trivia night. Okay, so if everyone's ready, get those Google searches ready, because here it is. And it's going to be really easy. And to those who love mystery books and to those who love again, detective books, then you would really love this one. So first question is, what is the name of the detective created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who lives at 221B Baker Street? Okay, I'm gonna give you the choices here, but if you know the answer, you can answer right away. So first choice is A, it's Hercule Poirot. Letter B, it is Sam Spade. Letter C, is it Sherlock Holmes? And letter D, is it Philip Marlowe? So again, what is the name of the detective created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who lives at 221B Baker Street? Again, it's A, Hercule Poirot, B, Sam Spade, or C, Sherlock Holmes, or letter D, it's Philip Marlowe. Oh, so we have an answer here from Sheldon Crocker, Sherlock Holmes. Okay, so Sheldon, that is correct. Very good. That was really quick, though. Gotta give it to you. Quickest one in the draw here, Sheldon. So Sheldon, that is going to be one entry for you for you to have a chance to win our free Kindle. And don't worry, that will be happening by the end of our session. We'll be doing a live raffle draw, and once the winner will be announced, our Readers Magnet staff will get in touch with you. So Sheldon, keep that list going on, because you do have one raffle entry for our final draw for today, okay, for winning a free Kindle. Okay, and also welcome to the stream here, Sheldon. Okay, so next I'm going to throw two questions before we continue the book shout out. Okay, so second question, and this one is, if you do love TV and if you do love book to movies, here's the question. So in which book series does the character Katniss Everdeen fight in a televised death match? To those of you who know the answer, key in those answers, okay? So again, it's in which book series does the character Katniss Everdeen fight in a televised death match? Okay. A is Divergent. B, The Hunger Games. C, Percy Jackson. Or D, Maze Runner. I haven't finished it yet, and everyone has an answer already here. So we have here from Alani, who's into The Hunger Games. So Alani, first one to answer. Congratulations, you earned one raffle entry, and I didn't even repeat the question twice or even the choices. But good job, so Alani, you do have one raffle entry for you to win a free Kindle by the end of the day. So we do have two contenders right now. We have here Sheldon. We also have here Alani, who has each one raffle entry to win a free Kindle. And yeah, Sheldon, I love the Hunted Cow Games. Love that. Oh, okay. And again, to those who didn't answer quickly, don't worry, we still have three questions we can go through before I throw you to our main event, which is Readers Magnet Book Confab. But first, let's take a quick break from our trivias, and let's continue with some of the books that deserve the spotlight again. So again, coming back from where we stopped though, again, that was Ancient Ones Revealed from D.G. McCool Jr. Next book that we have on the list, sorry, before we continue, just want to read this comment. So yeah, Sheldon, autofilling and stopped my quick reply. Okay. So okay. Love that, Sheldon. Love that. Okay. Again, it's it makes me laugh. Oh, I really love this. Okay, so next book that we have on our shoutouts though is next book on the list is Teleporter 4. It's Jumpgate Battleship Size Stargate, the Jumpgate series book 4. So if those who had seen the book shoutouts yesterday, we had mentioned the Jumpgate series, and yes, it is a series, and this is book 4 of that series as well. It's from the author Larry, if I'm mispronouncing your last name again. It's Larry Wazian. It's a science fiction and fantasy book. So again, it's Teleporter 4 of the Jumpgate book series. If you love to have these four book-parter series, feel free to grab a copy. It's available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Okay? And then next book that we have on the list is Interference, a novel, a Semiosis book 2. This is book 2 of Semiosis books. Okay, it's from Sue Burke. It is a science fiction and fantasy book. And if you love science fiction and fantasy, you want to add it to your TBFs. Again, like TBS is book to reads in the future. BTFs. Okay, BTRFs. Let's do it that way. Book to read in the future. BTRFs. If you want to add this to your BTRFs, feel free to grab it, though. It's available on Amazon. Okay, and the next book that we have on the list is The Crimson Kimono. It's bound by honor, torn by desire. love the subtitle. Really adds that flair onto it. Okay, so again, the Crimson Kimono, Bound by Honor, Torn by Desire by Sonia Jones. So Sonia, thank you much for joining in. Again, I told you, it's gotta be here, it's gotta be included. Okay, it's a thriller and mystery book, and also another book coming from the same author, Sonia Jones. We have here Twilight of an Empire. Okay, so we have 2 books here, and again, it is first book is thrillers and mystery, second book is contemporary fiction. And again, if you love these types of books, I would highly recommend you to add it to your future books to read to list. So add it, grab it on your shelf. It's available through Amazon and Barnes & Noble. And hey, it's almost in time for the gift giving season, which we call is the book buying season, because the best gift that you can give to someone is creativity and a new world that they can explore. Okay. Oh, so James, thank you for this comment. So wow, Sonia, book covers looks intriguing. Yes, do Sonia, I really love the idea of the book cover. Yeah, we had this whole conversation yesterday. Just to keep everyone up to speed, that we were talking about book covers, how it has that allure. It kind of hypnotizes you, gives you a general idea on how the book really is, and it really compels you to start turning those pages, pick it up and turn those pages. And this has that allure here, Sonia. I really love these books. And again, to all our viewers, if you want to grab a copy, it's available through Amazon. There's a quick search for that, and it's really something that you can add onto your shelves, or again, for your future books to read. Okay. And then, so Sonia, thank you much for also joining. Oh, hey, and here's the good thing, coming from the author itself, Crimson Kimono is a romantic Yakuza theme. Wow. So it's not more on the thriller mystery, but it has this romantic Yakuza theme. And hey, Sonia, since you're in the chat though, we want to have this quick conversation. Do you have any future books in the work that maybe you want to share with everyone? So at least if people will be loving these books, they can look forward to some other books that they'll be reading in the future. If ever you do have any future books you want to add on, feel free to put it on the comments below. Okay, so at least we can read it out for you. Okay, Sonia. So we'll be waiting. Oh, so you do have future books. Okay, and do you have any Mithrali series? I believe I did a shout out to your books also yesterday for the Mithrali series, if I remember correctly. So so it's really having a lot of ideas here. And Sonia, thank you very much. Keep that creative juices flowing. Keep on writing. And again, Sonia, it's good to have authors like you who really want to pump out that creativity and make it sure it's available for the public. And again, as what Sheldon Crocker has said, it's again such exciting times. And who says books and authors are boring? No, there are no authors that are boring at all, because authors are exciting and we do have a lot of creative juices in mind. Oh, and by the way, to Dr. Christopher Powers, pastor and author. Again, Dr. Christopher, good morning. And again, thank you for joining the stream. Really love to have you here. And if ever you have, and where you're coming from though, so if wherever you're watching from, feel free to comment below though, so at least we can know where you're watching from, because again, wherever you are in the globe, we can always be connected since we are all a community. Okay, so let's continue with more books that we have on the list for our book shout out. So next book that we have on the list is and you'll not be expecting this, but it's still coming from Sonia Jones. It's Tales from the Dark Side. So you thought it was only 2 books. It was 3 books coming from Sonia Jones here. Tales from the Dark Side from Sonia Jones. It is another book coming from her collection. And also want to do a special shout out here. So at least to all our viewers who want to get more copies of Sonia here. So we have here Oliver Blackwood and the Curse of 1539. It's going to be out on Christmas, as what Sonia says. So if ever, again, it's in perfect time for you to get some books that you can start with your New Year's with. So Sonia, thank you much for plugging that. And at least it's a good thing that we have some books that we can look forward coming from you. Okay. Okay, so from Sinada, thank you very much for joining the stream, and good morning. So, but again, I'd just like to say, and just like to quote Truman here, from wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and thank you very much for joining the stream. Okay, so next book that we have on the list, it's going to be coming from a different author. We have here from S.E. Cyborski. It is a literature and fiction book, A Weight Relieved. Oh, wow. A Weight Relieved. It's from S.E. Cyborski, literature and fiction. If you want to grab a copy, it's available through Amazon. use those keyboards, use those fingers and type that in, search that up and add it to your list. Okay. And then next book that we have another here, and again, it's a geography and culture book from Luisa Mastromarino, and we do have a couple of books coming from her. We have here Around the World in Many Cultures, a Global Kids Adventure. And I've been talking about this earlier. And I've been talking about this, and I really love children's books. I keep on saying this. I love children's books. It has that unique flair, or it might be that I'm just a weird kid, and I'm always going to be that weird one who loves children's books. But hey, who knows? If you love children's books, don't worry. It's okay to love children's books. It has that nostalgia factor, and it's really creative. It's really fun to read, okay? Oh, and just want to come here. So, Sinada, thank you very much for watching from the UK. Yeah, no. If you were here earlier, I think you would be the first one to answer about Sherlock Holmes, though, because we're having a trivia moment right now. We still have 3 questions. Again, to all our new viewers who are joining in, again, we have a trivia. We'll be having trivia questions within the day, and each first one who gets a correct answer basically earns 1 raffle entry to at least, how do you say this, 1 raffle entry to win a Kindle. And then once the raffle draw is done, by the end of the day, our Readers Magnet staff will get in touch with you and provide you details on how we can do it. Okay, so continuing with the book shoutouts coming from same author, Luisa Mastromarino, we still do have another book, her titled I Am a Marine Biologist. Okay, it is science, nature, and again, the How It Works books. It's again a really lovely title coming from Luisa. And another book still coming from Luisa here is Elephant Power. So we have here Elephant Power coming from Luisa Mastromarino. It is another children's book. Add it to your list for this Christmas. Really good to at least give it to your children. And last book that she has on list here, basically, again, that's Elephant Power. I Am a Marine Biologist, and again, Around the World in Many Cultures, a Global Kids Adventure, coming from the same author, that's Luisa Mastromarino. Okay, so, and Luisa, thank you much for participating in our book shoutouts. Sorry, my tongue slips up every time. So again, and next book that we have on list, it all started with Flight UA93. Okay, so we have here from Roniger Benjamin. It is a science and fiction book. It all started with Flight with UA93, and you can always add it. And also another book that we also want to, another book on the list is a self-help book that we have here coming from Sinada Dervisevic. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it. Sorry, Sinada. Oh, Sinada, it's your book here. Yeah, I did. Sinada, am I pronouncing your last name correct? Is it Dervisevic or Dervisevic? How do you pronounce it? Really, please try to correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mispronouncing your last name here, Sinada. So again, title of the book that we have here is Overcoming Hardships. So Overcoming Hardships from Sinada, which is one of our viewers watching from the UK. Really love to have you. And again, it's a self-help book. So if you want to grab a copy, and I've said this yesterday, self-help books help you improve yourself. It's just one read a day, but it does a huge difference. And I do remember there was one author who commented that that's what he says to himself in the mirror every day in the morning. Same thing with self-help books. 1 chapter a day really helps you try to improve yourselves later on. Okay, so Sinada, thank you much for this wonderful book, Overcoming Hardships. Oh, and here, coming from the author itself, Sinada. So I have an idea for every author here. Let's support each other by purchasing each other's books. That would be a good idea. And that would be a very awesome idea here, Sinada. Okay? Really love the idea. Really love the enthusiasm there. Okay. So again, to all of us though, and again, this coming from the author itself, Sinada. Again, title is Overcoming Hardship, self-help book. Add it to your shelves. Highly recommendable and highly go for it. Okay. And another thing, comment from Sheldon Crocker. Determination is very important in overcoming challenges. Good point. And that is true. Okay. Determination. Because again, if you are not determined enough to change, then nothing would eventually change. Because you can't sit down and be lazy and expect change to happen. You got to be determined to have that change for you. Okay. Oh, and coming from Brandon Rose. Brandon, welcome back to the stream. It's good to see you today. Good morning. Okay. So, and next books that we have on the list. After this, though, we have The Adventure of Che Cat and Jordy Rabbit Firecats from Dennis Mills. It is a science fiction and fantasy book. Again, yesterday we had 2 cat books, and now we're starting the day with a very good cat book here. So we have here, again, cat books here. It's coming, again, titled the book, The Adventure of Che Cat and Jordy Rabbit Firecast series. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list that you can add to your future book reads is this is going to be a long one, Inspirational Recovery Quote Coloring Book. And I had mentioned this before. Fun for adults, kids, men, women, all ages. Stress and anxiety relief, recovery quote coloring book. So coming back with the whole thing, after you do your morning routine, trying to do that self-help, trying to make sure you can be good, trying to make sure that you can have that energy to of course, by the end of the day, we're stressed out and we want to have that relief for stress. People usually watch TV. Hey, even some people grab a cold one. Some people write down, but some other people like to color. So again, we have your Inspirational Recovery Quote Coloring Book available through Amazon. Feel free to grab a copy. It's a good stress and anxiety relief alternative here. So grab a copy. Feel free to do it. Okay. So again, it's coming from the author Paul M. Packett. So feel free to grab a copy. It's available through Amazon. And next book that we have on the list is another children's book. We have here The True Story of Sea Feather. You might be thinking like, what is Sea Feather? And now you see the cover. It is the name of the horse. Okay, it's from Aloy. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name here, Louis. Zimansky. So from Louis Zimansky, it is a true story of Sea Feather. It is a children's book. Feel free to grab a copy. It is available through, again, it's still available through Amazon. So feel free to add one right now. Okay, so and next book that we have on the list, because we do have a lot, and I'm really excited to share some other books that we'll be discussing later on within the day. Okay, so next book that we have on the list, coming from the same author, we have here. I'm going to be pronouncing this again. So we have here Chincoteague Ponytails, Volume 1. So we have here another horse book. So yesterday we had cat books, and now we're going to be having horse books. Again, but this is not a children's book. It's more of a biological sciences book. So feel free to grab a copy if you want to add one later on. Okay, and then a next book that we have on the list from Jay Jarvis, Finding Lost Mountain, Book 1, the Lost City Trilogy. Okay. Now you have an idea. There's going to be another trilogy here. Same thing with Sonia, though. She has a trilogy. So there is another trilogy hiding right now among that mountain and ocean of books available. Okay. Oh, Callum Taylor takes your mind off things when you're making sure to not color beyond the lines. Well, I gotta put my 2 cents in here, Callum. Usually coloring out of the lines, because why would you want to be boxed in with the same idea? You can go wild, especially with coloring books. But again, it's really going to be having fun here, okay? And also one more thing. Next book that we have on the list here is The Fourth, a Bigfoot Encounter by Joseph Mullen, okay? It is a thriller and suspense book. If ever you want to add it onto your list, and if you can find Bigfoot within that book cover, if you can grab it, feel free to join in as well. Oh, and we do have some comments here. We have here Marie J. Phillips. Marie, thank you very much for joining us again. It's good to see you today again. Really love to have you at the stream. And to all our viewers, then, if ever you do have some, again, you do know someone or you do know close to people who will be joining in, and again, trying to see what it is to, trying to share with them, want them to have a community. And, it's, how do you say this? It's really fun to have that community. And Marie found that community in here. She was having a good talk with Brandon yesterday. It was really good, really interactive community. And again, if you do have friends, if you have a lot of people who want to start writing and just don't know where to start, you don't need to worry, though. Every author is a friend to another author. There's no competition here. We are making sure that we have a healthy community, healthy striving. So feel free to share our links if you want to share it to your friends. Make sure they can join the live stream. Hey, if they're not an author yet, they don't have any books, it's not a problem. They can join in. They can have some ideas. And hey, if they love books, they can add some books to their future book list. Okay. So again, to everyone who's joining the stream, thank you very much for joining in. Oh, and also from Alex Greenhill, you're talking about, I would love for you to shout out Frankenship, a novel. Dr. Frankenstein opens a pet shop, and what could go wrong? Don't worry, Alex. I'll give you time later on our second session. I want to make sure that a lot of people can really see that cover for you. So don't need to worry. I'll try to squeeze it in for today's session. Okay, Alex? Don't worry about that. I got you covered. Okay. And next, I just wanted to read a couple of books here. So again, a next book that we have on the list. Okay, is Keep on Walking, a Transformative and Inspirational Journey by Sheldon R.S. Crocker. And Mr. Crocker, I'm already reading your book right now. So again, let's keep on walking, a transformative and inspirational journey. It's about schools and teachings. And since Mr. Sheldon, since you are here in the stream right now, we'd love to know your idea about this book. So how did this started though, and what inspired you to start writing this book? You can just comment in below and make sure that auto spelling is going to be how do you say this? Not going to be kicking in during that time. Okay. So next, and so again, Sheldon, Mr. Sheldon, take your time. You can give us an idea how this book started, or even just a brief glimpse on what was the inspiration behind this book. Okay. So again, that's Keep on Walking, a transformative and inspirational journey from Sheldon R.S. Crocker. Again, Schools and Teachings book. Feel free to grab a copy. It's available through Amazon. Add it to your future booklets. Okay. And the next is another book that we have right here is it's coming from The Fourth, a Bigfoot Encounter by Joseph Mullen. I think I read it earlier, but I just wanted to reiterate again from Joseph Mullen, The Fourth, a Bigfoot Encounter. And again, add it to your Amazon list. It's a thriller and suspense book. And then next book on list is again, The Immortals. Okay, so The Immortals by G.E. Howard is a literature and fiction book. So feel free to grab a copy. It's available through Amazon and Barnes and Noble as well. Okay, and looking forward to talk more books about this. And we do have a couple of books left for our book shout out list today. But don't worry, after our Readers Magnet main event, though, I'll be coming back and we'll be doing more book shout outs. And you can add more books to your list to read in the future. Okay. And then a next book that we have on the list after The Immortals is The Determined Soul. So The Immortal has a determined soul. It's kind of a bit of a connection, but this is a different book, different author. Okay. It's coming from Victor Chima Ordu. The Determined Soul is available. It is a religion and spirituality book. So feel free to join it. Feel free to, if ever you are watching right now, Victor, feel free to put a comment in below. Try to put your insights and thoughts about this. And I'd really love to see how this book came into fruition. And just want to go through one comment here. Just want to comment from the author itself, Sheldon Crocker. Again, the reason why he wrote the book, again, talking about the book, and let me just reiterate, Keep on Walking, a transformative and inspirational journey. So Sheldon, let me just read your comment here. Life is full of challenges, and I realized that by me going through mine, I can help others get through theirs. I agree with that. It reminds me of the saying that since I'm already stuck between a hard place and a rock, I would make sure that I'll be the only one left here, and I don't want anyone else to feel that same experience that I had. It comes with that, though. It comes with that. Oh, and but again, Sheldon, thank you much for that. Really love the idea on how this book come into fruition. Really love that. Keep it going, and if you do have more future books in the future, feel free to plug it in the comments below, and I'll be more than happy to read them out for you, okay? Oh, and coming from Brandon Rose, I'll be a support system. I tossed mine at least 4 times before I actually published. And hey, to all of our new viewers and who are just tuning in, Brandon, though, if ever you want to get in touch with Brandon, get some writing tips from him. And Brandon, just tell me if ever this is still okay with you. You can feel free to message him, though. He'll be more than happy to give you tips and tricks and ideas on how you can, again, Brandon's writing mind is open for anyone who wants to get some tips and writing tips from you, okay? Oh yeah, and going back with Brandon as well, again, he will be having a author interview that will be this Monday, so stay tuned on the Readers Magnet YouTube page and also our social medias. And if ever you want to follow our socials, here's our user handle, that's at Readers Magnet. So feel free to join in and check it out, and look forward this Monday for Brandon Rose's interview that will be conducted here as well. Okay, so Brandon, looking forward to do that interview as well. Okay, so next book that we have on the list is The Time Engineers by Charles W. Lampert. Okay, so The Time Engineers by Charles Lampert. It is science fiction and fantasy book. Feel free to add it on and to add it to your future book to read list. And next is Ember of Light from Hannah Jacqueline. It is a spicy romance book. So Ember of Light from Hannah Jacqueline. Add it to your list. If you love romance, want to get it, do it. Okay. And the next book that we have on the list is, these are the last 4 books that I'll be shouting out today before we continue with our trivia questions. So next book that we have on the list is Entity, the Complete Trilogy by M. Purkis. Okay, so again, so Entity, the Complete Trilogy by M. Purkis. It is a science fiction, and if you love science fiction, as what I keep on saying, always add what your favorite genre of books is. let's support each other. Let's have fun. Let's read books and let's be more creative about this. Again, so that's Entity, the complete trilogy by M. Purkis. It is a science fiction. Oh, Marie, I must run and do errands, but I'll be back in a couple hours. Don't worry, Marie. You can do your errands though. And hey, we'll be here for the whole day. And if you'll be joining in, or I'll be more than happy to welcome you back in. Just give us a heads up that you're back, okay? So Marie, so take care there, and I'll looking forward to have you later, okay? So Brandon, yes, going back. So Brandon Rose, I have an interview with Readers Magnet next week actually. So don't worry, I think that was scheduled by Monday, as far as I remember. But don't worry, once the schedule is out, though, we'll be posting it on our social medias, so you can check on when Brandon Rose's interview will be done. So at least you can know his insights, his ideas, and outputs. It's going to be a really an intellectual interview that will be coming on. But okay, intellectual yet fun. Okay, and then next book that we have on list is last three is, it's just a name. It's Harold by Asakura Tetsuo Folko. Okay, so Harold, the book by Asakura Tetsuo Folko, it is a science fiction and get this, a paranormal book as well. So if you love these types of books, feel free to check it out, try to go for it, and hey, add it to your future book to read list. Okay, and the last two books here coming from one author we have here from Cindy Freeland. We have first book that she has on list is Heather the Honeybee, a Chesapeake Bay adventure. Okay, it is a children's animal book, so it's about the story of the bee here. So if you want to know more, try to check it out, though. It's available through Amazon. Grab a copy. And the second book that Cindy has here it's another children's book. It is Dylan the Deer, a Chesapeake Bay adventure. So it's more of like a Chesapeake Bay adventure series here for children's books. But first it's a bee, and then next is Dylan the Deer. Okay. So again, so next thing we have here. Okay, so those are the books that we have for today, though, for our book shoutouts. But you don't need to worry though. Instead of you just skipping or going back to the time frame on to check on which books were shouted out, you don't need to worry. We'll be doing a re-shout out later on before the end of this before the end of the session today. So I'll be making sure that all books deserve that spotlight. Okay. So again, let me just go back though. First is thank you much for we have one entry from Sheldon Crocker, who has one raffle entry to win a Kindle, and then next raffle entry we have here Alani. So who will be the third person who will be joining this raffle entry to win a free Kindle? So here is the third question that I'll be posting. Okay, so keep those fingers ready and make sure you can be the first one to answer the question. So here is the trivia question. This is going to be easy. Complete the phrase from Shakespeare's book Hamlet. To be or not to be, that is the blank. Okay? So again, that is to be or not to be, that is the blank. Here are the choices. Is it A, idea, B, answer, C, question, or letter D, solution? Okay? And we do have another entry here. Hold on. Okay. So we have here from Evelyn Rose Talbot, though. She answered question, and that is correct. Okay, so Evelyn, you do have one entry to win a free Kindle. That will be having a raffle draw later on. So again, to those who join in the trivia questions, though, try to key in those answers. We gotta make it. We gotta make it quick enough. Okay, and that was a good thing in the later part, though. But don't worry. Okay, so we'll be having more trivia questions later on. But again, these trivia questions that we'll be throwing on later for you to earn one raffle entry to win a free Kindle by the end of the day will be all about our Reader's Magnet Book Confab. So stay tuned, check those authors out, check what their book is, and those will be part of trivia questions. I'm giving you a hint or a tip, so at least you'll be getting that one raffle entry later on. Okay. So again, okay. So we have so to everyone who will be joining in again, stay tuned. Make sure to keep those notepads ready and write down those answers because they will be coming up. Okay. And again, and then during the raffle draw, here's one more thing. Okay, it'll be happening by the end of the day. So for us to be valid, make sure that our Readers Magnet staff can get in touch with you. You need to be present during that raffle draw. Okay, so be present. Just tune in, keep it running, eat lunch, or prepare something else. If ever you do have errands like Marie did, you can always come back Not a problem. Okay. So again, so everyone, stay tuned. And before I throw it right now to our main event, we'll just do have a quick commercial break. Okay. So we'll be back, and stay tuned because we'll doing more shout outs. And again, I'll be throwing you to our main host for Readers Magnet main event. That's going to be our confab to Tish Barnhart, and she'll be here with you guys after a couple of messages. Okay. Stay tuned, and see you later.
All right. Good morning, Chicago. Good morning, everyone. Okay, it's nice to see beautiful and lovely faces this morning. Wonderful weather, wonderful venue. And you know what? My job here is to introduce our wonderful host for today. Are you guys ready for her? Yeah? All right. So our wonderful host, our lovely host for today is an author as well of two books entitled Morning Tea with a King and was seen on TVN's Inspire channel and commercial segments before announcer icons just like TD Jakes, Joel Austin, and Joyce Meyer. And her latest book, So You Want to Be a First Lady, which has crossed the seas from Germany to Seoul to Hong Kong and all over the world, making her a renowned world author. Tish, of course, has worked in tandem with the CEO of the Daily Gospel Network, producing her own talk show called The Tish Barnhart Show for 2 seasons during 2022 and 2023, being featured in the Daily Gospel Network channel, reaching viewers beyond the US in countries such as Europe, Australia, Africa, just to name a few. And she is actively working on her third season. And you know, authors right here, friends, stay tuned because Tish might invite you to get featured on her show. Are you ready for that? Okay, they said yes, Tish. All right. And Tish also is a friend and ambassador of Readers Magnet, most importantly. She is an inspirational speaker. She grabs every chance to share inspiration to everyone or anyone she gets to talk to. So ladies and gentlemen, Readers Magnet Book Confab Chicago, let's give it up for Tish Barnhart. Thank you, friends, for that lovely introduction. My gosh, you guys, we are on day 2 of the book confab. Who is excited? Woo, that's what I like to hear. We got to have the rules going, okay? To those of you that are watching us in TV land, listen, we want to thank you so much for viewing with us today. And listen, we are streaming on all of our social media platforms. So I want to remind each of you to please hit the share button for us. We want to take this confab around the world, okay? So please take your phones out, hit the share button so that everyone is able to see and hear us, okay? Now, one important factor about that, I must remind us, you never know who is going to resonate with who, right? So we want to be able to share the good news of your book on other people's pages, right? We don't want to be selfish, right? No, I don't think nobody here is selfish, right? No, so let's share. So, day 2 of the Chicago Book Confab. I want us to know a little bit about our history and how we got here. So, of course, we started out in November of 2022 in Tribeca. Then we, of course, had to move on to San Francisco in April of 2023. Then, of course, on to San Diego. We could not stop there in November of 2023. Then on to Manhattan, New York in December of 2023. And then, of course, yours truly hosted the book comeback in Beverly Hills, right? In 2024 this year of April. So we're super excited to be here in Chicago, and we are just welcoming all of our authors that are here with us today that will be sharing. So we cannot wait to hear from you. So of course, without further ado, I want to bring up our VP of Readers Magnet. I'm telling you, I had the opportunity of meeting this man in Germany. Lord have mercy, am I glad I said yes to go. And I want to tell you out there, if there's ever an opportunity that is presented to you and you don't know how you're going to do it, that's when you should do it. Give God your yes and then watch him take care of the rest. All right? And so here we are. This person, John Carl Cabinas, of course, has been here with Readers Magnet for a while, and he is such a customer care advocate. And I just love John. Can't you tell? I just love John and his family and all of Readers Magnet. And so, of course, Readers Magnet, for those of you that do not know in TV land, of course, Readers Magnet was nominated for the BBB Torch Awards for Ethics. And I'm telling you, I love the ethics and morals of this company. I get calls all the time about partnering, wanting to do work, but I will not go anywhere because Readers Magnet has become my family. Amen. And so when you have family, you stick close to family. So without further ado, let's welcome John Carl.
Oh my goodness, Tish, I don't know if I could top that, but I will try to. Hello, TV land. Hello, netizens. There's over 60 people watching right now. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. But good morning, Chicago. Okay, and I am very honored, blessed, and elated that every single one of you is here. We are true to what confab means. We are really in one venue. We are book lovers. We are authors. We are part of this great industry that really, I'm telling you, right? I have read in a magazine that last year alone, right, there was 300% increase in book sales.
Wow.
So yes, very, and this is the hard copy. This is not even inclusive of the ebooks. This is not inclusive of the videos or the the mini books is what they call it, through reels and through that. So very encouraging, very inspiring. You know, this is our medium. This is our chosen medium because at the end of the day, we in this room, watching, we are all artists. And that book that I mentioned, that is inside you, that you've written and you've actually manifested through your book, is your artwork. So that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take care of. That, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to market. I had a great conversation earlier with Pete, and I was saying, you know, Pete, marketing your book can take a while, right? I was very honest to say. And, you know, marketing a book is just like marketing any other product that there is in the market. What am I trying to say? TV commercials. It goes on and on and on and on. Sometimes you're irritated, but that's when work actually works. So, you know, with repetition actually comes retention. So I'm going to leave it to that. Have a good day, Tish. I trust that you will, you know, make this the best day ever for the Confab in Chicago. Thank you very much and have a good morning.
All right. So John is a little confident, and so you know what? Whenever I have God on my side, we know that everything's gonna work out right. All right. So up next, we're gonna go ahead and get and jump into hearing from our lovely authors today. And so first, we've got Barbara Hannon, who's coming up, who wrote the book Letters from World War II. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to get a sneak peek in her book, and I'm telling you, it brought me to tears. You hear me, you guys in TV land? It brought me to tears. Sometimes, like I said before, you have no idea what will resonate with whom. So her book, Letters from World War II, the telegram from the War Department was delivered to my mother on January 23rd, 1944, that my father had been missing in action over Germany since January the 11th. My parents had been married for only 2 months when he flew to England to serve as a navigator on a B-17 Fortress flying bombing missions over Germany. They remained separated for over 2 years after his plane was shot down, and he became a prisoner of the Germans. What kept their spirits and hopes up were the letters they wrote to each other. Their story unfolds through these letters and reveals strength, courage, hope, and enduring love that transcended the horrendous events of the war that interrupted their lives like so many others of their generation. Barbara Jane Hannon is the daughter of the couple whose World War II story is told in this book. After their deaths, she found a box of letters and war documents that revealed her parents' lives during the war. Although she says her parents never talked about the war, the story that unfolded was stunning, heart-wrenching, and at times horrific and worth sharing with others. Let's welcome Miss Barbara!
Good morning. I'm very short.
Me too. Sit down. You want to sit down?
How's that?
There you go.
All right. So I thought about what you said, John, about how everybody has a book inside them. I have to tell you this. I am totally an accidental author. I'm not a professional author. I'm a retired nurse. And I will tell you, when I retired, of all the things that I thought I was going to do in retirement, writing a book was nowhere on the list. Okay. But I am an example, I think, of someone who, if you believe strongly and passionately in a story and want that story told, you can write a book.
Absolutely.
You know, don't you agree? I never knew I could write a book, and it just sort of happened. So this is my book. These are my parents, and this happens to be their wedding picture. They were married June 19th, 1943 at Mather Air Force Base in Sacramento, California. You can see my dad's in uniform here, okay? So what happened to me is growing up, my sisters and I knew that our dad was involved in World War II somehow. We knew this picture, you guys, sat on our buffet in our dining room since whenever I can remember. But you know, I would go over to my friends' houses and they'd have a very similar picture of their grandparents, parents, whatever, very similar. A lot of our parents were involved in World War II, so it wasn't like a unique kind of thing. I knew some things about my dad in World War II. For instance, my family celebrated Jump Day every January 11th. Jump Day. My dad would come down from upstairs into the kitchen and he'd look at us and say, "It's Jump Day, let's have pancakes." It was that big a deal. So what we knew as little kids about Jump Day was that our dad jumped out of an airplane with a parachute. How cool is that as a young kid? We didn't know why he jumped out of the plane. We didn't know where he jumped out of the plane. We didn't know. We just knew that he jumped out of the plane with parachute. As we got older, we understood that he was a navigator on an B-17 bomber. In fact, he used to take us out in the backyard on a summer night and point out the constellations. And he would say to us, "I did not fly the plane, but the pilot didn't know where to go unless I told him, you know, and charted a course." And he said, "At night in the dark, I would fly by these constellations to get us where we were going." So we understood he was a navigator. After that, we didn't really know much. My dad, like a lot of vets, did not talk about his experiences in World War II. And I have talked to a lot of you out there whose grandparents, you know, may have been in the war, and the same thing. He never talked about it. He never told us. Our dad didn't either. We would hear some funny stories. All of a sudden, my dad would say something like, "When I was in prison camp, I could make a pie out of smashed up saltine crackers and a chocolate bar." Okay, all right. You know, once I remember very clearly, any of you remember the show Hogan's Heroes? Remember that show? We had a TV room in our house, and my sisters and I were kind of laying around on the couches, laughing, watching this show. And I'll never forget, my dad came in to the TV room, and he watched a few minutes. And this was before remote control. So you had to go over to the TV and physically, right, click it off. Very dramatically, he went over and shut the TV off and looked at us and said, "Don't ever watch this show. The German guards were not stupid, they were mean." I remember looking at my sisters going, "What's he talking about? The guards are mean." Point is, we just really didn't know much. So what happened was my father died first, and my mother survived him by about 20 years. And when she died, we had to do what all daughters do, and that's clean the house out, right? Her house of 60 years. We thought we knew everything that was in that house, but we didn't. In the very back of her bedroom closet were 2 boxes. They were wooden, with wooden tops. And one box I opened, and it was full of letters. I could tell just by looking that they were old letters. And I put the top on, and I opened the other box, and it was crammed to the top with all these documents. My dad, I knew, was a bit of a pack rat. I knew these were like all kinds of stuff from World War II. And then there was a scrapbook, and I kind of leafed through the scrapbook, and my mother had cut out all these articles from the local newspaper on World War II, air battles, all this stuff. So anyway, I took these things to my house, you guys. I put them in a back bedroom, and they sat there for 8 years. 8 years. You know, the plan was someday I'll go through them. 8 years. And then COVID came and visited, and I decided to retire. And I needed a project, and I live in Iowa, guys. And I remember we were going to get like a 2-day blizzard. It was going to snow and snow and snow. I needed a project, so I knew I'd be snowed in for a couple of days. So I got the boxes, made a big pot of coffee, and started going through the boxes. And within 30 minutes of going through these boxes, I was stunned. Yeah. Stunned. I cannot even tell you The first thing I did is I decided to go through the documents. I did not know if I was really ready to read Happiness letters. I just thought that might be pretty emotional. So I started with the documents, and the very first thing I picked up was a telegram to my mother. It had 2 gold stars on it, and it said, "The Secretary of War regrets to inform you that your husband, Lieutenant George Hannon, has been missing over Germany since January 11th. I looked at the date. It was January 23rd. My mom didn't know. And I suddenly remembered seeing an article in that scrapbook. I opened up this scrapbook, and my mother had cut out this article from our local paper, and it was big air battle over Germany, January 11th, 24 B-17 bombers lost. The date of the article was January 15th. My mother, when she cut that article out, had no idea one of those 24 bombers was my dad's. Wow. Right?
Yeah.
And I looked at that. Then I looked in the box and I found a second telegram. And it was dated February 18, 1944. And it said, "The Secretary of War would like to inform you, your husband has been reported as a prisoner of Germany by the International Red Cross." I looked at that. For 37 days, my mother did not know if my dad was dead or alive, right? She cut that article out, not knowing that his was one of those bombers that went down. And you know what, you guys? All of a sudden, all I could do was think about my mother. My mother. 37 days. She was teaching high school at the time, in a small high school north of Cedar Rapids. And she used to tell us it took her 8 hours, or it took her like an entire hour to get the 8 miles. Every day for 37 days, she had to get on that bus. Go to school, teach all day, get on the bus, and she didn't know. And then, okay, he was a prisoner of Germany. What did that mean? Knowing my mother, it was winter, right? It was January. Jump day was January 11th. Did he have warm clothes? Did he have food? Did he have medical care? Was he hurt? She did not know, you guys. The next telegram I found was April 17th. And it said, "From the War Department, your husband is a prisoner at Stalag Luft 1 prison camp in Barbara, Germany. His POW number is 2172. You may write him at this address." So I looked through the letters. Sure enough, there's a letter from my mother, April 17th. "Just found out, darling, where you are." So all of a sudden, I just was stunned. I had no idea. I don't know what I thought, you guys. I just didn't know. I looked, I did not know when jump day was. It was January 11th, right? 1944, 1945. When was World War II over? Who knows? May 7th, 1945. So suddenly I counted up in my fingers. My dad was at that prison camp for 16 months. Wait a minute. I did not know that. I didn't know. I did not really know the timeline of my parents, so the next thing I did was put together this timeline. My parents were married June 19, 1943. In this box were my dad's military records. My dad was in England by August. So they were married, they had a 1-week honeymoon, and I know that because in this box, you guys, was a receipt for a hotel in San Francisco. For 5 nights, Lieutenant and Mrs. George Hannon, the Gaylord Hotel, San Francisco. There was a picture of my mother in this box at the Golden Gate Bridge. Did I know that? I was just, but then I thought, there's a letter that she had to get on the train and go back to Iowa while my dad went to Spokane, Washington to do 100 hours more flight training. So they were married a week, honeymoon. She goes home. My dad flies off to England. She didn't see him for 2 years. I just had no idea. I had no idea of the separation. I didn't know what happened. Then there were a couple of other mysteries in this box. In the very bottom of the box, there were German Reichsmarks. Now that makes sense, right? Wartime Reichsmarks, he was in Germany. But then I pulled up this handful of French francs, red, white, and blue French francs. They had a serial number on them, so I Googled the serial number and found out that these French francs were U.S. military issue post-war for servicemen who were in France, physically in France. The U.S. government paid them in French francs, not U.S. dollars, if they were physically in France, because they didn't want to flood the French economy with U.S. dollars and sink the franc. But the point was, the only people who got these serial number French francs were U.S. servicemen. Suddenly, I'm like, wait, what was my dad doing in France? How'd you get to France? He was in a prison camp in Germany. What was he doing in France? I called one of my sisters and said, do you ever remember Daddy saying he was in France? No. No, BJ, he was in Germany, then he got on a boat, he came home, blah, blah. So, mystery number one. Mystery number two. I found a medical record for my dad from Santa Ana Air Base when he first went to flight school. Before they were married in 1942, he weighed 165 pounds. Okay, that was his weight. Behind this was another medical record, and it was from a place called Ramp Camp 1. Ramp Camp 1. And it was dated June 9th. And it was a medical exam, and it listed my dad's weight as 124 pounds.
Wow, sir.
I thought it was a mistake. I thought it was handwritten because in 1945, all your medical records are handwritten. I thought it was a mistake. Underneath it, it said, subject, my dad, must have all teeth extracted due to malnutrition / starvation. I suddenly looked at this. My dad lost over 40 pounds. What happened? What happened? He starved in this prison? I did not know. Lost all his teeth from malnutrition. So the story was beginning to cause me concern, and my sisters and I got together, and I said, do you ever remember Daddy saying that this was horrible or anything? No, he protected his daughters and didn't tell us. He just didn't talk about it. So now I have to know the story, the timeline, where he was, what happened. As soon as COVID was over, I jumped on a plane and went over to his air base in England, Ridgewell Air Base, which he arrived at in August of 1943. It is still there. There's some buildings, the runways are still there, and they have an absolutely wonderful curator of this museum who has written some books about World War II. I knew nothing about what it was like for my dad to get on that plane every day in 1943. It was a slaughterhouse for my dad.
Oh.
It took until 1945, early part, when the U.S. Air Force finally had control of skies over Germany. Up until then, we were beat every day by the German Luftwaffe. My dad had a 1 in 4 chance of getting to 25 missions when he was flying. If you bailed out of a plane during an air battle, you had about a 50-50 chance of getting to the ground. Because one of the things the German Luftwaffe did was they like to take pot shots at parachutes. You know, if you landed in the ground, a lot of villagers in Germany, small towns in Germany, were tired of being bombed, and they just shot as you landed. So, you know, suddenly, can you see where my perspective is beginning to change about what happened to my dad? So then I went to the Frankfurt Book Fair with my book, with the intention of, oh, as long as I'm in Germany, I'm going to go up and see this prison camp. 300 miles north of Frankfurt, clear up in the Baltic, is where this prison camp was that my dad was at, Stalag Luft 1. It was a camp for commissioned officers. There were only lieutenants, first and second lieutenants, bombardiers, pilots at this camp. So there were 7,500 POWs from the 8th Air Force, and there were 1,500 RAF from England pilots there at this camp, way up on the Baltic. When I went up there, I stayed in a hotel and stared at that Baltic Sea. So he was there for 16 months. I have his original prisoner of war records. They're all in German. I had to have someone translate them for me. And on the back, it listed all these dates, like March 2nd to March 10th, April, blah, blah, blah. And I said to John, what are these things here? And he said, these are punishments. Punishments? Punishments for what? I had read the Geneva Convention, right? And these were punishments. One of them was from insubordination. And John said that could have been anything. Could have been mouthing off to a German guard, could have been not saluting a German guard. One of them was for digging tunnels. I do remember my dad talking about digging tunnels. They were on the Baltic and the ground was very sandy. And part of what they did to pass time and to keep more guards in this camp was dig tunnels. Nobody ever escaped Stalag Luft 1 through a tunnel, but they used to fill their pant legs with sand, tie a string around the bottom, then they go out and they play basketball, volleyball, whatever, and they stamp the dirt in the ground, So they got caught. I learned an awful lot about this prison camp and what they did. It is amazing. What they did, the Yankee ingenuity of these guys to occupy the time, to make their lives a little easier. Once, my sisters and I were remembering that like all kids, right? Saturday mornings, we got an allowance, can make your bed, clean your stuff, blah, blah. And my dad was handing out quarters one morning, and he said, boy, are you guys lucky I'm not paying you in cigarettes. Cigarettes, are they going to smoke? And it was a time for a little story. When I was in prison camp, you get a shaved haircut for 2 smokes. You could get somebody to sew holes in your pants for 3 smokes, So there's a lot written on this camp. You can read about what happened. The Red Cross visited it and, reports of what life was like in this camp. So I learned an awful lot. But I still didn't know how he got to France. So one of the most dramatic things that happened was how these 9,000 guys were rescued from this prison camp. Where this prison camp became East Germany. Belonged to East Germany. The Russians were up here. The Russians were our allies during World War II. They were not necessarily our friends. And what happened was, you'll have to read it in the book, but it is a very dramatic story. They felt pretty much alone and left by the U.S. Army. They were way up here. Of course, the U.S. Armies were down in Berlin. They were just stuck up here. Who was going to help them? Who was going to get them out of there? There were no train lines anymore. They had all been bombed. They didn't have any transport. What was going to happen to them? Well, they almost did get out of there because of the Russians. A very dramatic escape where they flew to France. That's how my dad got to France. Wow. So anyway, it is not just, it's a very interesting story. It took me over 2 years to figure everything out, and I did it through the documents. Then I decided I would attempt to read the letters. And I cannot tell you what it is like to read these kinds of letters from your parents. First of all, people don't write letters like this anymore. Pages and pages of letters to each other. My mother wrote to my dad every single thing she was doing. When she was saying, and I'm sure my dad made up every bit of it, you know. She planted a garden and was telling me exactly what she was planting, you know. I'm sure he loved it. My dad could not write her much from prison camp. These letters were heavily censored by the Germans. You know, some of the letters, for instance, my mom wrote my dad a letter about her brother, and she wrote the letter, Norman's home for a week, and then he's being posted to black. You know, you could not, every single thing she wrote was scrutinized by the Germans. You know. My dad wrote her a letter that says, Dear Pumpkin, I'm still behind barbed wires, black, love torture. I'm even holding it up to the light. I couldn't read it.
Wow.
But anyway, my parents' lifeline were these letters, and they are stunning. The letters that they wrote each other. And a couple of things got me right away. After I read all the letters, I realized that in 85 letters, there is not one word from either of my parents whining, anger, upset. These letters, not one word, not any, why me? Why did this happen to us? This terrible, nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. Just these unbelievable positive letters that they wrote to each other to keep their spirits up. Dear darling, in my heart, I know we'll see each other soon. I'm looking so forward to seeing you. You are so great. You're so courageous. It will all be fine.
Wow. Wow.
Stuff like that. How hard. My mother did not want my dad to think that she was at home in Iowa, sad and crying. She wrote this letter to him that said, my head is up, my chin is up, not a tear down my face, because all I see is our future. And I know it's coming soon. These are the kinds of letters I didn't through. And my mother wrote, you wait there, George, and I'll wait here. And one day soon, I know we'll never have to wait anymore. We'll be together for as long as we get. It's just letter after letter of positive encouragement. And sometimes I think people today are so angry. You notice? I mean, Facebook, you read all this road rage and all this awful for the slightest things. You know what, you guys, my parents had reason to be angry. Didn't they? They didn't see each other for over 2 years. Not one single word of anger. Just this positive. I know in my heart soon, it will be soon. My dad wrote my mother that he flew every single mission with a picture of my mom in his vest pocket. He said in a letter, you know, I've got me with me at all times, honey. It's right in my pocket. So in this box was this beat up picture. It was her college graduation picture, but you know, one of those about this size. Beat up, torn, faded. I tried to have it cleaned up and they couldn't do it. It's just so badly damaged. That's got to be the picture my dad carried with him in his breast pocket every day. And he wrote to her that he had her picture. And he took some cellophane off some cigarette packages, covered the picture, put a little frame around it, and he pinned it to his mom. And he wrote her, it is the first thing I see in the morning and the last thing that I see before I go to bed at night. Soon, my darling, I won't read a picture. Just these stunning letters. And the last letter that I'll tell you about is when my dad was in England for 5.5 months, his first letters, he is very, very excited to be in a different country, to be in England. He wrote my mother about going to Buckingham Palace and Westminster Abbey and all of this. And he wrote, I'll have to bring you here after the war. So he's kind of excited. But by about November, you can sense a change in my dad's letters. You know, he wrote to my mom, it gets harder and harder to get in the plane some days because you don't know what's going to happen. And your life hangs suspended until you see the coast of England again. But I signed up for this job and I will do it for my country to the best of my ability, no matter what happens. My dad wrote that to my mom. Kind of a premonition. That letter was mailed 2 days before his plane was shot down. The other thing I learned about my dad's plane is that my younger sister asked my dad once if everybody got out of the plane. My dad said, yeah, that was not true. The macro report, which is every plane that went down in World War II, just so you know, has an MACR report, missing air crew report, and it was written after the war. And my dad, when I was in England, Paul showed me the macro report for my dad's plane, and I looked at it, and there's my dad's handwriting. And it said, I got up from my desk when I heard the pilot tell everybody to bail out. And I went, everybody answered back, no, if pilots said get out, they had to say, tail gunner, Roger, navigator, Roger, meaning they heard the pilot to bail out. And it said in his handwriting, I went over to check on the radio man. He was cold, he was blue, he had bullet wounds down his head and down his back. So they lost their radio and he was strafed by a German fighter. My dad never told us that, but my dad had to live with that sort of forever. So anyway, that is my story. I felt the need to write this story. It started out, I just wanted to write this story for my dad's children, grandchildren, and now great-grandchildren, so they would know. Yeah. I thought if I self-published the story forever, it would be somewhere. You know what I mean? Somewhere. And so I wrote it. When I was writing it, the one thing that just was very, very difficult for me was that I never got a chance to tell my dad how brave he was, how courageous he was, how proud I am as his daughter to know what he went through and how he did it. He and my mom were such grace. You know, I never got a chance to tell him. That is a regret I will have forever. So this, at least, I could tell his story. I don't think that we should ever forget people like this. My parents were just two ordinary teenagers from Iowa. Nothing special, but they lived through some extraordinary times. And in my opinion, they did it with the absolute most courageous grace. So that's my story.
All right. I'm telling you, you guys know why now. She brought me to tears yesterday, right? And just in that little sneak peek, I'm so proud of me, Barbara. Oh my goodness. I'm so proud. Any questions from the audience? I have one from Pete back there.
When were you born?
He's 53.
Okay. And I'm sorry, your siblings, when dad came home?
So my dad got home June 25th, 1945. It took he and my mother, I don't know, you know what a mess things were after World War II. There was no housing, there was no, stuff. Anyway, my oldest sister was born in 47.
Okay.
And I have a sister born in 50, I was born in 51, and a sister in 54. So, anyway, there's four girls. My dad used to say, if I would have known I was going to have 4 teenage daughters in one bathroom, I never would have He used to say that all the time. But then, those of you who are near my age, people didn't have more than one bathroom.
Right.
That was not true. You just had one. So anyway, that's my dad. Yeah.
Did your dad have any trouble with post-traumatic stress?
Oh, yeah. But you know, my dad had some unique things. At the time, I never really understood. My dad was an unbelievable food hoarder. There was food hidden all over our house. And I mean it, there was enough food in our house any day to fill it. And I remember I got these new winter boots one year. They were white with fur around the top and zipped up. They were so cool. And I did not want to put them in the basement where we kept the other boots. I went all over to try to find a closet to put these boots in. Every closet I opened the door to boxes and boxes of saltine crackers, Spam, soup, you name it, coffee, Folgers coffee cans. There was food stashed everywhere. And I never really understood why. It wasn't just food. In our stairway going up to the attic, there were boxes and boxes of soap, toothpaste, shampoo. These were the things my dad did not have in prison camp. I didn't understand that. My sisters and you guys never had to go to the drugstore to get shampoo. Went to that stairway, and just picked up a bottle of that green Prel, But, so he was a hoarder. He hoarded.
How long was he actually in prison?
16 months from January 15th until they were liberated in May 14th, 1945. So a long time. There's a lot of stories about some of the prison camps. We all know the story of Stalag Luft 3, The Great Escape. It was a Steve McQueen movie. Dunkirk, the rescue at Dunkirk. In my opinion, how these guys were rescued out of this prison camp on the Baltic is just as good a story. It's well documented. In fact, there's very grainy YouTube video of it. You can see it, the rescue. But anyway, it's my story.
Yeah. So the way you described your research is clear, and we get from A to B to C. So, what were any obstacles that you had along the way where a question was posed from the research? I need to know the answer to this.
So my biggest issue is in doing research on the prison. There's a lot out there. The National Archives, you can write and get quite a bit. The one thing that kind of threw me is online. I don't know how I feel about online internet searching. There's lots of stuff on there, supposedly from prisoners of Stalag Luft 1, my memories, things like that. And I would read those, and I'm not sure all of them were, so you had to be kind of careful. I know that one that I read, this guy could not have been at Stalag Luft 1. He may have been at Stalag Luft 2 or 3, but it was very particular because this camp was on the Baltic and their ground was sandy. They never succeeded in finishing a tunnel because it was sand. They were just keeping the guards busy, but nobody ever escaped. So I'm reading about this guy escaping from Stalag Luft 1 and I thought, so you have to be really kind of careful with that stuff. I use mostly primary. Paul Bingley over at Essex at the Air Base, an unbelievable knowledge. He's written like 3 books. He's got tons of research material. That kind of first. So.
What's his last name?
Bingley, Binglew. And he is the curator. Have any of you seen Masters of the Air? On Apple TV right now, there's an 8-episode series called Masters of the Air. It was produced by Tom Hanks, who did Van Halen. And it's all about the 8th Air Force. And it's very similar to my dad's story, but it's the 100th. My dad was in the 381st. So in England, there was the 381st, the 100th, the 455. There were about 20 air bases in Essex, England. And then what they did is for major combat missions, they joined up together to make a massive air force. And my dad wrote this stunning letter that said, when we rise into the sky and we meet up with the other bomb groups, it is very impressive. It makes goosebumps to see bombers on top of you, below you, and on both sides. It's very fun. He wrote that, and I could just visualize it. So.
I think John has a question for you.
Yeah. So you have kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you relate this to them?
Well, I have to tell you, it's the grandchildren. One of the things that drove Molly nuts was this idea that Grandma did not know what happened to Grandpa for 37 days.
No.
She was just, this generation just does not understand technology back then. And I said, So there were reports from the other planes in my dad's squadron that they counted 7 chutes come out the tail and 2 chutes come out the nose. So there were 9 parachutes that were observed coming out of my dad's plane. My mother did not have that information, right? If she would have known 9 parachutes came out of the plane, maybe she could feel some comfort that one of those, there's a good chance, was my dad. So Molly is saying to me, well, there were parachutes, nobody took a picture. So they do not understand. You know, yeah, they did not take Instagram in 30 seconds. That drove, you know, trying to explain to Molly that they didn't have GPS.
Right.
You know, the only way you flew a plane was by dead reckoning. You drew a line, you did constant calculations, wind speed times direction times airspeed, you know, constant. You didn't know where you were with it. You know, she's like, oh, GPS. You know? So that is an unusual thing for her, for them to try to have an idea of what communication was like back then. You know, 37 days.
Why do you think your dad never told you the story?
Number one, I think it was horrific. I think when I read my parents' letters, this longing, unbelievable longing to see each other, married a week,
Yeah.
and then 2 years, and she would write, I miss you terribly, George. All I can do is bring into my memories our last week. My mom's writing this stuff, you know, and I think it was horrific. And once my dad got home, they just put it behind them and got on with their lives and just didn't talk about it.
So you never heard any inkling of, you know, some.
I heard stories. Don't get me wrong, we heard stories. My dad said that they had a fake dog in prison camp named Rover. And they used to throw sticks and blow whistles and call him, and it drove the guards nuts. You know, and he told me that, you know, when my mom would send him something of value, he had to bury it in his garden because the German guards would sometimes come into their room there and send them all out and pretend that they were looking for contraband, and they would steal from prisoners who had nothing, you know.
So, I may have missed this. When did your mother, after he was captured, when did she finally give any indication that he was alive?
So she got the first notice that he was missing on January 23rd. He went down on the 11th, so the 23rd, she got one of those horrible telegrams, 2-star, you know, we regret to inform you stuff. Then on February 18th, she got a telegram that he was reported by the International Red Cross as a prisoner of Germany. But it was not until April 17th that she knew where he was, when the War Department said, we would like to let you know he's a prisoner at Stalag Luft 1. It took 4 to 5 months for a letter from my mom to get to my dad, or a letter from him to get to my mom. When my dad got a letter on the outside, he would write RCD, received. So the first letter she wrote him in April, he did not get till August. The first letter my mom got from him was May. It was a little 15-word card that the Germans let him send. So there was, when you read the letters, the one thing my parents could not do, you know, like they all do, is carry on a conversation because of the time period. My dad made it to the finals of the all-camp chess tournament, and he wrote my mom, I made it to the finals, wish me luck, like in October. My mom didn't get that letter, you know, until like February, you know, and then in February, she writes in immediately, did you win? My dad doesn't get that letter until May. So you could not carry on a conversation.
When he did return home, how long was their union together?
They were 42 years.
Oh, wow.
So I will tell you that my mother was a widow She lived to be 93. She's got those Danish genes, Steve, right? And we kept trying to move her out of her big 5-bedroom house. You know how you have to, her washer and dryer's in the basement down Rickety's. We wanted to move her, and she refused.
Yeah.
She flat out said, I was separated from your dad once for 2 years, and I will not be separated from all my memories. I feel him in every single.
That is so heartfelt. Let's give it up for Barbara, you guys. I'm telling you, I know she could go on, and there's more questions that you guys may have. We're gonna have a break coming up soon, so I'm going to talk to her and get all of those questions answered that we didn't get to today. And I'm telling you, she said something remarkable here, that our parents focused on what was in front of them. Focused on that. So if I can leave anything with us today, if there's anything that you have that you desire to do, if you keep that at the forefront of your mind and do not doubt, it will come to pass. All right, so up next we've got our next author in the person of Mary McCorvy. And so she has written the book, The Character of Christ Bible Study Series, Lessons from the Generation Z. With lessons on obedience, humility, and servanthood, this Bible study series will provide children and youth leaders with engaging ways to understand the character of Christ. Teachers are provided with lesson plans that include face-to-face and technology-based components that allow flexibility for these interactive lessons will go forth for different age groups. From the time she was a young girl, Mary McCorvy always knew that she wanted to be a teacher. Not that wasn't my story, okay? Her earliest experience with teaching the Word of God began in her home church when she was just a 7th grader, you guys, and continued until graduating from high school, working in various roles in public education, for over 20 years has provided Mary with an understanding of adolescence, growth and development, core learning styles, and effective teaching strategies to deliver lessons engagingly. Don't we all love that, to be engaged, right? Bringing her professional training together with her spiritual gift and passion for teaching God's word to the youth is leading Mary on a journey to increase his kingdom with enthusiasm, creativity, and relevance. Let's welcome you guys, Miss Mary McCorvy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Okay, can I say that class is in session? Miss Fish, this is an honor to be here. I am excited. This is my first time and my first book. And like Miss Fish said, I am a teacher for real, right? So of course you see speaking notes and posting notes because I was taking notes. So I have some more questions that I have for Ms. Barbara. So yes, The Character of Christ is a Bible study series. And I want to tell you, first of all, who I am. I am an educator, but most importantly, I am a child of God. And he has given me the spiritual gift. The Bible tells us that he's given us all at least one gift. So I know without a doubt that I have the spiritual gift of teaching. And so when you combine that spiritual gift of teaching with my job, which I taught in public education for about 11 years before I went into administration, and my current role is working as a consultant. So now I get to teach the teachers, which is why I call this work a full circle ministry, because it's combining my spiritual gift with what I have been able to do and learn when I was a college student. Like Tish said, I started teaching Sunday school at my home church in Mississippi at the age of 13. That's really weird, right? I guess they needed somebody. So here I was, and I think that was where my love for teaching started, and also not just teaching, but really understanding how can this be different? Growing up, and not just growing up in Mississippi, but going to school, and every time I went to a different place because I was living there for school, I was in the youth ministry, teaching somebody's children about the love of God and, just about different assets of who he is, different Bible study lessons. I really didn't get the opportunity to write my own lessons until I was 2005. And at that time, I was living in Houston. Isn't that awesome? Came all the way from Houston. I met another beautiful woman from Houston. Grew up there. But that was when I first really stepped out and started writing lessons. And so being a full-time educator at this point, of course, you're going to learn different things. You're going to learn about learning styles and best teaching practices and all the things that, are supposed to be going on in the schools today. And so my thinking was, okay, so I would be given a curriculum to teach. And don't get me wrong, they were really, really good lessons. But Mary's brain was always thinking about, how can I do this different, right? How can I make this not better, but how can I stretch it a little bit? Because many times when I taught Bible study on Wednesday nights at my church in Houston, I was coming straight out of the classroom, straight from school, right? So I'm already thinking about, well, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this, and my brain was already inundated with the things that my 8th grade students were doing, because I taught science. And so I think I was just kind of thinking of, I could have taught this lesson like this. Tomorrow I'm going to teach it like this. And so all of that kind of came together, crashing in a beautiful way. And so when I got the opportunity to start teaching lessons at my church, I just, on a whim, I'm going to write a lesson, right? And the idea behind the lessons in this particular book came from things that I actually saw my kids doing and experiencing. So when we think about obedience, well, first of all, what parent doesn't want their child to learn more about obedience, right? When it talks about humility, 8th graders and humility, that seems like an oxymoron to me, right? Servanthood, doing other things for other people and not expecting somebody to do it, not expecting it back. Just having the mind of Christ. Those were the things that I would see my students struggling with. But here's the other thing. I taught in Houston. That was my 3rd stop. But prior to that, I had taught in Atlanta, Georgia, because I was living there. Prior to that, I worked in a school in Boston for a year. And then before then, I taught in Tennessee. That was my first teaching experience right out of college. Would you not believe that these same lessons were repeating themselves, the same things?
Yeah.
My 7th graders, my 8th graders, they needed to know how to be obedient. Not just to me, because it's not just about what happens in Ms. McCorvy's classroom, but how do you transfer these important life lessons that I'm teaching you outside of the classroom, right? And it's also what I would tell my Bible study students. Guys, when you get out of the parking lot of this church, we say church is the church that I attend in Newtown in Houston, Texas, life is going to happen as soon as you step out of my classroom, right? Life is going to happen as soon as you ride off the parking lot. Well, not you riding, because you're not driving, right? But when you leave the parking lot of this church, life is going to come hitting you. So how do you really hone in on what I'm teaching you, or what your other Bible study teachers are teaching you, so that it can become a part of your life? And so that is where this lesson started. And because I already had a training in, pedagogy and methodology and different learning styles, at first, literally, I was just playing around. I had taught this lesson and I said, okay, so this is what they've given me to teach, and I'm going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to try this, and boom, we had a lesson. Now, the main part of what makes the character of Christ different is the fact that I took a lot of my learning from my college classrooms and from my professional development, and I started thinking about how can these things combine, right? And so that is where we get what I have deemed the Generation Z lesson design. And so in this lesson design, in this book, you'll have different things that talk about how to explain it, how to set the lesson up, right? How to connect it, how to reflect it, how to reflect on it, and then every lesson closes with prayer points. I think that's important for me, because when I think about how I was trained to teach, you start with an opening. What is your objective? What do you want students to learn? How are they going to do it, right? How are you going to assess that they know it? And then how are you going to help them to apply it? That's what I've been taught. And coincidentally, that's what I teach teachers now. Does your lesson have an opening? Does it have a chunk? And then does it also have an ending? And how are you going to assess that they know it? Another part of this book that I think makes it super duper important is that it's all about engagement. Because again, I don't care if you're 3, if you're 10, if you're 25, you don't want to just sit and just like, okay, why am I here again? there's engagement, right? And like I said, when I would go to church on Wednesday nights to teach, I was just coming out of class, right? Literally, school got out at 3:45 or whatever time. I had duty. I had enough time to go home, eat something, and then jump to the car. Jump to my church and start getting in the frame of mind of now I got to get ready to turn off Southeast Intermediate. Let me turn on New Faith Church, right? And the youth that are coming there. And so I started thinking, well, Lord, even though I'm teaching these students right now, they don't want to just sit and hear it. They don't want to just sit and get it. But guess what? Just like I was coming out of school, they were coming out of school too. So they were ramped up and wired up. Some of them were tired. Some of them were coming from whatever practice or whatever they had going on before they got to us at church. And so again, that was kind of what started me on this pathway of just thinking about how can we change these lessons into a way that's going to be engaging. One of the questions that I ask myself, because I'm a very reflective person, I don't like to use the word, how does the word of God become relevant? Right. Because God's word is always relevant, right? So instead of stretching that, I wanted to think about how can we make it relatable? Because here's the reality. How many translations of the Bible or transliterations of the Bible do we have? We started off with the King James Version of it, and now we have the Message Bible and all the ones in between, right? And so I did not want to lean into talking about, oh, God's word is relevant because it always is. But because I'm teaching 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds, and in this book, 3-year-olds, there are some lessons for 3-year-olds, I have to help them understand the thous and the these and the thuses into a language that they understand. And just because they understand it, that's one part of it. But how do we help them to apply it in their lives, right? And so that was where making it relatable came from. That is where making it engaging came from, because I wanted them to understand what Miss McCorvy or Miss Darlene is what they call me at church. How do I apply this once I get home? So that's the backstory behind the character of Christ. In this book, I want to read you, it's not a novel or a story, but before I started writing it, because I'm super duper passionate, anyone who knows me knows that I am a passionate educator, right? And so I wrote a prayer letter to the individuals who would use this book. And so one of the things that I know something is going on because I have to take my glasses off to read, so just bear with me. But one of the things that I wrote to anyone who reads this particular book, love on your students. You may be the only true Bible that they are able to read. That's super important, right? Don't get discouraged if they do not appear to be listening or engaged, as today's generation processes information in very different ways. Take care of the seed that you have been given to nurture. As you use these resources, thank God in advance for his great harvest of souls. I think that this was important because for me, because I have a spiritual gift of teaching, I get passionate, right? Anytime you have a spiritual gift, I don't care what it is, there's a passion that just fuels you forward, right? And so, but that might not be the case for every person who teaches Bible study, let's be honest. Right. And so with that in mind, I want anyone who looks at this book to think about, oh, this is a nice book, it's things to do book, if I don't know how to do it, then let me just use this book. But I want them to be able to see another way of teaching their students, right? I want them to see how they can invest themselves in this book. So this book isn't necessarily for a 15-year-old to pick up and say, I'm going to read this Bible study, as much as it is a story, going back to why we talk about the story inside of us, a story that can help youth workers or community service people to understand how do I take the seeds that God has given me and help them to blossom something beautiful, right? Like I said earlier, the lessons that are included are life lessons. And let's talk about why it's important for our youth to have these lessons. Think about what happened yesterday in Georgia, guys. Do I need to explain? Right? So when we think about peace, when we think about the students who are carrying bigger burdens than we are carrying. When I was 13 and 14, I didn't have to worry about an escape plan out of my building. Does that make sense? Yeah. The only thing that I was concerned about was, who is this what I see. Or let's let me cover, there is a tornado or fire or hurricane. So when we're thinking about the lessons that our youth or your youth, the ones that you're sending to school or whomever they are, they're coming, the individuals who are part of their life, you want to make sure that, or in my brain, my heart, I want to make sure that they are able to reflect on what they're doing and what they're getting ready to teach the children. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So in the book, like I said, there are lots of lessons. Now, when I initially wrote the book, I wrote them for my kids. And when I say my kids, I'm talking about middle school kids, because they're the craziest ones, right? Tell me I'm wrong. I taught eighth graders, and at the time, my eighth graders were taller than me. Some of them looked older than me. It was a mess, right? But they would constantly come to me, Miss McCorvy, can you help me with this? And at some point, I started having a truckload of kids from my school who would come to Bible study with me on Wednesday nights.
Oh, wow.
That was pretty awesome, right? So again, full circle. I taught you in school, and you want to come to church with me? Let's do it, right? So again, all of that kind of fueled a little bit of what's in here. So the reason why it gets interesting is because when I started it, I was writing my lessons for 13, 14, 15-year-olds. We had a ministry at my church at the time that was called MIM, which is Ministry in the Middle. So that's how it started. But then I was talking to a friend of mine, and I was getting all excited about these lessons, and she and her husband has planted a church, and it was a lot smaller than my church. And she said, well, where are these lessons? I said, oh, they're just laying around. You know, I just have them in my sheet protectors because Google wasn't out yet. And she said, I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you to put these lessons together and create vacation Bible study for us. And I'm like, oh, stop. And she's like, no, I'm serious. And while you're at it, I need you to write it for 3-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and 16. I said, I know you're crazy. But she challenged me, and I'm kind of glad that she did, because when you look in the book, the lessons are pretty much there. We have ages 3 through 5, ages 6 through 10, 11 through 14, and 15 to 18. The same thing, character of Christ, the same overarching scripture, the same lessons, but now they have become relatable for a 3-year-old or a 15-year-old. Because I'm not going to give a 15-year-old color sheets, right? That's how we got this issue in the first place, right? But how can we make it relevant? Because again, all of these lessons are things that I want my 3 to 5-year-olds to know. They need to know how to be obedient. They need to know how to serve others and with a grateful heart, right? And so spiraling it up, I determined that, okay, so God, if you want me to do this, I need you to make it clear to me. And so that's how it started. And it took me a long time. This was not an overnight deal. It was like, okay, so I'm still doing my full-time job. I am working at the church, teaching on Wednesday nights. And now I'm going to craft these lessons for all of these different age groups. God, let's do it, right? And so thinking about, again, how do I set it up for the students to be able to understand it? How do I help teachers to understand how to explain it? How do I help them understand how to connect it? And then how do I help them to reflect on it? And then have prayer points and then activities in there. Another important part of this book is that there are digital resources in here as well. So there is an e-version. I heard my friend earlier say, we didn't have, these particular things. But again, most churches that you go to now, there's going to be clips here. There's going to be, puzzle pieces and all those kinds of things. So yes, those things are important. And it's also important to make it relatable, not relevant, but make it relatable in real life experiences of things that they're going to know and be aware of, right? So for instance, now I did write a play in here because I wanted my 3 to 5 and 6 to 10-year-olds to understand what humility looked like. So I wrote a play that uses 15 to 18-year-olds. So again, that's where the engagement comes in. There are certain video clips that I did recommend, certain songs. One of the titles of a lesson in here is called Fighting Temptations. So if you were alive in the early 2000s, you probably remember a movie called Fighting Temptations with, yeah. So that's a year, right? Another. I wanted the teachers, because again, this book is for the teachers. I wanted the teachers to be able to feel the opportunity to have peace in their hearts as they were preparing for the lesson as well. One particular tool that I was inspired to do or to add in this is because from my, not from my standpoint, but from my history as being a teacher, when things are happening, we take care of the kids. We have to take care of the kids. And the teachers can be just as traumatized. They can be just as traumatized. And so one of the things that I wanted to think of, because here's what would happen. Sometimes I would teach a lesson on Wednesday night, and then I would get a text from a kid that I had taught. Hey, Miss D, you said this. What about this, right? And I would have to process that, like, okay, let's talk. Would say, hey, like, ask me, I heard you say this, and I'm just wondering, like, literally, they would walk to me like, I heard you say like that. It was just a conversation between me and that kid because they don't want everyone knowing, and I get that, I respect that. So I put on the hat of the teacher, and I'm like, so are the teachers or the volunteers have the opportunity to think about where they are before they teach these lessons, right? So for instance, on page 15, and these are throughout the entire book, I guess I can take that off now. But after every lesson, I put a teacher planning and reflections page because I want the teacher, so for instance, before the lesson, the question is, journal how the Holy Spirit is leading you on this topic, in this case, service and serving others. Consider your personal spiritual journey with this topic, right? That's the pre-work for the teacher. And then what lesson adjustments are anticipated as you prepare for your students, what physical preparation. So all of this is for the teacher, but after the lesson, this is sometimes when I like to say grows legs and walks, right? So I have two questions. I say, what questions or issues arose during the lesson that you need to cover with prayer? And then what students or this students and what their concerns? Because as I always say, life doesn't end just because that lesson is over, right? And when you walk out of the church, for those of us who are mature, we're consistently thinking about, well, pastor said this and Sunday school teacher said that, right? That's how we grow pastors, because we can't take pastor home with us, right? Just like my kids couldn't take me home with them. So I wanted the teachers or anyone who picks up this book to have a really, really good understanding of, okay, Lord, help me to understand my downfalls with being obedient, because I'm human too, right? Where am I with this whole issue of serving others? Do I do it enough, right? How can I stretch this lesson so that it makes sense to my kids, right? But then after the lesson is over, okay, Lord, this happened. I need to continue to pray about this, or I need to pray about this particular student because he or she came to me with a specific question. So that is a way to help the character of Christ continue to become alive, because again, life is life, as the kids say. It's consistently happening. There are 5,000 different changes, and the things that our students are dealing with are not the same things that we dealt with when we were 13 or 14, or even 3, 4, and 5. Does that make sense? I think another important part about this book is the fact that I included tools that teachers use. So the funny part of it is, because I was that person, if I said turn and talk to a neighbor, or let's do a graphic organizer, we're gonna do a foldable, those were things that my church students knew because they were doing them in class, right? So because I had that background, it was not easier, but it was on my brain to think about, okay, so We're talking about the difference between humility and non-humility. Let's do a graphic organizer. Let's do a Venn diagram. Let's let the students let's let the students think about what they think humility is versus what it's not, right? What are examples of humility that you've seen in culture? What are examples of non-humility or arrogance or pride that you've seen in culture, right? And so those were things that, because I teach and because I have that background, I was able to share those things in the book to give teachers or volunteers or whomever the opportunity to think about. I never thought about that, because traditionally it might just be that I'm just going to stand and tell you this is what humility is, as opposed to thinking about what the kids may already know about those two words or those two concepts. So I wanted to really, really help the teachers to understand, some of the ideas behind what it means to set the lesson up, what it means to connect it. How are you transitioning your kids from the abstract to the concrete? That's a big thing with Mary and her training. I'm married, right? So I always talk about how can we make things that are abstract concrete? How can I make it make sense to walk, right? And so the connections that I wanted teachers to be able to make in this particular book is to help them to understand, don't just teach it. Yes, teach it, but I want you to also think about how you can make it relatable to your kids so that they have a good understanding of what it means to be a servant of God or to be obedient, not just to your teachers, not just to, definitely to God, but also to police officers, right? To your bosses, to those paraprofessionals at your school, right? So all of those things are included in here because those are the things that we as adults don't probably deal with as much, but our 13 and our 15-year-olds and our 5-year-olds, they need to know what those things mean so that they can have a better and stronger connection with those particular topics. So this is the character of Christ. Like I said, I am super duper, as my pastor said, would sound peacock proud of this because it definitely was a, what did you say earlier? This is my artwork, right? And so I think about my friend who challenged me. And at first I thought she was a little crazy because I'm like, there's no way this is going to get done. But once it was finally done, I'm like, first of all, thank you, Lord, that you allowed me to be a vessel, right? Because Mary in her own flesh could not do this work. It had to come from God. So I stand here, not empty yet. I still have some more to pour out. But the fact that he allowed me to be able to be a vessel for all of these lessons to be written and for this series to come about, I have one that's still in the back of my brain because I want to focus on the profiles. So Samson and Noah, they were kind of obedient. I'm sorry, they were kind of disobedient, right? Jonah, he was real bad. Real bad. But again, our students read these stories, but how do they understand, how do they make it make sense in their lives? So that was one of the things that I really wanted to pursue with the character of Christ. And so, like I said, I'm super duper proud that it is out. And I am looking forward to it continuing to extend God's kingdom by helping teachers, helping volunteers understand how to make God's word relatable so that his kingdom can grow in an engaging and a fulfilling way for our students. So thank you for your time today.
Hey, guys, we're so excited to hear you share about all of these teachings and so forth that you have. I don't know if you have put a marketing package together, but I hear that you need to do that and begin expanding yourself, beyond, where you are right now, because I see that all over you. You have such a glow, and I'm telling you, you have such passion as you were delivering here. I could see it. And so as you put that package together and begin to market it and begin to train other teachers, I'm telling you, you're going to leave that job. All right. So, see, whenever you begin to follow your passion, that's what will open the door for you, right? You don't have to clock a 9 to 5 somewhere. And I'm not knocking anybody that does that or anything like that, but I'm speaking to your dreams. I'm speaking to your visions. I'm speaking to what lies on the inside of you. And he's giving that to you, so I want you to take that and move forward and let it work for you. That way you can own your own time. Isn't that amazing? Own your own time. So great job. Any questions for Mary, you guys? Kathy has one.
as an educator,
Yes.
do you deal with overly protective parents and how you, we were just talking about it, and I'm very interested in how you deal with parents these days.
Yes, so since I work more so with the teachers, I'm not in the classroom, but I can say this, when I was in the classroom, yes, there was a lot of overprotection, but there was also an opportunity for them, they wanted to trust the teachers, right? So because they wanted to trust the teachers, then that was the part that helped them to start breaking down that wall. They wanted the relationship. So when I was able to either with my 8th grade students or at church, I know the value of having those relationships because they definitely, there was some distrust there, or there was some overprotection. However, when we start talking about things such as obedience and then thinking about, well, you always tell me to be obedient, Mom, then they started to trust the process a little bit more. So in terms of overprotection, it's still there, right? But not as much as it was, particularly because when they come to church, we want them to be in a safe space, right? And most importantly, when we send our kids to school, I'm thinking about what happened yesterday in Georgia. And they were 14 years old, right? So because that overprotection is there, I have learned and I'm teaching my teachers to help them to meet the parents where they are. We have to, I mean, in any situation, we have to meet people where they are, but specifically because we're teaching other people's kids, we have to help them to understand, I hear what you're saying, and I want you to know that this is what we can do, this is how we can support you, and if you have any questions, you can continue to call me or talk to me. Good luck.
All right, any more questions for Mary? All right, this one here.
Do you feel like the book will change it'll impact Generation Z? It'll change their opinions on faith or the Bible at all?
Yes, that is my hope and that is my prayer. So here, I'm glad you asked that question because Generation Z is probably Generation A now, Generation Alpha, right?
Okay.
Or when I was writing the book, they called themselves Generation I because it's iPhone, I this, I that, I everywhere, right? And so this is really Generation Z is supposed to be a play on words. It's supposed to also stand for generations. So not just let it live with Generation Z, because the truth be told, when I started writing this particular book, these kids are grown and gone. Some of them still call me, right? A couple of them have attached themselves as I'm now their auntie.
Awesome.
But the thing about this is that I definitely want it because again, these lessons are lessons that we need our kids to know. Honestly, guys, we need the adults to know these things. So because of that, I believe in my heart that the impact will be felt and continue to grow because of what's imparted in here. And because I'm feeding the teachers and the volunteers with things that allow them to check themselves and think about, where am I with this? Where am I? Do I need to do some work on myself with obedience? Do I need to do some work with myself? Most curriculum, I'm going to stop talking. Most curriculum that I have picked up to teach children don't include or don't invite them to reflect on their own growth and their own walk. So that was another reason why I was very adamant about having this in here, because when I teach, I don't know about anybody else who teaches God's word, he messes me up before I have to teach.
That part, it hits you first.
I'm like, okay, God, I wasn't expecting that part to come out, but I'm glad that it does because it makes my teaching so much more powerful. And so because of the experiences that I've had as a teacher of children and as a teacher of adults, I feel like the lessons that are in here and the relatable way in which it's written will support anyone wherever they are. So yes.
Absolutely. Any more questions, Barbie? And this one?
I just have a comment.
Yes.
Thinking about the book and you're working with the teachers, it's also a great idea to work with the parents of those children.
Yes.
Because when you think about it, a lot of adults are the way they are, and when they reflect, the child in them did not get healed.
Yes.
That's good.
The child in a lot of adults is still crying out. And so having a book like this at that level,
Right.
the parents would be so amazed to go through it because it would resonate with the crying out, hurtful child that's in them.
then they would be able to relate better to their child.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And I want to add this. So the re-envisioning of this book came across during what season? COVID. Which is why the book also includes face-to-face, but it also includes asynchronous. So synchronous, asynchronous, because we didn't know where the kids were going to be. And a lot of times COVID has made it more convenient for people to worship from home and to learn from home. So if a church or community center or whomever, if they're still doing things from online, then there are things in here. So one of the things that I included were lessons that the parents could be included in, specifically with the younger ones, because you're so right. If I am still not healed from the trauma of my own youth or adolescence, then I'm gonna pass it on to my children.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. All right, girl, if you guys, listen, we're going to move over to get to lunch. If you've got additional questions during our lunchtime for Mary, make sure to walk over and ask her all of those questions. I want to also remind those of you that may not know, we do have a photographer here that is taking your pictures. So we want you to make use of him. Mary, I know I didn't see you yesterday. And if there's anyone else that did not get your picture taken, make sure to do that. Readers Magnet is going to be sending you a link a couple days after the event so that you can have those pictures for your social media pages or any marketing purposes that you all might want to do. So this time we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and then part 2 is going to be coming up. So we're going to be hearing from some new fascinating authors.
And welcome back to another session of book shoutouts. What a wonderful session at our Readers Magnet Book Confab on 2 authors, Barbara Hannon and Mary McCorvy, who had the moment to at least talk about their books, have the share their ideas and thoughts about how the book was created, and making sure that they can share their stories with the world. So it was a wonderful session, a really wonderful time. And again, so in continuation with our book shoutouts, so here, make sure to get those pens ready, because we'll be about to be discussing more books that you can add for your books to read in the future list. Okay, so again, to anyone who's tuning in right now, thank you very much. Really appreciate you joining the stream. And again, a trivia. Again, we're still continue with our trivia night here, so we'll be throwing some questions. But right now, instead of these general information about books and authors, we'll try to see if who among you have been listening to these authors who had their time on the stage. So before anything else, let me just go back to some comments here. Maxine Thorson, hi Maxine, thank you very much for joining the stream. Good to have you here. And again, and I also do believe that Olivia Brown is kind of excited for another set of books that she can add onto her future books to read list. Okay, so without further ado, let's continue and let's add some more books that you can add to your list. Okay, so first and foremost, first book that we have right now currently is number 1 is A Guide to Pennsylvanian Carboniferous Age Plant Fossils of Southwest Virginia. So author of the book is Thomas McLaughlin. It is a science and nature and technology book. So it's all about science and nature. So if you are into it and you love plants, feel free to grab a copy. And as we did yesterday, same thing today. If you want to grab a copy and you just don't have the energy to type it on, like, hey Rob, I really can't add the book on my Amazon page. Don't worry, I will make it easy for you. There's going to be a QR code in front of you. So all you have to do is just scan that QR code and you'll be redirected on how you can purchase some copies. Okay. So list them all and scan those QR codes and grab a copy as soon as possible. Okay. And next on the list is we have here I Didn't Think I'd Ever Say It, Overcoming the Impossible by author Alex Brica. So it is a memoir. It is a memoir though, and if ever you love reading about other people's lives, want to find inspiration from them, feel free to scan that QR code. And again, that is I Didn't Think I'd Ever Say It, again, it's by Alex Brica. Okay, so if you want to add that book to your shopping cart, scan that QR code and buy it as soon as possible. Okay, so again, and also coming from one of our authors who just had her time on the stage, our very first author who had her book talk for today's session, which is Barbara Jane Hannon, with her book Letters from World War II. So if you really love what Barbara has shared about the story of her book, about everything that you are intrigued and want to know more about this, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy and add it to your shelves. Because again, the history behind this book was really something else. And if you also want to check about Barbara's interview that was done a while back, feel free to scan our our YouTube page and check it out. Though the interview is up there, so you'll know the history and how everything started, how she collected those letters, how did it start, and she did her research. It was it was really a huge explosion of things that she did. Try to do some research, try to check those letters. And those letters, I've got to say, as far as I remember, that those were confidential letters that were not supposed to be shared to them. And they just found out eventually in the attic. So if you are interested about that, feel free to check that radio interview. It's on our YouTube page. Again, that's at Readers Magnet. Feel free to check it out, and you'll see there are a lot of things that you can learn from other authors. And well, Brandon, okay, so Brandon, welcome back, and another cup of coffee. I just had my third cup today, and I'm not sure if it's just the if I'm having the jitters due to caffeine, or I'm just too excited to be here on this live stream right now. Okay, but Brandon, welcome back. Really happy to have you here at the stream. And next is next book that we have is Great Thinking, The Bridge to Successful Living by Finance Bush. It is again, it is a spiritual book, religious book. So if you want to add one, all you got to do is just get your phones up, scan that QR code that you're seeing on the book cover itself, and you can grab a copy then, okay? And from Olivia Brown, just reading a couple comments here. Such a cute book cover. Really love it. Really love that. The covers really have this cute Etsy feel though. I really love to see that covers are being appreciated here. Okay. And also just want to give you a heads up though from our previous book confab book talks. Mary McCorvy is basically going to do a book signing at the Printers Row Lit Fest. That's going to be happening on the second day. So if ever you want to talk to her personally, and if ever you're in the vicinity of Chicago and you're going to be joining the Printers Row Lit Fest, feel free to drop by our booth. That's going to be booth C and D. And she's going to be doing a book signing on the second day. So if you want to grab a signed copy from her, feel free to drop by and then just talk to her, ask questions. Again, hey, it's your author to author connection. But if you're not an author and you love to read books, you want to add one to her connection, then go for it. Okay. So, and also, thank you much for joining again. DJ McCool author, really love to have you back here. And I believe I just did a couple of shout outs for your books earlier. But again, Dory will still be doing a recap for the books that we did a shout out. And thank you very much for joining in again, DJ McCool. So going back with another couple of books that we have, next book that we have here is Investing in an Era of Power, Control, and Corruption. Author of the book is by Kenneth Trester. It is a business, personal finance. So if you are that type of person who wants to get some business books and a couple of things here, sure, scan that QR code. You can always add it to your cart. You can either be routed to the author's website, and if ever the author does not have a website, you'll always be routed to their Amazon page. So at least you can grab a copy. And again, best time to give gifts. It's almost December. So again, the best gift that you can give to someone else is the gift of creativity and knowledge. Okay. So feel free to scan that QR code, grab a copy, and then add it to your card. Okay. So next. So one more thing here. Oh, and I'm coming from just reading one comment here. It really caught my eye here from Jay Jarvis. Again, it's from Jay Jarvis. Work keeps wanting my time. all work really wants our time all the time. Oh, if ever I could just lay down in the Bahamas, drinking my pina coladas, I'm resting and not thinking about work. But again, work always demands time from us. But again, if ever you love what you're doing, then you'll never work a day in your life. That's just one lesson I learned, and I really love what I'm doing here. Okay, and comes from Hansi Marsh. This is with regards about the book that we have on screen right now. Is you love the colors in the book? Yeah, I really do love the connection here. It has a different. It has a message. Again, investing in an era of power, control, and corruption. It has that idea, but color scheme wise, it's really. I'm not saying it's plain because it's not really plain because you can have a plain cover like blue, but having the color schemes, it mixes, it matches everything, and it's really really kind of bit good here. Then I really want to do it there. Oh, and hey, so Jarvis, so from Jay Jarvis, we have a suggestion from Callum Taylor though. His suggestion is to at least keep it playing in the background and act like it's a podcast. So you can, oh, hey, if ever you're doing something right now, because again, it's lunch, you gotta grab some grub. Or if you are like Brandon, who will really get a cup of coffee from time to time, you can do that, play it in the background. And if there is a book that catches your attention, you don't need to worry that if ever you'll be missing it, you can just do a quick replay, just a couple of seconds, for you to scan that QR code and add it to your card. Okay, so moving on, next book that we have on the list is Everything's Still Okay by Alicia Shute. Okay, it is a memoir. And one thing I just want to comment on this, I really love the art style of the cover. Really has this thing here. Really love it. And if ever you want to add this to your collection, though, again, a book of memoir, a book about a person's life, feel free to scan that QR code, add it to your cart, and hey, who knows if ever you can amass a huge collection, that will be something that you can look forward to next year for your books that you need to read by the end of the month. Okay, so again, that is Everything's Still Okay by Alicia Shute. That is a memoir book. Scan the QR code and feel free to grab a copy. Okay, and next book that we have on the list is Phantom, the Elite series by Ellie Menard. It is, get this, it is a romance book as well, but I have this tension, I have this sense that there's going to be something else in here. There's going to be a twist. This is not going to be all about roses and flowers and birds tweeting. I think there's something else about here, and this cover is really giving me that intrigue right now. But again, if ever you're intrigued as well as me, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy then, okay, to add it to your collection. And again, I keep on saying this, but I keep messing it up as well. It's your future books to read, FBTR. Okay, if you just want to make sure FBTR it is, future books to read. If you want to add it, scan that QR code and add it to your list. Okay, and next book that we have on the list is from Mary Eckert Good. It's Two Friends at Play, Artie the Artichoke, Tato the Potato, and the Veg Squad Adventures. Okay, so it is a children's book, and it would be a really lovely to have this on your again for kids you want to give it. And I do have this feeling though that this is going to be something else in the future though. Okay, so again, it's a Two Friends at Play, Artie the Artichoke, Tato the Potato, the Veg Squad Adventures. Okay, so if ever you love this and you want to add it to your future books to read list, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy. Okay. And also, I just want to read a couple of comments here. Zenki Mooney has commented, I've always wondered how authors decide their covers. It must be a challenge to think of a single image to depict what their stories are all about. You know what? Just want to put my 2 cents out there. It really is, because I mentioned this yesterday. It's something that should really be about who you are as an author, what the book is all about, and it should be something that's really represents what's your essence as being an author. Like, it's your brand, it's the book's brand. It's making sure you can hypnotize people, you can let them see that cover and then let them pick that up. It's not easy, it's hard, because you can have a huge number of ideas, but you just don't know on what would work best. But I would really suggest, if you are confused on what covers, there's nothing wrong with asking suggestions from people you know. Okay, power of having a perspective from a different type of person would really help a lot when it comes to deciding for book covers, including writing the content. You want to have some perspective from different people. You can even if you know professionals in the industry, like who do book reviews or who do this, it would really help you a lot. You can have a different perspective, because again, I just want to share this though, to all our viewers though. It's kind of how do I say this? It's more of, Because when someone reads your book, okay, you've spent time over it and you've done a lot of things just to make sure that this book comes out the best as you can. But when you get a different perspective, some people might give you some comments. They don't want to sugarcoat it, and they will give you some things that you would can improve in. It's either you can take it in two ways. Okay, first is you take that you take that negative comment, or just leave it as is, don't do any changes, or you take that comment, you take that feedback or critic, and you try to improve on what you're working and make it better. Okay, so it's always up to you if you want to stay the same way or if you want to improve and make sure that your work is the best that it comes. Okay, so a different perspective really helps out. It gives you a general idea on what things you can improve. Okay, but again, it's just not something that you need to stop though and think all the time. But again, different perspective. If you know someone close to you or if you know anyone else who can give you a professional, unbiased opinion, go for it. Let them read it. Ask their opinions. Okay, there's nothing wrong with trying to improve. Okay, and going back with reading one of the comments here from Sophia Anderson. Speaking of covers, authors so far are also creative in how they present their books. And yes, I do agree. So far, with all the book shout outs that we have done, cover wise is really something. It really has that pull on you. And I really love how creative these covers have been so far. Okay, but moving on with our next book again, let me just repeat that. That is again two friends again. That is coming from Mary Arer. Okay, two friends that play Artie the artichoke and Tato the potato. The Veg Squad Adventures is children's book. If you want to grab it, scan the QR code. And next book that we have on our list, as you see on the screen, is Our Own West Side Love Story, with words from Tony to Marie, including poems born of enduring love. And this is lovely. Okay, it's all about these interactions, these letters, this poetry, this love, these feelings being converted into words and wrote down on paper. It really has that pull on you. So author of the book is Anthony Arbalista. So if ever you want to read these lovely creations that Anthony has created, feel free to add it on your list. QR code is on the book cover, and feel free to do a lot about it. Okay. And next book that we have on the list is Her Blood, Their Battle, from Ollie and Barnett. Okay, it is a sci-fi fantasy horror book, and I believe I did a shout out of this, and I really do love sci-fi fantasy horror types of books. And if you do love it as well, QR code is available. Feel free to scan that QR code and add it to your future books to read list. Okay, and going back, and also we're going to do a quick pause about these book shoutouts because I want to make sure that people were listening during the Readers Magnet Book Confab. Again, we're going to be having our trivia in continuation to earn one raffle entry. Okay, so the first one who answers this question correctly will be earning one raffle entry to win a Kindle by the end of the day. So we'll be doing a raffle draw by the end of the day, and who'll be winning that free Kindle. And that will be, and once you win, but again, requirements is you got to be present during that raffle draw. Okay, so once you're present during the raffle draw, make sure to key in those answers. I'm gonna make sure it's easy and something that I've mentioned as well. So without further ado, let's have our trivia night here. So first question that I'll be raising, and again, keep those fingers on those keyboards right now. And this is gonna be about our two authors who did a book talk. Okay, so who was the first author who shared her book, Letters from World War II? Okay, if you can write down, if you do remember it. Okay, what is the name of the author who shared her book, Letters from World War II, during our book talk session at our Readers Magnet event? Okay, so again, what is the name of the author who wrote Letters from World War II? Okay, so if you can key in your answers, I'll be waiting here up until you can get that answer in. I'm not going to give you choices, so you better write that down. You can check it out again. So Letters from World War II. What is the name of the author who also was the first person to have her time on stage at the book talk event? Okay, so once you have your answers, key it in, and I'll be waiting here. So, and while we're waiting for people to answer it, it seems that people are trying to do the research, their search through Amazon, and they're trying to remember who it is. Let me try to give you the initials to make it much more easier. It's BJH. Those are the initials that she has for her name. Okay, it is not the second one. It was the first author, and the author of the book Letters from World War II. Okay, so if you do have an answer, feel free to key it in. Okay, So this is gonna be a bit hard though. Gonna be a bit hard. Like, oh my God, what Rob is doing? He's wanting me to type the name here. Oh, and Dr. Christopher, finally you got the first answer. It's Barbara J. Hannon. So Dr. Christopher, thank you very much for putting in that answer. So you do earn one raffle entry to win. One raffle entry for a chance to win a first to at least try to get that free Kindle. Okay, so please stay tuned. And again, you are not limited to only one raffle entry. The first time that you would be coming in, again, you can have more raffle entries the first time that you'll be putting. And yes, Cassandra, unfortunately, though, Dr. Christopher had the answer first. And again, so thank you much for that. And and also I'm looking at the comments right here. Yeah, it has to be a full name, Cassandra. I do apologize, though. Sorry, I'll be clear with my next instruction later on. Because, again, the next instruction I'll be having is... Okay, I'll be making sure that we can go for this, okay? So next is... Okay, so let me just try to check here on our next book list here. Just give me a few seconds. So here, I just want to add more to the list. I'm trying to check some books that we going to go for this. Okay, so next book that we have on the list is, again, since we have Her Blood and Their Blood, another book that we can add to our collection here is The Golf Pro Has Heart Secrets of Couples Still in Love After 50 Years, a private look behind the curtain of the professional golf tour. Wow, really good title though. And I believe that there was a book that we had shouted out though, but it was still talking about golf, but it's not the same book. But again, if everyone to get this though, author of the book is John Garish. It is a self-help book about relationships as well. So again, the title of the book is The Golf Pro Has Heart Secrets of Couples Still in Love After 50 Years. And 50 years is a really long time. And if you're still in love with each other, that's something else. Okay, so next book that we have on the list is Celtic Betrayal. Okay, so Celtic Betrayal by Eric Stephen Grissel. It is a general fiction book. So, and if ever you love fiction books and you want to go for it, feel free to scan the QR code, add it on to your list, and feel free to see if ever you'll be loving this, you want to add it to your collection. Again, future books to read. Okay, if you have something that you want to go for, want to read information, scan that QR code. You'll be redirected where you can purchase that book and you can read more about what the book is all about. Okay, so next, and also just want to go with coming back with one of our comments here. We have here from Vivian McIntosh. Just want to read this. So congratulations everyone on your amazing books. So good to be here with you all. And as we're writing a whole new world, can't stay now, but we'll be back in a bit. The true alchemists do not change. Wow, lead into gold. They changed the world into words by William H. Gass. You know, Vivian, don't worry. I know that you need to go somewhere else right now. You might be having some errands, but don't worry. We'll still be here live on stream, and we'll be looking forward to have you back. Okay. So Vivian, thank you much for joining the stream, and Dory will still be here, and you can join us some of our trivias later on. Okay. Next book that we have on the list is. Pray Like Jesus Thought, a collection of effective everyday prayers for new Christians by Crystal Simpson. Okay, so again, a book here is it's a spiritual and religious book. So if ever you want to add it to your books, and as I've said earlier, not earlier, but that was yesterday. If people have remembered that, it's more religious books have this way of anchoring you down, finding inspiration on how you can move on from day-to-day struggles. It has that flair onto it. Okay, but again, it doesn't mean that you need to specifically like religious books for you to get a religious book, but it's also good to at least have these types of books on yourself, so at least you can have something you can pull out, just sit down in your chair. Even though it might be heavy, just read a couple of chapters. Any book can do that. Okay, it's not specific to any genre, but religious books has a different pull onto it as well. Okay, so again, if you're interested to grab a copy of Pray Like Jesus Thought, scan that QR code and feel free to add it to your shelves. Okay, and going back with next book that we have on the list is The Big Race and God's Gift. a story to inspire and encourage kids to dream big dreams. Okay, so it is a children's book, and again, we have a religious children's book here. So if you want to give it for, again, in the gift giving season, that's going to be Christmas, feel free to add it to your shopping cart list so you can provide it or give it to anyone, any kid or even an adult. If you know an adult who loves children's books, I'm not talking about me, but if you do have someone who loves children's books, feel free to give it to them. Again, authored by Helen J. Slaughter, though, that is The Big Grace and God's Gift, a story to inspire and encourage kids to dream big dreams. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list is The Pet Nanny by Alicia Brabant. It is another children's book. Okay. And it has this. It has a unique flair on it, and it is a really good read. I would rightly suggest for you to try to scan the QR code, try to check the synopsis, and if it's something that you are into and you'd love to go for, feel free to scan the QR code. Oh, and Helen, yes, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I just saw how to say this? It's in perfect time. So Helen, thank you very much for joining in. And Helen, since I got you on the comment section, I got you in the stream. I just want to know though, what was the inspiration behind you creating this book? And also the title for this, The Pet Nanny. Is this someone you know, or was this your experience as well? Feel free to share it in the comments below, though. We'd really love to know more about this. And yeah, going back to the other next comment here, we have Cal. Yes, it is perfect timing. I was mentioning the book, and then Helen came in the comments. So Helen, thank you much for joining in. And Helen, if ever you want to join the trivia, though, stay tuned. We'll be having some questions, just some simple trivia for you to at least think if you want to get that free Kindle by the end of the day. Okay. So Helen, thank you much for this. And if ever you have any future books that you want me to plug in, put it in the comments below, and I'll be more than happy to put a quick special shout out for that book as well. Okay. So for future books that you haven't planned, so at least some of our viewers or people who want to put it on their future books to read list, FBTR. I keep on forgetting that. It's kind of a bit lengthy. Hopefully someone can help me make it shorter though. Future books to read, FBTR. If you have another suggestion, I would really love to have that so we can make it shorter. Okay. So again, Helen, thank you much for joining the stream. And next book that we have on the list is we have here 3,000 Miles of Separation. Okay. So before, that's going to be by D. Bostic. It's journal fiction. And just reading one of the comments, any links we can visit to learn more about the books you just shouted out? Oh, Tosh, thank you very much for commenting that. So on the book cover, you can see there is going to be a QR code. Okay. So QR codes are embedded on the screen. You can pause the video. You can scan that QR code, and then you'll be redirected directly to where you can purchase a book. So if you want to read more about the book, it's either on their Amazon page or the author's direct website. Feel free to scan that QR code, and you will be redirected to where you can know more information about the book. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. And we'll also try to add some links later on by the end of the day, so you can just click on them and follow. Okay, but right now, the easiest way, so at least you can still keep on tuning in, is just scan that QR code, and then you're good to go to follow those links. Okay, so Tosh, thank you much for joining as well. And next book, that again, going back with 3,000 Miles of Separation, that's from D. Bostic. It is a journal fiction, and it includes literary and historical events as well. So if you are interested to know more about this book, and if you are curious on what the book is all about, feel free to scan that QR code and add it to your future books to read list. Okay, and going back with next book that we have on the list here is Can't is Not an Option. Wow. Okay, there's another self-help book here. It's from Gudrun Lindberg. Okay, Can't is Not an Option. So it's another self-help book. So if you want to know more, and again, we had this conversation a couple of times, and I still remember one of the authors saying that he looks in the mirror every day and tells himself first thing in the morning that he can do it. So again, Can't is Not an Option. Feel free to grab a copy. Just scan that QR code that's flashed on screen on the book cover, and you'll be redirected to know more information about the book. Okay, and next book that we have on the list is Bungles Does the Bunny Up, a simple study of national defense. Weird. Okay, I really love the cover though. It has this. It's not clear though, but if you can just really see it clearly, it really has that general idea. Okay, I really love the pull here. Okay, it is a children's book. Okay, you can learn more about this coming from Sean David Nielsen. So Sean, thank you much for this. And again, if you might be thinking that Bungles does the bunny up, it's only the first book. He also has a second book as well. It's Bungles Loses His Marbles. So it's a second book that he has on the list. It's a simple study of economics. So if you do have some, again, this is a children's book, and I think it's a much more easier way for you to understand it. Because how about let me just share my 2 cents here, because I do believe in the concept that if you can't explain a concept to a 6-year-old, then you really don't understand what it really is. Okay, and I think that translating it to a children's book really delivers that point. Oh, and from Catherine Lindsay, I'm just reading this comment here. Wait, since there's also a physical event happening simultaneously, does the venue have these books displayed? Very good question, and I really love to ask Catherine. And yes, some of these books will be part of display, and we will also make sure that everything will be included in this. And also, just want to also add this onto it. So if ever you'll be visiting the event and you want to check out these books, feel free to join in. Again, we'll be joining the Printers Row Lit Fest. That's going to be from September 7 and 8, and that's going to be from booth C and D. Okay, and you know what? I'm kind of bit feeling happy today, and I just want to do something else with our trivia, because instead of having just one entry on who, because I want to have a lot of people to join as well and have that chance to get a free Kindle. And so one more thing that I just want to highlight as well is for those who will be in Chicago right now, again, the Readers Magnet book event is, we're currently doing our Readers Magnet book event that's in the Confab Chicago. So if you're in the vicinity of Chicago, feel free to join in and visit our events. Okay. So again, we really love to have you there. So if you're in Chicago right now, again, it's in 637 South Dearborn Street. Feel free to visit us. And if you want to look at these books being displayed, feel free to check us out there as well. Okay. So, and also one more thing here. Going back from one comment from Maxine Thorson, again, I think they were commenting on Sean Nelson's book here. I love the concept behind that book. It's complex topics broken down for children and really interesting. Yes, I do agree. Again, going back with the concept, if you can't explain a concept or an idea to a 6-year-old, then it means that you really don't understand a topic as well. And it's something that you can break it down to easier chunks that even a 6-year-old will understand it, which is very creative and very easy to learn and follow through. Okay, so moving on. Also want to do a quick pause right here with regards to our book shout outs. Just want to make sure we can put in some trivias in here now. And as I've said earlier, I'm feeling good today. So everyone who can provide a correct answer earns one raffle entry. So that's going to be not the first one, but it's going to be whoever answers correctly earns one raffle entry for them to win that free Kindle. So to everyone who is not that fast in typing, you have that chance to get that raffle entry as long as you answer it correctly. Okay. So, so if everyone's ready, here, I'm going to be throwing a general question here, and I'm going to make it easy. Okay. So in which book series does a group of children discover a magical land through a wardrobe? Okay, so here's the question. In which book series does a group of children discover a magical land through a wardrobe? And I know that you have a couple of ideas on what book this is. Okay, so again, A is The Chronicles of Narnia. Letter B is The Hobbit. Letter C is Harry Potter, or letter D, that is Percy Jackson. So we do have our first answer here. We have Narnia from Jay Jarvis. That is one raffle entry. And we also have from Brandon Rose, Chronicles of Narnia, a second correct answer here. Congratulations. We have 2 entries. So don't worry, Jarvis, everything's good. You don't need to put in the A. You got the answer correctly, okay? Oh, and we also have another answer from Mark Campagna, The Chronicles of Narnia, one more extra raffle entry. And Cassandra, I know you said it's making your life easier, and you have that entry. So it's letter A, The Chronicles of Narnia, another raffle entry from Cassandra. And hey, we have an extra raffle entry from Dr. Christopher. It's The Chronicles of Narnia, correct? So we have, hold on, let me just go through. So we have Jay Jarvis, we have here Brandon, we have here Mark, we also have here Cassandra and Dr. Christopher, and what else? Who's gonna try to insert one more here? Okay, so again we have we also have Olivia Brown, 6 entries, so we have 6 correct answers. So you have 6 answers here who has earned the raffle entry to win a free Kindle by the end of the day. So 6 entries, don't worry, I'm going to key them in, take note of it. I'm going to give a quick run through on how many entries has each representative had. Okay, so once we'll do the entries again, the more raffle entries you have, the more chances of winning. So yeah, it's a game of probability, but the more numbers you have, the more tickets you have, is the more chances you'll be getting it. Okay, Callum. Okay, don't worry, I'll give this one a pass. Okay, so it's not too late. It's our Narnia, so go for it though, Callum. I'm going to give you 1 extra raffle entry for that. Okay, so again, so that will be for our first second question for our trivia right now. But moving on to a couple of book shout outs, because we have a couple more that we would really love to do a give them this special moment, again providing that spotlight to books that haven't been noticed, or they deserve to have that spotlight to be noticed as well. So next book on the list that you can add to your future books to read list is Muchi and Suchi Visits the Peace People. So Muchi to Suchi, though, it is a children's book, and yeah, I've read this book as well. It's good. It really has these talks about culture diversity. It is a good book to have, and I'll really suggest it. So if ever you can, I do have 1 copy myself as well of this book. So scan this QR code, add it to your book list. It has this unique blend when it comes to the book as well. If you'd love to have it, want to check it out though, you can read some samples through Amazon as well. So scan that QR code, so you'll be redirected to where you can purchase a copy of the book. Okay, and then next book that we have, let me just remind you, the author of this book is Quentin Crawford. Okay, that's Muchi to Suchi Visits the Peace People. The next book that we have on the list is from Clem Richardson. It's White Keys, Black Lives: The Rebirth from Crack Cocaine Era, and that's really heavy. And okay, it's we're talking about this book here from Clem Richardson, White Keys, Black Lives: The Rebirth from the Crack Cocaine Era. So if you're interested in what happened and how things changed and what, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy. And since we do have the author on the comment section, and I'd love to hear his thoughts about this, so we have a book from Dr. Christopher Powers, Behave as a Church. Which one is not a children's book? Muchi to Suchi. Sorry, I forgot about that. Doris. It's tagged under. You can try to check it out. It's it still falls under children's book, but not specifically for children's book. If I'm not mistaken, but I do have a copy of it, and I think I do have it laying around here. Dora, I'll try to find it to show you a couple of pages for that. Okay, as well. So again, going back with another book, we have Behave as a Church from Dr. Christopher Powers. Again, Dr. Christopher is here on our comment section. So Dr. Christopher, if you can put in the comment section on what you thought about the book and how it is and what is it. Really love to know your thoughts and ideas about the whole thing. Okay, so Dr. Christopher, also thank you much for joining the stream. And again, your book, Behave as a Church, if you want to grab a copy and add it you want to add it to your shelves and something you can read on from time to time. Again, Behave as a Church from Dr. Christopher Powers. Feel free to scan that QR code and grab it. Okay. So again, Dr. Christopher, we have one question from Cassandra here is, what does the title mean? So if you can answer that question through the comments, I would really love to know the idea behind it. Okay. So again, next book that we have on the list is, okay, so To Kill the Firstborn for Life or Death Eternally. That's from Teresa T. Stark. Okay, it is another religious book that we have on the list. Okay, so again, if ever you want to go on and at least add more onto some books that you want to read in the future, again, scan that QR code. Again, title of the book is To Kill the Firstborn, and you might be asking why the title is like that. You'll need to find out. Okay, so again, coming from Teresa Stark, To Kill the Firstborn, available. Scan the QR code and grab a copy. Okay, so yeah, I think we do have an answer right now from Dr. Christopher. Basically, it's just book earlier. Again, going back, that was Behave as a Church, was from my experience as a pastor and a pastor's son. Well, I really love it. I really love the idea on how it is. And if ever, Dr. Christopher, if you do have a couple of books in that you want to plug in, feel free to add it onto the chat here, so I'll be more than happy to at least plug in some future books that people can anticipate in the future. And yeah, going back to the book again, To Kill the Firstborn. Don't worry, Callum. I hope the title isn't literal, but we'll never find out, not unless you check it out, because it's a religious book, and I think I do have the gist on how this book is. So feel free to scan that QR code and know more about this. Okay, and then next, a book that we have on the list here is Okay, so just want to make sure. Let's build up the tense up. Okay, so again, so Luna and the Apple Orchard. It's from Norma Garza Black. Okay, it's tagged under children's book here for the genre. If ever you want to grab this book, feel free to scan the QR code. Check it out, though. It is you can check it out. Try to see the information about it. See though if ever you love this, go for it. Scan that QR code again. That's Luna and the Apple Orchard from Norma Garza Black, and feel free to join in with this. Okay, and the next book that we have on the list. So we do have 9 books left for us to shout out in this moment. Okay, so for the 9th book that we have, 9th to the last book here, again, A Legacy of Secrets and Lies by Cynthia M. Upchurch. It is again, it's tagged as under self-help, relationship psychology, philosophy, and fashion. So feel free to grab a copy if you want to add this, though. And if you are curious, feel free to scan that QR code and you'll be directed on some information on how to get a copy of this book. So once again, A Legacy of Secrecy and Lies by Cynthia Upchurch. Feel free to grab a copy. And a comment from Cassandra Wood. Yes, it really does sound interesting. And yes, it has that. It's really has a unique blend with the cover, and I really love to know more about this. But again, if you are interested and curious about this, feel free to grab a copy. QR code is flashed on screen. Okay, and then a next book that we have on the list, and I just had an interview here with the author. Basically a while back, though. It was just a couple of days ago, if I do remember. But don't worry, I'm gonna save that for a little bit later. Let me just talk about some other books here first. Okay, so next book we have on the list is Facing the Challenge, Beating the Odds, the Jimmy Mulzett story from Jimmy Mulzett. Okay, so here it is a book, Facing the Challenge and Beating the Odds. So if ever, it's a memoir. So if ever you want to check this book out and read what they have been through and what the book is all about, feel free to scan that QR code and you can add it to something that can lead. Okay, reading other people's experiences, you might learn something from it. And that is a huge chunk because again, we can't experience everything, but we can read things as well. So if we might learn something new from this, so try to grab a copy. QR code is on screen and feel free to add it to your shopping carts. Okay, and then next book that we have on the list is Financial Planning for the 99%. Okay, that's financial planning for those who need it most. Yeah, I really love it. Again, this book is coming from Wilbert Guilford. He is a CPA junior. Okay, so he is a CPA and a CFPR. Okay, he is CFPR, CPA junior. Feel free to grab his book. He knows what he's talking about if it's talking about financial planning for the 99%. So if you want to grab a book, feel free to check it out. Scan that QR code, and maybe this book can help you when it comes to business or finances as well. Okay, and then here, talking about the author that I was talking about that I did an interview a while back, we have here from Linda Degree, The Spirit of Christmas is Peace. The Alien Learns About Christmas. And this one, this is kind of unique. It is a children's book. At the same time, it works as a play. So if during the, I had this talk with Linda about this book. I do remember it. It's still fresh from my head. I do remember we were talking about this, and she had this idea on creating, because she was finding a perfect children's book to do during a play at her school. Unfortunately, though, she had a couple of things, but she wants it to be much more unique. And she added she actually created this book, and there are a couple of schools that had adapted this book and use it in their plays. And if ever there's a question on why is it an alien, and if you want to find out why, feel free to check that interview. It's available on our ReadersMagnet YouTube channel. That was The Spirit of Christmas is Peace. The Alien Learns About Christmas. So that's from Linda Degree, a children's book. Feel free to check that interview if you want to know more about this book as well. Okay, and then coming back from the book, though, coming back from our comment section here is from Dr. Christopher. He has four book parts of an ongoing series called the Behave series. Makes sense, the title, Behave as a Church. Behave series, they are behave as a follower of Christ, behave as a fisher of men, behave as a church member, and behave as a church. Dr. Christopher, just want to ask this question. This is just coming from me. So would you say that Behave as Church is the last book to be in this 4-book series? Or is there an order? Is this the order that you posted in the comment section, the order that we should follow in order for us to get your books in detail. Okay, so don't worry, you can just give me a comment. I would acknowledge it, so at least some of our viewers who are planning to read your four books and can know where to start and how to end your book series as well. Okay, so again, Dr. Christopher, thank you very much for joining in. I'm giving that comment as well, so at least we know that it is a 4-book series. Okay, and next book that we have on the list is Shut Up, Your Words Are Killing Me. Wow. Okay. So Shut Up, Your Words Are Killing Me, but Patricia Clear. So this has something different as well. So we have here, just want to make sure about this though. Let that cover sink in. And we do know that where this book cover is going to. Okay. So again, if you are interested to know more about this, and if you are curious, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy so you can get this book available on your shelves. Okay, so again, Shut Up, Your Words Are Killing Me, available on Amazon. Scan that QR code and you'll be redirected to know more about the book as well. And going back with the comments, Dr. Christopher, thank you much for commenting again. No, there are more books coming. This is the order to read them. So just want to reiterate, for Dr. Christopher, his books are, you can start with his Behave series is Behave as a Follower of Christ, Behave as a Fisher of Men, Behave as a Church Member, and then Behave as Church. And there are, I'm not sure if I'm getting this correctly, but there are still more books coming. Okay, so hopefully though we can see more books from you. So keep it on and keep on making sure that these books will be available to the public. Really love to see more works here. Okay, Dr. Christopher, thank you much for joining. Really helped this. Okay, so next, going back with the next books that we have on the list here is Orpheus and Chiron. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Correct me if I'm wrong here. Orpheus and Chiron getting coffee. Okay, and Brandon, I know you just got your coffee early as well. I had my cup of coffee. And to those of you who are having lunch with coffee, black coffee, but I take mine with cream and sugar. I can't take the bitter stuff. So if you're having your coffee as well, again, Orpheus and Chiron getting coffee from Jer Truer. It is a poetry book. So if you want to add it to your poetry book collections, feel free to scan the QR code and have some fun when it comes to this. Okay. And next book that we have on the list is Stadiums of America from Michael Nowotny. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Nowotny. It's art and photography book. How to feel free to grab it. If you want to have this on your collection, on your coffee tables. So once you're in the living room, try to check it out. Again, Stadiums of America from Michael Nowotny. Feel free to scan the QR code and grab a copy. And just want to comment read on this comment though from Jay Jarvis, having pumpkin spice coffee. You know what? It's almost the fall season, almost Thanksgiving. Pumpkin spice everywhere. So if ever you are a fan of pumpkin spice, I do understand. Have it, love it, embrace it, because it's gonna be happening this November. It's almost Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's almost Thanksgiving. Forgot about it. It's been a while. It's been a while. So everything pumpkin spice would pop up though, and having that coffee. Yeah, that's really good. Oh, really want one right now. After this, I'm gonna grab another cup of coffee. Okay. So again, going back, Stadiums of America by Michael. Feel free to scan that QR code and add it to your collection. And last 3 books on the list is The Moons in Spain, When Arab and African Muslims Led the World. Okay. So it's from Tamil Jamal Paxton. It is it's again, if you want to grab this book, and if ever you are curious on what the book is all about and what it is, feel free to grab a copy, scan the QR code, and add it to your collection or your future books read, the FBTR. Yes, I'm getting the hang of the FBTR thing. So The Moors in Spain, When Arab and African Muslims Led the World. So that's from Terrell Jarrell Paxton. And last 2 books that we have for our book shoutouts for today is Shining Art and Light, Colorful Insights by James T. Dakin. Okay, so James, if you want to grab a copy of this book, and here, love the concept art for the cover, really unique. Okay, and I really love to have this though. If you want to have this on your collection, you can even have it on display. It's more, the cover is like a painting. I gotta give it to the idea that comes with this. It really looks like a painting. If you want to have this though, scan that QR code, and I do know that this is much more than the cover. And yes, Bob Montgomery agrees with me. That's a very lovely cover. So if I know that the book is more than this cover, and if you are interested and curious to know what this is all about, feel free to scan that QR code and grab a copy. Okay, and the next and last book that we have here on list, and I just did an interview as well for this author. That's Kenny Harmon, having the book Sad Papa's Heritage. Now, This is with just want to give you a brief history about this. Sad Papa series. Kenny Harmon had his, it was a roller coaster when he went viral because of his granddaughter. He was the Sad Papa meme. And but this book really and when he uncovered though the books that he have about this book and some books that he have in the future that he'll be publishing, it was a very fun interview. Feel free to check out our YouTube page, though. Readers Magnet YouTube. We have the author interview available for Sad Papa's Heritage for Kenny Harmon. Feel free to check it out. And if you want to know more, and I tell you, though, you'll never know how connected you are. Yes, Cassandra, I think you do remember it. It became a meme. Like, he was cooking burgers for his grandchildren, 6 grandchildren. So he cooked like 12, so 2 each, and then only one showed up. So that's where the meme started. We talked about it for a bit here. Kenny Harmon was a really love to have it on during that time. So if you want to check it out, though, check that interview. Feel free to check it out. Again, Sad Papa's Heritage from Kenny Harmon. Scan that QR code and grab a copy. So that will be all for our book shout outs. But before I wrap up, I just want to make sure that we can give at least an idea for people who had joined the raffle entries for, again, to win a free Kindle. So first we have Sheldon Crocker, Alani Hacint, Evelyn Rose Talbot, Dr. Christopher, Sinada, Renee, Olivia Brown, Sonia Jones, and Jay Jarvis. And also Mark Campagna and Olivia Brown has these raffle entries that they could have it. Okay, so again, so if ever you want to have that chance, though, okay, it's not a guarantee that you'll win, but you still have that chance. And if you want to get more raffle entries, feel free to join in for our next session, because we'll still be having a couple of more trivias to have more trivias for you to at least check it out, though. And for those who haven't joined our first session for our book shout outs, no need to worry. We will be how do you say this? We'll be doing a quick recap about the books that we had mentioned. So if ever you're joining in right now, join in later on so you'll know on which books we did a shout out earlier on the first part of the session. But again, that's all coming from me, and I'm looking forward to talk to you later for a third session before we end the day here for our book shout outs. And right now, I think the main event right now, I'll be throwing you back to Tish Barnard, who will be handling the event. So again, thank you much for tuning in, and see you later. And again, stay tuned for a couple of book shoutouts, and stay tuned for the winner for the Kindle that we'll be providing you. Okay, so again, thank you much for your time. Stay tuned in, and I'll see you later. And please keep those notes about our RM Confab book talks. Okay, so bye. See you later.
Are you guys
we are back now for part 2 of day 2 Chicago Confab. I am super excited for the new authors that are going to be coming and sharing about their books today. And so we're going to go ahead and get moving right along so that we can jump in here and hear this next author who I'm so excited about. And that is in the person of Doris Lavone. She has written a book, Somewhere in the Middle, I Found Me. This writing is a multifaceted personal testimony of life-changing miracles, faith, guardian angels, and overcoming adversity and strength, courage, and relentless resolves under fire. The writing is dedicated to all our brave first responders, our military, law enforcement, fire, and medical personnel who are called to protect and rescue strangers in desperate need. Hang on for a wild ride filled with twists and turns to the very end, where the reader is promised a shocking, unexpected tapestry of emotion, including a newly added special dedication section in memory of the legacy of one of her cherished partners. Doris Lavone lives her life standing firm on the word and promises of God. She resides in New Jersey with her husband of 38 years. Congratulations for that. Yeah, that's worthy of a hand clap. That's worthy of a hand clap. Together, they have 2 adult children. While raising her family, Doris began a 22-year career as a preschool teacher. She obtained a master's in early childhood education and P3 teaching certification. Doris truly enjoys the work of pouring into future generations in the church. She served as assistant superintendent of Sunday school teacher, and vice president of the education committee, pastor's aide, and stewardess board. Somewhere in the middle is her debut as an author, and for it, she gives God all the glory, honor, and praise. So let's welcome my friend, Doris Lavone. Great job, audience.
Thank you so much for spending this time with us today. Thank you so much, Ish, for that awesome introduction. My goodness. Thank you, Readers Magnet, for the platform that you have allowed us to be a part of. This is so awesome. I can't thank you enough for the things that you do for authors that are coming up. Thank you so much. And I first want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without him, I wouldn't even be here. I'm nothing without him. Everything that I do is because of him and for him. And thank my husband, who always makes sure that we get where we're going. He always has the travel arrangements taken care of and everything that we need to show up and show out for God. So I just thank him so much for all that he does and all of his support. And we're actually married 40 years, because when the book published last year, March the 23rd, and then our anniversary was April 14th. Yeah, and I've actually been teaching 24 years. Because when I did the book, more time has come by. So I just wanted to get that background information. And thank you so much. This is my book, Somewhere in the Middle, by Doris Lavone. This is not an ordinary book. It looks like a book, but this is a God thing. And I'm finding out more and more and more that the things that God is doing with this book is not about me. It's not about me at all. It's bigger than me. And it has a mandate on it. My assignment was to write 5 books. And this is the first book. And he's given this book an assignment in itself. My assignment was to write it according to what he told me to put in the book. It's my life story. It's my testimony. And it's my life. I feel like I'm the leading actor in the book, because it's my life unfolding in the lives of people, as they read this book. It's unfolding before you. But the words and the stories and the events, life experiences that are in this book are the ones that he chose to be a part of. So that's what I wanted to tell you about this. And I write about my upbringing. I write about marriage, motherhood, becoming a Christian, my days of employment, and all of those are wrapped up in the pages of this book. And that's the message that God wants to put out. The mandate on this book, God told me that it would bring healing to me and to the nation. So that's the mandate that this book has. And the purpose is to take advantage of every platform that's being given to me to encourage people to read it so they can receive what God has for them. I don't know what it is in this book that you need, but I know that nothing happens by accident. Everything happens on purpose. And He drew you to this place for such a time as this. So if you're listening in the audience, on live audience, or if you're on social media, listen, know that this book has something in it. The vehicle is the book. That God is using the book as the vehicle to carry the message. And He said it would bring healing to me and to the nations. This book will inspire you, encourage you, uplift you, and bring about a light, bring about a way out for some people. And also, it will serve as a light. And after reading this book, you will understand that God really is a healer. You know Him as a healer, know Him as a deliverer, you know Him as a miracle worker. Based on the things that's written in here, you know that He's able to do the impossible. You know that nothing is impossible to Him, and all things happen according to His will, according to His purpose. And one thing I want you to know too, that God is very specific and strategic in what He does. I didn't realize that this was a God thing. I thought this was just a book, and I would write this book, and I would move on to the next book. And incidentally, the second book I'm editing right now, and that's getting ready to prepare to be published. And He's been pouring out the third book. So I have all of this information, but this book is not the end. There's so much more that God wants to do with this book. He's given me titles, things that He wants me to do, and it's just so much more. I don't know what to expect from one minute to the next. I don't know what I'm going to be doing from one minute to the next, but I know it's a God thing. And when I first started, I had seen some type of advertisement for a publisher, and I secured the publishing, thing, and had that set aside in the wings, so the book was finished. Then it would be able to be published. But I didn't understand that not only, God designed everything is important. It's just like Noah's Ark, if you know anything about that story, where everything had to be built specific to what God said, no deviation. So here I have this publisher that I paid for, this publishing package, and that wasn't the publisher that God wanted to use. He designed the cover of the book, he designed what color he wanted the book to be. It can be any shade of blue, it had to be the shade of blue, and the design that he wanted it to be. And so I was not able to use that publisher. The contract that I was under said that, you had to write the book in a year. And if you didn't have a book in a year, then, you kind of lose that money that way. And my book was not written. It wasn't written because that wasn't the one that was supposed to publish the book. And then my daughter is an editor, a copywriter, and she wrote for 106 in Park. She did the pre-show for the BT Awards and the after show. And she does it by profession, editor, copywriter. And I thought she was going to edit my book. And I asked her, should you edit the book? And she said, yeah, Mom. And she never did. She never did. And I know her heart. I know she would have done it, but she wasn't the one that was supposed to do it. So as it turned out, God wanted me to do it. He said, because nobody can tell your story, but she may have taken out something that was supposed to stay and vice versa. So he made me the editor. Okay, and then I asked my pastor to do the foreword in the book because I knew her the longest. She wasn't the one that was supposed to do the foreword. It was done by the overseer of God Made Millionaire, Apostle Cash was the one. And he was definitely the man for the job. When you read the book, you're going to see the powerful foreword that he put in the book. And then I was supposed to, well, I guess I should tell you, the first thing that happened after we published the book was launched several days later on God Made Millionaire. And as I was writing the book, I used to say to my family, I'm going to be on that show one day, because he provided a platform. That was the first platform that I had, where he provided a platform for authors to come in and tell about their stories. And I used to see that he'll come on Sunday at 3 o'clock, the afternoon, and I would say, I'm going to be on that show one day. I'm going to be on that show one day. As I was writing the book. And after the book published, several days later, I was the one God Made Millionaire. And even that show was not just a television show. You know, there are destiny helpers that God puts in place to help you along the way. There are people that are assigned to you to help you to fulfill your destiny and the things that God has for you to do. And so the overseer, I didn't know that they had clergy watching over the ministry, because God Made Millionaire is a ministry, and not everybody could be a part of that. You have to answer some questions as to why I thought I should be on that show. And God told me before, several times, that I would be the first millionaire in my family. As I was writing this book, he was just revealing who I was under Joseph in my family. And I began to find out things about myself that I didn't even know. All in writing the book, it's like peeling back a banana, layers upon layers upon layers. And the same thing happened with the show. I thought it was just a television show. But the host is a godly man. He's a man of integrity. He's a man of prayer. He's a man that walks with the Lord and spends quiet time with him. And he does everything. He seeks his counsel before he does anything for guidance and direction. And that's who God placed me with. And so the overseer did the foreword, and the publisher was God Made Millionaire. Made Millionaire. And I wrote this book. Yesterday I mentioned something about the publisher. I want to read this. This is his book, God Saves One. And it tells all about the event that he had, medical event that he had. On the back it says, I can make this stuff up if I try. The stuff is in this book, things that I share with you. I'm not that creative. I couldn't make it up if I tried. But it says, I'm reading the back for you. It says, because he died. And he was dead for 1.5 to 2 minutes. And that was 11 years ago. And so if he had stayed dead and his life was not restored, who would publish this book? Who would have published this book? And it's so funny, I laugh about this all the time, because as Tish mentioned, I'm a preschool teacher. And the cover, this is what I send him, showing him what the cover should look like, because this was the design. And I guess he looked at it and said, yep, she's a preschool teacher. Yeah, and from that, he came to this. See how that works? Yeah, because he was the one that was designed. And I probably would have had a book that looked like that. So I'm going to read you his back of the book. It says, I had no heartbeat or pulse. For 1.5 to 2 minutes, I was clinically dead. On March the 20th, 2012, I went into sudden cardiac arrest at my home. The survival rate for cardiac arrest outside of the hospital was less than 1%. In addition, I had 100% blockage of my left ascending artery, which is referred to as the widowmaker, because it kills over 90% of the people it strikes. The odds of my survival were not in my favor that morning, but God had my back. It was only in the intensive care unit a couple of days later when Vicky, his wife, shared she had spoken to the paramedic who had saved his life and confirmed that he had definitely been clinically dead for 1.5 to 2 minutes. And then he broke down weeping and was overcome with such emotion and gratitude for the supernatural miracle that God had done for him. And it was only at that precise moment in time that the Lord began to reveal to him what he was to share in this book. And so he thanks God for the supernatural miracle that happened in his life. And this
is my supernatural miracle. And as you read this book, you'll see the supernatural things that God is doing in my life. And it just brought about such reaction. You will not believe the first place that God had this book take off in my life. It published. I shared it with one of my coworkers that the book was published. She told her sister, and the whole job took off buying the book. And you know, it's so funny because this is my personal life. Who goes to work and tell everything about the business at work? And I'm like, oh, no, the job. Yes, the job. Yeah, because that's what God wanted. And you would not be surprised. I mean, you would be surprised at the reaction that people had. They were crying. It made, and even outside of the job, it gives people an opportunity to open up and to share things with me that they probably had never said to anybody else. You know, they were sharing their own personal stories. They were thanking me for my transparency. And they were telling me that they needed somebody like that when they were going through whatever they were going through. And they asked me, where have I been all their lives? You know, this book, you know, it is full of the word of God, and I made no apology for that. Because God said that his word will never return unto his void, but it's always going to accomplish whatever he pleases and prosper where to his sent. He's sending this book to the world. He's sending it to the nation. And it just is what it is, you know. Yeah. So we have been on a journey and have God Made Billionaire. It was the start. And not only was he the host of the show, he's now a family, you know, a friend of ours. He calls us the family. He calls my husband OG. Yeah. I have his phone number. I can call him right now if I wanted to. I can call his wife. We are united. And not just that, he decided to start an inner circle to coach us and to mentor us. And it's 8 founding members. I'm part of one of the original founding members of God Made Millionaire. And now he's embraced the spouses. So my husband's a part of it, and all the different spouses of the members are part of God Made Millionaire. His wife is a prayer warrior and a half. When I first talked to him, he put his wife on the phone and she just prayed, and you know, she's powerful. And she prays for the guests when they come on the show and everything. So this journey, after all of that, with God Made Millionaire, I wrote the book, or I published the book, God is the True Author. I published the book, and now the book needs exposure. Because God said that it will bring healing to me and to the nation. And now this book has to go to the nations. And he also said that it will save lives. So we were saved. My husband was saved, I'm saved, my children are saved, saved lives. So that means in the nations, this book has to save lives. So the journey that we've been on, right after that, here comes Reader's Magnet, a godsend. The best thing that ever happened. Yes, indeed. Awesome. Awesome. They share your story with the world, which is just what I needed. And the platforms that they give you to go around the world to share your story is awesome. And even if you can't go, yesterday we saw a virtual presentation of a lady that was not able to be here and to share her story. So she did it virtually. I've been able to participate in the Asian book tour, and my book is on display. They send you pictures, you see yourself. I saw people looking at my book. On the video, it's taped all over social media so that others can take part. So it's an awesome, awesome experience. And I just thank you so much for all that you do for authors and everybody involved. So this book has been the LA Festival of Books. And it's not just a small thing. With God Made Millionaire, it aired in 65 million homes. So that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a far reach. And we were not guests on his show. The whole segment, 30-minute segment, was devoted to this book. It wasn't about me, it was about this book. 30-minute segment, 65 million homes. And then we were part of LA Times Festival Books. That's when I had the pleasure of meeting Tish and Mel. Marvin. Say it again.
Marriott.
Marette, yes. Met some of the nice authors and heard all their different stories. That was a large gathering, and it was so exciting because I got a chance to share my story, but I also had a chance to meet celebrities. I shared my books with them, they shared their books with me. And it's so awesome because when I stop to think about it, they were on their platform, signing books and telling their story, and I was doing the same thing. Little old me. I said, look at God. Yeah, yeah. And then we went to, the book went on tour, on an Asian tour for Seoul, Korea, and Hong Kong. And then after that, Reader's Magnet hooked me up with Kate Delaney, which is an Emmy Award-winning national broadcasting journalist and a Forbes author. She wrote 3 books of her own. And God Made Millionaires nationally syndicated show. Hers is a nationally syndicated radio show. So we had that radio interview, and that's going to come out shortly. You'll be able to see that. And also, I keep going back to God Made Millionaire, and that's why I have notes, because God is just constantly giving me stuff. And I have to, stay on track to give you what I want to give you for this segment. But you can see, if you want to see our show on God Made Millionaires on my website, DorisLroberts.com, or you can see it on YouTube and watch the show. Doris Lavone, search that. Kate Delaney has 2.9 million listeners. And then my cousin hosted a women's empowerment just before we came here, and she invited me to come and speak, and I talked about the book, and she asked me to bring books, and I wrote books and sold all the books that I took there. I even sold 3 books before I even got here in the airport. Yeah, so the book is doing this thing, and we're running behind the book basically. And now we're in Chicago. This is my first time going to Confab, and I think for the opportunity, and this is so exciting to us, all the things that God is doing. And this weekend will be at Preacher's Row. Yeah. So, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try something. Okay. When I say somewhere, you say in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. Okay. When I say somewhere, you say in the middle. Somewhere. In the middle. Somewhere. In the middle. When I say by Doris, you say Lavone. By Doris. Lavone. By Doris. Lavone. When I say somewhere, you say in the middle. In the middle. In the middle. Somewhere. When I say by Doris, you say Lavone. By Doris. By Doris. That's called a call and response. And as a teacher, that's what we use to get the children's attention. Yes. You bring them to attention. So what I'm calling you to do, because the mandate is on this book, and because it's destined to save lives and to heal, if you're here, you're not here by accident. Everything that God does is strategic and on purpose. Mhm. If He has you here, there's something in this book you need, whether you're an author, whether you're a visitor, if you're on social media, and you're listening, if you're under the sound of my voice, there is something in this book that you need. I don't know what it is, but He does. And you didn't just come by accident. He drew you here for such a time as this. And I would urge you to buy the book, read it, and see what golden nuggets are hidden in here for you. I don't know what you've been through. I don't know what you're struggling on, but God knows, and He's here to bless you. And He's using His book to do it. My job is just to go out there and to speak about it as often as I can, so that others can know that the help is on the way. And that's what I want to share with you. I wanted to leave a few minutes for questions. If anybody have any questions they'd like to ask.
What was the defining moment or miracle that made you feel like God was in control of your life? The defining moment or miracle where you knew that God had the reins, so to speak.
Well, throughout the book shares stories, so you can, as I wrote the stories that He told me to put in, within those stories, you can see how He, He's a miracle worker. About these.
There was a mention of angels. Do you have Can you share any experience you had with them?
With angels?
Yeah.
What was it about the angels?
When there was the introductions and there was also angels, or did I?
About the guardian angels.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a multifaceted personal testimony about guardian angels and life-changing miracles. They.
I'll get this down. Well, I know that the Lord watches over us. I know that He has angels assigned to us to accompany us in all of our ways of obedience and service. You know? So I know that angels are watching over us and they're protecting us, and He uses them to carry out His will, to perform His word on the earth.
The book on the horizon? Do you have another book on the horizon?
I have, but 2 and 3 are about to range over each other over trying to come out. The second book is being edited now. So it's written everything. And then, you know, with this book, he gave me an outline. And the 7 chapters in the book is a very easy read. The font is very easy to read. It's not real small. You see, it's, you know, it's big enough and comfortable to read. And he told me which stories, which life stories life experiences he wanted me to put in the book. And then the second book, he didn't do it the same way. The second book was talk about this, talk about that, talk about this, talk about that. And so now I have to talk about this and talk about that. And now it looks like the third book that I'm writing, he's downloading things, but I journal. And the journals happen to have, some have scripture and some have words. Like one book says going places. And during that time when I was writing that book, God said to me, you're going somewhere. You know, you're going somewhere. So I said to my former pastor, I don't know where I'm going. That's what I told everybody, like in the little group that we were having. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere. And then I left the church. Because he took me from one church to another, because he said that the church that he took me to is the anointing that rests on the head of that leadership he wants to fall down on me. So I just don't know where I'm going from one minute to the next. I don't know what we're doing from one minute to the next, but I know it's a God thing. God is totally in control of all of it. And it says by Doris Lavone, but the true author is God.
Amen. Let's give it up for Doris Lavone, everybody. Awesome. I love that you talked about coming from a place of transparency. And I'm certainly a firm believer in whatever it is that we do share from a place of transparency. Why? Because people want to know that you have been where they are right now. And so many times we sugarcoat things and we don't give the real dealio and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, true healing can come from your own personal testimony if you will really share it. So we're going to go ahead and move right along to our next author today. He was going to be doing a recording session for us, and that is in the person of Greg Bruton. He has written a book called Red Hand's Prize, a gripping historical novel set against the rugged backdrop of the American frontier. Following the narrowing journey of Jason and Melissa Rustin and other pioneering families as they travel westward seeking new beginnings. Their expedition takes a tragic turn when they are ambushed by Red Hand and his Oglala warriors. Sarah Rustin, Rustin's young daughter, is taken captive. As she navigates life among the Oglala, she battles her grief and anger, ultimately forming a complete bond with her captors. Imagine that. Can you imagine that? I mean, like, I don't think I'll be able to form no bond with. I'm trying to get out of here, right? But the unexpected arrival of her cousin, Captain Eugene Rustin, ignites a dramatic clash between her past and present. This compelling narrative delves into the themes of survival, cultural conflict, and personal transformation amidst the unforgiving realities of frontier life. Originally from Vermont, Greg Bruton spent his formative years in Alabama and later in Michigan. Years later, he retired from U.S. Army's 18th Airborne Corps at Fort Bragg, now known as Fort Liberty, North Carolina, as a senior non-commissioned officer. He retired again in civil services after 14 years with the U.S. Postal Service. Greg is an artist, a guitarist, and a writer. He believes these passions should be shared with others. He and his wife, Elizabeth, lives in Northeast Louisiana. So let's welcome on the recorded video our author, Greg Bruton.
Greetings to all. I am pleased to be here to speak about Red Hand's Prize. It's my second book of the series, and I know if you love the frontier and American Indians, you're going to love this book. I can promise you that. First of all, I am Greg Bruton. I'm the author, and I spent many years preparing for this book, primarily learning about American Indians through my childhood and in my adulthood, to make sure that my paintings were authentic as well as my novels. First of all, I wish to show you the book, Red Hand's Prize. By the way, I painted that when I was 15 or 16. Just thought I'd let you know. I'd like to read now a little bit of a summary about the novel, if you don't mind. And that way, you'll have a better and faster understanding of what we're talking about. Red Hand's Prize is a historical novel set during the American frontier. Jason and Melissa Rustin, along with other families, journey westward, but are attacked by Red Hand and his Oglala warriors. Sarah Rustin, their daughter, is taken captive. As she adapts to life among the Oglala, she grapples with grief and extreme anger, forming a complex relationship with her captors. The arrival of her cousin, Captain Eugene Rustin of the 5th Cavalry, brings her past and present into a dramatic conflict. The novel explores survival, cultural conflict, and personal transformation in the middle of the harsh realities of frontier life. That about sums that book up. And I can tell you that you're going to start off liking it, because there's personalities and characters in there that you might recognize sometimes. What inspired me to write this book was the actual fact of a young girl named Sarah Parker, who was captive in a Comanche raid in South Texas. She stayed with the tribe for over 30 years. She bore a son from a warrior. That son turned out to be the Comanche's highest war chief of all time, called Quanah Parker. You may have heard the name. He made history in itself. But I just took that little bit of an inspiration, and I started it off with chapter 1 of Sarah Rustin. And much the same has happened with the massacre by Sioux Indians rather than the Comanche. And they take the little girl, the chief takes the little girl to his lodge, but that was not before he jumped into the wagon to grab her from under her blankets. She came out like a tiger with a paring knife and sliced his leg from thigh to ankle, thigh to nipple. Well, while he was hobbling around trying to find a piece of cloth to cut off the blood supply, he knocked her down up against the bulwark of the wagon train and knocked her out. She fell to the real rough floor. When he finally was ready to leave, he called his warriors together. And one of them bounded in, wanting to kill Sarah Rustin. He told him, "No, this is mine. I have the right, so stay away." And he did. So he grabbed the little girl around the waist, gets off the wagon, throws her up on his pony, and ties her down, her legs and her arms together underneath the pony. And then very cautiously, he jumps astride the pony and called his warriors to, "Let's go home." And that's what they did. When he arrived at the village, he was greeted by his wife, Doe Eyes, Said, what have you brought home? You have never brought home such a captive before. Why have you done this? It is my reason, that he says. So he takes a knife and he cuts the straps holding the little girl on his pony and drags her down to the ground. And then he rustles her out into the lodge and throws her into on the robes and the blankets that they had inside the village, the teepee. Then all heck breaks loose. She jumps up and starts screaming and cursing better than any sailor could do. Now, Red Hand was accustomed to some of the English because they had traders coming in and mountain men come in and trading goods and services. So he had a good inkling of what she was talking about, and it was not flattering at all. The book goes on, and I suppose my favorite part of the chapters of the book was that one right there where he brings her screaming and yelling inside his lodge. His wife and his young daughter Blue Flower, just stands back aghast, wondering what the heck has Dad done now. Well, it soon becomes clear that Dad wants the young white girl to be another sister to Blue Flower and another daughter for him and his wife. And that's what it was all about. Time goes on, and she finally comes down to a calming point, but never completely justified, because the loss of her parents at the type of a savage assault stays with her through years. She never does get over the loss of her parents, and rightly so. So this foments up, it builds up inside her. And she swears to him that she will come into the lodge and she will kill him with his own knife if she can. Well, that brings on a whole new meaning of life for Red Hand and his wife, Doe Eyes. And she walks around exposing her white neck, said, kill me, get that knife out, you stinking blah, blah, blah. And once he pulled the knife out, looks at her white throat, said, nope, puts it back in the sheath, puts it down. Said, what? You're not afraid to kill a white woman? You can kill me just as easy. And it goes on. The banter between the two of them grows to a point where they start enjoying one another. But I don't want to get ahead of all this. I want you to read a lot of this yourself. Some of this story may mirror some of the real story of Sarah Parker with a Comanche. And I created this story in that behalf. I do not know the entire story of Sarah Parker, but I do know that she did not want to leave the tribe, even after Quanah Parker was born. And years later, when Quanah Parker was defeated in combat by the cavalry, she still wanted to remain. And so she did as long as she could. But back to Sarah Rustin. Sarah Rustin was a fighter. She was indeed a scrapper, as you could understand. And she held no bones about it. She was ready to work on somebody twice her weight and 4 times her strength and fighting ability just to prove it wrong. And she did just that when the warriors came in from a raiding party, dragging a cavalry officer to their village. The cavalry officer happened to be this Captain Eugene Rustin, but she didn't know who he was at first. She noticed what was going on over the way where Iron Horse and another warrior called Bear Claw were with his captive staked to the ground. And she goes over, despite the reluctancy of Chief Red Hand. She says, I got to see him. So she went, and they identified each other as cousins, true cousins. And then she turns to Red Hand and she turns to Iron Horse, her main enemy at the time. And I said, I'll fight both of you. You come one step closer, you'll have my knife in your throat. She pulls out her knife and she stands about 4'5", and she's ready to take on a warrior 3 times her weight and 4 times his heavy warrior ability. She holds nothing back. She's scared of nothing, except she does admit one thing later to her new husband years later. She doesn't like snakes. The story goes on. They have a lot of skirmishes between the cavalry and other Indians as well. And on one time, the 2 friends, Iron Horse and Bear Claw, decided to go up to Shoshone country up the northwest and capture Appaloosas, because an Appaloosa is what Sarah Rustin wants if she's going to marry this guy. So they both go up to Shoshone country in the Washington area, and they are able to capture at least 20 Appaloosa horses. They were jubilant. They start trekking back down toward the south where the village is. Well, they got boxed in by a tribe of Flathead Indians who where the horses were stolen, actually. And the Flathead Indians came out yelping and hooting and hollering and trying to kill 2 warriors only, 2 Sioux warriors. Now, Iron Horse was one of them. That's what the story's about as well, and his best friend, Bear Claw. And they thought their meat had been grounded up. And they were down to their last little bit of ammunition, and all of a sudden what they heard in the distance was something that got their attention real quick. It was a cavalryman's charge on a trumpet, of all things. They looked at each other and said, "What is this? Cavalry?" Sure enough, and you can guess who it might have been. You can guess who it was. Captain Eugene Parker with his dragoon of 5th Cavalry. So he came off his horse. He employed his troopers to the right flank and left flank on the ground like an infantry would. They started firing away at the Flathead Indians. Soon they were decimated. And then Captain Parker looked over and said, "Well, you boys, one of you boys got a good marriage coming up. Who might that be?" Iron Horse looked at him and says, "You'll never guess." "I think I can guess," he said. "That's right. And Sarah Rustin has said that she wants to marry me." So there. Now I'm changing the vernacular here just for you, but you can get the drift of it. He is very serious about his new bride coming up, which is Sarah Rustin, because they had fallen in love, and she wanted an Appaloosa. She needed more for her father, Red Hand. He asked for 20. For 18, I'm sorry. He asked for 18, he got 20. And then it goes. As the story goes, Sarah is still caught between 2 cultures, hers and the Indians, where the Indians think nothing of it but to fight others all the time. That's their code of honor. And the warrior is a warrior for the very reason, to fight for his people. And so that culture and tradition continued on while Sarah watched the warriors coming in with blonde scalps on their lances. And so she would run away up on the incline and just sit there and mourn for her father, because she went up there where her father's scalp was buried. I'm telling you a lot. But as you can see, the book holds promise, and it holds a lot of story for you. It holds romance, as I put it, and it holds warriorhood. It holds cultural transitions and cultural opposition, as you might very well guess, between red and white. As you pick up that book, this is going to remind you of what a wonderful book it is, the story behind it, the effort behind it. And there are many chapters that I'm favoring right now, but chapter 1 or chapter 2 is one of my favorites. When Sarah goes off on high heels ready to attack the chief. But I want you to form your own thoughts as you read through this book, because it will have a lasting effect on you. Now, why Red Hand? I made that up. I called it Red Hand's Prize because I had an old watercolor painting held back for over 50 years in a suitcase that I had forgotten about. This was a picture that I used for my cover for the book. And so naturally inclined for Red Hand's Prize. Now, prize? I'm not going to tell you what the prize is. I want you to find out. Because, as my wife said, it brought tears to her eyes. But she can be a romantic when she wants to be. I'll leave with you a good thought to keep in mind. Never be hesitant about learning new things in life. Never hesitate to learn of another's culture, whether it be Indian, Mongolian, Russian, or English colonist. There are always things to learn from other people, despite their ethnicity, their race, their backgrounds, and you can see them on the streets and in the neighborhoods today, just the same thing. And it's always best to draw your conclusions after you've seen what these people can do and have done for America. I urge you to get a copy of this book, and you can find it on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and a few other places. And you're going to walk out. You may have to wait for it to ship to you at a marginal shipping price. But the book goes now for $14.99, soft pack. When the hard copy comes out, it's going to be $27.99. But that softback cover is a keeper. Now, on the back, it has a little bit about me and my experiences in life before I even joined the Army. And then I retired 20 years later. After I left the Army, I went to work for the post office after a year of college. And I went from the post office, I retired again and went to the banking industry while I was teaching and playing guitar at avenues of wherever I could find, such as country clubs, bars, taverns, your next door neighbor's birthday party. I gained a lot of experience in that way too. But my writing started in 1997 when I began writing short stories of myself. And after a while, it got really tiresome to talk about me. So what then I started to do is to take those short stories and a couple of the novels that I'd written about me, turn them into fictional stories and characters. And the characters I came up with represent a lot of the characters that I grew up with and knew, not only in the Army, but in the post office, in the banking industry, and playing from a stage. I hope that you'll consider getting this book. You're going to love it better than molasses pie. And that's all I can say. Enjoy the read, because I guarantee you're going to read it again. It's been my pleasure to speak with you. It's been my delight to sit before you and introduce Red Hand's Prize to you. Thank you.
All right. Did y'all enjoy Gregory Bruton?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, y'all can have a rehearsal. All right, so I'm excited now about this next author that is going to be coming up. I had the pleasure of meeting her at USC in LA. And a beautiful spirit she is, beautiful person she is, none other than Marette Arer. So she has written a book called 30 Pearls of I Do. And boy, does she not have the pearls rocking today, right?
After 30 years of marriage, as it comes to an end, and embrace that every phase of your life is valuable and instrumental in your becoming journey and should be absolutely celebrated if you are blessed to survive it. Amen to that. Marette Arer, a prior information technology consultant for over 20 years, is now lovingly called Lady Million Marette, the IT consultant for women. Lady Million Marette is an empowering speaker and author of several other books, one called The Phenomenal Woman. Along with her companion journey, there shall be glory after this. Yes, indeed. Also, her other book, Unexpected Pathways, The Journeys of Women in the Workplace. And I'm telling you, we definitely need that. So I think that we should all pick that up if you are a woman. Also, her other book, It's All Right to Cry, The Princess Behind the Tears. Amazing. I love that title. She's also a podcast host. You in the Birther, personal branding strategist, brand fashion designer, Mary Kay skin educator, and conscientious consultant from Houston, Texas, who now resides in North Carolina. Houston has kind of been in the house this week. I believe Stephen back there is from Houston as well. She passionately inspires, equips, and supports women in discovering who they are in the midst of their life happenings. Anybody has some life happenings out there? All right, well, look to Marette, she's gonna inspire you a little bit. Pushing past their its and transform themselves from the inside out. She is on a mission to impact and transform the lives of 1 million phenomenal women from the inside out as her imprint on the world. She is also a proud mom of her 17-year-old drummer, who I think has won some competitions here. And I and her son and I are gonna meet up because my son's a drummer too. All righty. Well, let's welcome you guys, Marette Arer.
Great afternoon, everyone.
Great afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Great afternoon, everyone. Come on, loosen up in the room. I am super excited to be here because it is for God I live.
Yes.
And for God I die.
Amen.
I am a God girl. I'm a king's daughter. And I'm super excited to be here on today. And before we get started, I just want to let's give a round of applause to the God that so many of us serve.
Yes.
And that He's had us on his mind, authors.
Amen.
And we cannot take that lightly. Not only did he have us on his mind, he saw fit to bless us and connect us with Reader's Magnet. Today, I also want to give it up for my representative, Mr. Mark Glenn, and my account representative, Ms. Amy. Amy was texting me today saying, you up at 2 o'clock, are you here? I'm like, I'm here, Amy, I'm here. So we want to give it up to all of you all because you all had to say yes to this business. You had to say yes to the calling, and I don't take it lightly when God connects the dots. And I was telling someone on yesterday that we are following him blindly, but guess what? That's what he wants us to do. That's right. Because being an IT software developer for so many years, I never in a million years thought I was, 1, writing a book, number 2, being asked to come somewhere and speak on the book, all right? So let's start there. I also want to give a round of applause to our social media platform, my parents and my family that are watching on today. I cannot go any farther without celebrating the 2 beautiful young women that are here with me on today. Miss Ashley, raise your hand. She is from South Carolina. She flew in this morning. And she is a graduate from one of my 10-week personal and spiritual development programs. And so I'm so honored to have her here with me on today. And my dear friend, I have not seen her in years. She's from Houston, and it's Lisa. She is here. She rearranged her schedule to be here with me on today, and I am so proud. So let's get started. 30 pearls of I do. So as I go through my journey here, As she mentioned, I am an IT software developer, retired from that in 2017, and left Houston in 2002 to pastor a First Church with my husband in South Carolina. And we transitioned from South Carolina in 2005 to North Carolina to pastor a church there. So we've been pastors in the ministry for 20 years. And I must say that in my transition that I faced a lot of challenges and ups and downs. You all have heard Miss Trish talk about the chronicles of being the first lady, all right? So the chronicles of being a pastor's wife. And so I challenged myself to really get to know God. And it was my journey in South Carolina where I really dug deep and said, God, I really need to have a relationship with you for myself. And not based on what my parents taught me and not based on what I saw my parents and my grandmother and everybody go through. And so it is in this journey that this relationship started. And I want you to write this scripture down because it became my theme scripture for my life. John 15:16. And the scripture says that ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you. Not only did I just choose you, but I have ordained you. And the word says that you should bring forth fruit and that your fruit should remain. So I encourage every author that's in here on today, because you have been chosen and because you are carrying a word and your life is a story. This is not the first, this is just the beginning. So don't be surprised when you continue to come back to Reader's Magnet and you have more and more and more books, all right? So I am grateful, as I was stating earlier, for receiving the call from Reader's Magnet. I was completely shocked. I published my book in February in honor of my 30th anniversary of the marriage, and got the call in March and was in LA in April. And so what a mighty God we serve. But it was in this time where I began to deal with some challenges in my life, and that became very nerve-wracking, and it shocked me to my core. You ever been to anything, raise your hand, in life where it shocks you to your core? You don't understand, where did this come from? Where is it going? God, what we doing right now? What's going on with this? It rocked me to my core. And so it was then when I started to realize, you know what? I have a kingdom assignment. This is not about me. Our assignment is bigger than us. It is not about us, but guess what? It, however, absolutely requires every bit of us. Yes. It requires every bit of us. And so it is on this journey I also realized and remember that God does not waste a crisis, right? He will not waste anything that you are going through, anything that you are facing. And what you have to learn to do is give him back his word. Yeah. So I said to myself, God, if you're not going to waste this crisis and you have lowered the edges and allowed for it to hit me, then what we doing? What we doing, all right? So it is in this journey that my first book was born, and it's called Phenomenal, Oh Yes You Are. And then I birthed the podcast that also is called Phenomenal, Oh Yes You Are. Because what I understood is before I went through my own tragedy, I was in a space of all hurting women was always reaching out to me. And I would call my mom in Houston and I'd say, do I have the sign written across my forehead that say I work with hurting women? Like, this is getting to be a bit much. So many women, my congregation women, women in the community, just everybody was like, Miss Usher, can I speak with you? And I'm like, okay. Listeners, and it was just like, whoa, people have gone through so much. Mind you, none of the things they had gone through had I experienced. None of it. And I had to realize that God wanted to use me because I was a willing vessel where he could just pour out into me on what to say to these people. Not only that, because I was helping so many hurting women, it increased my prayer life. I became an intense prayer warrior. Did I not know that him waking me up at 5 in the morning every morning to be a prayer warrior for someone else, it was giving me the fortitude I was going to need for my own storm. So when my storm hit me, it was almost if I could say, I'm ready for this, right? And it was because of that that we then birthed 30 Pearls of I Do. 30 Pearls of I Do came about when a girlfriend of mine, we were talking and we said, oh my God, we're gonna be married 30 years in February, what will I do? And I had to sit in my truth because although I was not able to absolutely celebrate it the way we had planned after all these years of doing something absolutely amazing and fabulous, y'all know I love fabulous things, right? We were not able to do that. I was determined that I was not going to be robbed of what I walked through, the journey, the life lessons that I've learned. And my girlfriend said to me, Marvy, you said I do, and you did. So celebrate that. When I went to sleep that night, the wheels were turning. You know what? I sure did say I do. And you know what? I sure did. I did. So I'm going to celebrate that. And I started seeking God. God, how can I celebrate this? How can I celebrate what I did, what I committed to you, and what I honored? And that's when the book dropped in my spirit. And he gave me the title, 30 Pearls of I Do. So in 30 Pearls of I Do, we talk about not just the journey, but embracing the journey, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I will read a little bit from the cover. This is the back cover here. And it says, on this very day, February 26, 1994, during a very elegant evening in a room full of royal purple bridal satin, black velvet, and of course, exquisite pearls, worn by the bridal party, and a tom-thumb party, lit candles, soft music, I said I do, and meant it with everything within me. Of course I would, right? I was marrying my childhood sweetheart, my personal laughter box, my soulmate, as he often referred to us. Awaiting us was a horse and buggy carriage and an antique car to whisk us off to our beautiful reception at Heaven on Earth venue. We planned a whole year for a beautiful 45-minute ceremony, a horse and buggy ride, fabulous reception ceremony, lots of Waterford and Marquesa Crystal, wedding gifts, and the mentality that we were headed to happily ever after. Until one day, we are signing papers in a family law attorney's office, and I'm asking myself, what in the world has happened, and how did we get here? That part. Phenomenal women, regardless of whichever of the below phases that you may be experiencing in reading this book, my prayer and hope is that you embrace that every phase of your life, it is valuable and instrumental in your becoming journey and should absolutely be celebrated if you were blessed to survive it. The good, the bad, and the outright ugly all will work together for your good. There is absolutely life after the closure of a major chapter in your life. Even if the chapter has covered most of your lifespan, you do have a next. The most important takeaway is to ensure that God has his rightful place in your life, and he promises to be with you every step of the way, even in the moments when you need to be carried. I've learned and experienced that God will graciously escort you out of anything when he says it's time. And he will gracefully escort you royally into your next, your greater, all for his glory. Let's take a journey through some valuable lessons I've learned and walked through in my 30-year marriage. So the book was written to, if you are contemplating getting married, if you've already said I do, if your I do just happened to be tested, now your I do has been absolutely jeopardized, and then in and when your I do turns to I did. In each of these pearls, I also provide mindful work. So I want people to understand that as you read my book, it's not a whole lot about the story of what happened. Yeah. People like to always want to know all the details about what happened, but I have been determined that no matter what people hear, no matter what people may learn, you have to understand that they may learn your story, but at the end of the day, all God wants them to see is his glory. And so how will you embrace, how will you walk through every it that may happen in your life? And all of us have an it. Yeah. You just don't know what it is yours. Yeah. And what I have had to understand and embrace, that when you have been chosen, as much as my family hates what I've had to walk through, I have said to them, I was chosen for this, and I'm it. Yeah. So what you determine to do with your it is totally guided by him. And so I would just give you some of the pearls. What's so amazing is when I wrote the pearls, I started documenting the pearls and what I've learned in my 30-year journey. Yeah. And when I decided how I wanted to organize in the book, he gave me those 5 categories. And what was so phenomenal was within those 5 categories, I was like, okay, so God, where do I put all the pearls? When I tell you when God has his hands on something, it just folds in together. So when I sat down to organize each of the pearls, a pearl slid into its very own category seamlessly. So under contemplating I do, one of my favorite ones is seek for a purpose partner. This was a phrase that Pastor Mike Todd said. You know, we get married for a lot of things, and even though it can be a childhood sweetheart or whatever, when you're seeking God, you want to seek for a purpose partner. That's what I tell my singles, okay? When you said I do, one of the pearls is be sure that you are growing while you're supporting. Yeah. In ministry, we can support. Even if your husband's in business, or vice versa, men and women, you can support. But just remember that while you're supporting your loved one, make sure you are continuing to grow. When you said I do and it's been tested, remember, men and women, or especially women, you are the chosen one. Girlfriend, you carry the favor. What does the word say? He that findeth the wife, what? Findeth a good thing and obtain what? Favor. So you are the favor. Act like it. I'm the favor. Act like it. All right? In the next one, when your pearl is tested, you understand you can't change anyone. That's right. No one. Men, women, you cannot change them. When you have been jeopardized, your marriage has been jeopardized, whatever you're going through, my favorite one is quietly handle being mishandled. We're not bleeding all over social media. We're not telling everybody. Find a place in God and quietly be mishandled. You don't have to respond to anything. You don't have to give an explanation for anything. Quietly mishandle being mishandled. Quietly handle it. Love it, love it. When your I do turns to I did, you have to embrace, girl, you are still winning. Even when it looks like and when it feels like you're losing, you are still winning. Do not participate in self-sabotage. Now, if you want to go down, I will step out of the way and let you go down all by yourself. Right? When your I do has turned to I did, embrace that you were just caught in a crossfire. You were just caught in a crossfire. Lastly, remember, you are still phenomenal. Yes, you are still phenomenal. I spent my first 10 years in North Carolina working with women in homeless shelter. That's how Phenomenal Woman itself was birthed. Because I said, coming from Houston, big city, you know, we do things big in Houston. Fabulousness. And I said, who remembers the woman in the homeless shelter who just may have made a wrong decision or could be in the homeless shelter at the hand of someone else? So I started 10 years working with women in the homeless shelters to remind them, you are absolutely still phenomenal. And lastly, I want you to celebrate your commitment. Whatever you have committed to you in your life, make sure you celebrate it. It can be bad. It had ups and downs, but guess what? Find a way. What did they teach us? Find a way to be happy. Find a way to celebrate. Out of that, both of my books and my podcast birthed my 10-week program that is called the You and You Experience. And the You and You Experience is simply 10 weeks of me walking women through life-happening situations to help them get to healing. Help them to understand that it's not the end of the world. And if you survived it, that means God wants to use it for something. He wants to use it to bring life and manifestation in someone else's life. And so in those 10 weeks, we talk about self-love and self-care as a crucial foundation. We talk about the importance of letting it go. You're it. You gotta let it go, and you have to walk in forgiveness. We talk about knowing who you are. You touched on it a bit yesterday. When you know who you are, you don't receive anything that people do to you and that how they treat you. Knowing your self-worth and your self-value. We talk about embracing to whom you belong to. We are king's daughters. We are king's sons. So we should act like it, and we should require such treatment from other people. We talk about understanding what your it is all about in your life. It has a purpose. It has a reason. It's part of your story. Embrace the truth about it and figure out how you're going to turn it around and make it for your good. Lastly, we talk about pushing past your it. How do you get to your other side? I was just in my room counseling a participant on yesterday, and I said, the reason you keep starting and stopping, the reason you keep falling is because you do not have a clear glimpse of what's on your other side.
Yeah.
When you get a glimpse of what's on the other side and whose life you can impact, even when you have low days, that should be enough to resonate within your spirit for you to continue to push forward for what's on your other side. Birthing something to share others with God. Lastly, God made you great. Look at your neighbor and tell them, God made you great. He made you great. And everybody that's connected with me, I tell them, He made you great, and I'm going to require you to be great. In order for you to get through life and get through your ends, you have to maintain a mentality of, I can't stop, won't stop, don't stop. Can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. I don't care how tough it is. You have to make that determination. Birth all and die empty. My family says, what are you doing now? I said the next thing God put in my spirit to do, because I'm determined that when I close my eyes and people attend my service, they will say, one thing we know about Lady Amelia Marvia is she died empty. Yeah. I did everything God put in my heart to do. Amen. And I'm asking you, have you done that? Are you doing that? Are you thinking about that? Doing everything. And all of my participants, when they come out, they wear my shirt. I'm so glad, man, I didn't bring it with me. My shirt that says, my pain paid me. Lord, man, I say every pain, every tear, every cry, every sleepless night, it's going to be tied to a dollar sign. Yes, ma'am. Now, your pain has to pay you. Your pain has purpose. And your purpose has the ability to create wealth. Yes. My ultimate desire is to see every woman healed, not just healed, but for her to see her whole, where she can unleash her God-given talents and abilities, that whatever she dealt with, from the pain, from the setback, from the trauma, yes, she can create something to birth, yes, that she can use it to create her own wealth. Yes. From her setback, from her pain, and from her trauma. I want to remind you, your faith has nothing to do about what you're doing now. Your faith, it's not about your now. Your faith is about where you're going. That's right. Sometimes we don't even understand that Satan knows more about us than we do. Well, he knows you're super bad. He knows you have something on the other side. And if he can keep you distracted over what someone did to you, then you miss out on everything he has for you. When I say an abundant life, I'm giving everything. Amen. I'm not leaving nothing on the table. Yeah. Nothing on the table. So, any questions? Any questions? Anything you're curious about? Comments? I'm opening the floor.
Can you compare how you felt when you started?
I will say, when I first started writing the book, I was super excited because I was like, oh my God, I have something to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate this. But let me tell you, when I sat down and started writing the chapters, the pearls, you go through every emotion possible. So as I was writing it, I did find it to be very therapeutic and healing for me. But I came off of social media for about a month, but I was really ready to wrap it up. I came off of social media. I kind of shut down all my surroundings. I didn't go to any networking meetings. Because I didn't know what kind of space I was going to be in. Because I knew I was going to be going back over things, okay? And you got to remember, I'm talking about someone I met at 4. Family, best friends, travel together, high school sweetheart, all this. So I'm trying to write this and unpack, not just 30 years of marriage, but I'm unpacking almost 50 years of a connection. So I went through every emotion. Now, I think I've probably read my book probably 10 times. I just keep picking it up and reading it, and I get something new out of it each time that I read it, okay? And so now I'm on a different side, and I operate from a space of, this book is not about me. It is, how can I help you? And the reason I even asked God on each pearl, you share with me what aspects of my personal journey need to be in the book, okay? But then ultimately, I want a woman to pick this up who's single, married, in trouble, on the way out for divorce, already divorced, but being able to pick it up and have some tools, some mindful work to do, where she can come out healed, whole, and on the other side. Because at the end of the day, it's not about my story.
Yeah.
Her story being as heavy and painful as it is, have you intentionally taken the moments to reflect on the positive transitions that you're going through in spite of?
Absolutely. I'm very intentional about positivity around me right now. One of the things that I do is I shut my life down every weekend, and on Saturday and Sunday, I have what's called Self-Love Saturday and Self-Care Sunday. And I intentionally go into the lake and be by myself. And I have Vision Day, and I just allow God to minister to me and support me, because what I have embraced now is that I have a mantle over my life that is going to impact and change the nation. There are women that are going through things, and me being a pastor's wife for so many years, I knew the women in my church that were going through things. I'm heavily involved in my community, and I do a lot of things in my community with women. And so I have to unplug weekly.
Yeah.
To refill me, because I don't know what I'm gonna face Monday through Friday.
Yes.
And I teach women, if you're gonna be giving out, you have to be able to receive and be poured back into, and be very intentional about the positive in your life. So I lead a very no nonsense life. If you have trauma, I have to release you. And I politely and respectfully tell you, you're not a good fit for me.
Do you feel like your pearls of wisdom gave you peace?
Yes. Yes. And when you're going through your it's, as I was going through my it, there are a couple things I asked God for every day. And it was, God, I can take this journey with you as your king's daughter. But number one, if you give me peace, if you give me emotional stability, because I still have to function. You give me emotional stability, if you give me sleep at night. Those are the three things I ask for on a daily basis: peace, emotional stability, and to be able to sleep at night. And I said, if you can give me those three things, every time I show up, I am going to represent you well.
Yes.
And he is faithful, because he did just that. Amen. Any more questions from our man over there? None. I'm telling you what a phenomenal woman she is, and what a phenomenal job she did. And I am proud to say that she is my sister. I'm telling you, girl, you had me over there jumping, my belly was leaping and all that stuff. But when you find someone who is kindred spirit like you, your baby ought to leap. How many babies out there began to leap? All right, 2, 3. All right, so we're going to make it jump some more. Listen, I want you to touch somebody and say, you are phenomenal. You are phenomenal. What you got? I just have a call to action. If you know someone who is in an it, if you're in an it, I want you to text the number 281-808-1704 and type in your name and confab. 281-808-1704. And type the word confab and your name, and I will reach out to you and give you a personal invitation to my Insightful Discoveries webinar. You can also check out the podcast, and you can also find me on my website. All right? Are you becoming? Yeah. Who you need to become, so that you have the capacity to do what you need to do, so that you can live the life that God has designed for you. Lady Moody Market. All right. I love it.
Amazing, 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 my friend. I'm so super proud of you and all of your accomplishments and what God is continuously doing in and through your life. And I'm telling you, blessings, blessings, blessings be upon everything that you set your hands to do, my friend. So we're going to go on now to our next author, who is going to be coming on live in the person of Dr. Susan Koston. We had an opportunity of seeing her over yesterday briefly, and so we're going to listen to her today as she comes on. And the name of her book is Giving is Not Just for the Very Rich, a how-to guide for giving and philanthropy. A valuable resource for you. Giving is not just for the very rich. It's an inspiring, easy-to-use guide that gives you numerous creative ideas on how to reap the many benefits of giving. It's all about your feeling connected to worthwhile programs, achieving a sense of purpose, a deriving immeasurable pleasure from helping others. Dr. Susan Koston offers you reasons to give. How many of you need some reasons to give out there? Are y'all cheerful givers out there? Do we have any cheerful givers out there? All right, that's what I want to hear. Considers values and concerns and advises you how to give wisely. She presents you with examples from the wealthiest donors, innovative givers, social entrepreneurs, celebrities, government officials, nonprofit professionals, volunteers, and social media networkers to help you zero in on major areas for your giving. She reviews religious philanthropy, education K through 12, higher education, science and health, arts and culture, sports, multi-purpose umbrella organizations, awards, and international aid. Finally, she knows and shows you how to evaluate charities, make choices, and realize your commitments. So let's receive virtually Dr. Susan Koston. Where's your music? All right.
Hello, I am so delighted to be here because from the other authors I've heard, you're very concerned with helping people. And that's what really counts. I mean, the message is the more you give to others, the better you'll feel. Instead of saying, oh, no one cares about me, I'm all alone, or life is so hard and somebody has so much more than I do. These are things you don't have to say. It's just the opposite. The more you give to others, and this can be just a thank you, words, a smile, whatever it is that you feel like doing, it's an attitude. I don't know about you. People are always telling me I'm a positive person because I love finding out about others, encouraging them, and where it's appropriate, giving to them or urging them to give to others. So there's a lot about giving. And here's a whole handbook for you. You say, oh, where should I give? What can I do? And everything. Well, look at this neat book that you can look for the answers to your questions. Giving is not just for the very rich. And look at this illustration. You see, the hands are out for giving, not just for taking. It's a whole attitude in life. And you know what? It makes life so much more enjoyable. So what's it all about? Well, we're going to review the major points for 15 minutes, and then you are invited to ask questions or make comments or whatever, because I'd love to know what you think. That's very much a part of this whole process. Why can altruism, helping others, give you pleasure? We all know the pleasure oh yes, someone took me to a party, and someone took me on vacation, someone did this for me, everything to do for you. No, sometimes by giving to others, by being concerned about improving the world, you feel even better than when someone does something for you. So let's think about that. People who give are usually happier than those who do not. All these studies, and I won't go into the scientific quotations or anything, but it's the basic ideas that are so appropriate for you, and that is people who are givers are more likely to say they're very happy than those who don't give, who don't care about anyone else. The same way volunteers are happier than non-volunteers. If you have children in school and you help the school, if you know people who are in the hospital, you help the hospital. If you know older people, you do what you can for them. When you know young children, well, of course, you want to make them feel good and prepare them for life. So this is how you get helpers high. Now, what are the major features of American philanthropy? Do you know that Americans are the most generous people in the world? Much more than the British, much more than the French. Now, it's not only because they're so virtuous, but also because in those many countries, the governments pay for philanthropic institutions, for hospitals and schools and so forth. So there's less need for private people to add to the funds. But still, when you go to your place of worship, don't you feel a desire to help other people, help family members, to help other co-religionists and people who are not like you? Anyone who is suffering, when you think about even now, oh, this is a terrible time. You know, when the Russians attacking the Ukrainians, all over the world, there are problems. There are injustices. And you sit there, you know, and you can be very angry. Why does this have to take place? But it's not enough to be angry. Always look for positive ways to help others by giving to different organizations, schools, charities. There's always so much to do. So the question is, which ones to give it to? And this is where the guide can help you, because we give you different areas that need assistance. And the idea is give wherever you can, but choose maybe 3 charities, 3 causes, or whatever it is, something that you can manage. And then do whatever you can, because no, it's not just the giving, it's being part of a network of other people, and you feel the same way. And you intertwine with them, you become very friendly because you are glad that they care the way you do. But very, very important, beware of scams. Too many people will say, oh, give me money, I'll take care of this, that. How do you know they will? Fortunately, there are organizations that evaluate different causes. And we have a whole chapter about that. I mean, in just a small space, we give you the answers or the way to answer many of the important questions. And that makes it easier. So it's fun to read about the very wealthy givers and how much they are giving. You know, I mean, an example would be Michael Bloomberg, who first established a special school at Johns Hopkins University, and now he's established a fund for students, medical students, to attend the university and not have to pay. And there are some other people who've done this. It's absolutely marvelous. You know, Amazon, Jeff Bezos. Well, he started everything with his wife, whom he later divorced, but she, Mackenzie Scott, has devoted her life not to society events, but rather to doing research on maybe unknown organizations, but those that are working diligently to really care for young people or for old people or whatever it is. There are always causes. And when you're someone like Mackenzie Scott, then you do the research. You don't just say, oh, well, I'll give, you know, when I'm ready. No, you want to know more about the organization, who is running them, what are their purposes, what have they accomplished, what have they instituted that's unusual, new, different. There's some, that you see, that's just why I love doing this, because some people may want to read about liars and cheats and how did so-and-so make so much money and what's he do? No, they who want to read about it, go right ahead. You want to get into some scam? Go right ahead. But not for me, and I hope not for you, because there's so much to care about, and there's so much to admire among the people who show that they care, and they're doing whatever they can at whatever level. You know, some people don't have any money, or they're struggling to pay the rent, or whatever it is. Are they not worth something? No, they're worth a lot. I don't know about you, but whenever I meet someone, I always say, oh, where are you from? What are your interests? What have you been doing? Really? Oh, that sounds great. Tell me more. And in the process of drawing people out, find out a lot about them and the causes, and have this wonderful feeling of creating a relationship. Instead of people feel, I feel so lonely, you know, no one cares about me. I have to take drugs and all these other unfortunate things that we read about all the time. No, much better to look for good people, to encourage them, to help them if we can, and to say this is the way life should be. Yes, there are wars and attacks and terrible things going on and people getting sick and one thing after another. But when people help each other, when they give of their concern and then try to figure out ways to do something significant, you know, through an organization or a fund or whatever, everyone feels better. This is what we want to encourage. This is what we want to multiply, not the people who take advantage of others. It's really very sad. But fortunately, we have a guide for you to find out which are the organizations that are legitimate, which are the ones that are doing the most, how could I join them? It's really great. And if you can go to Amazon or Barnes & Noble or other bookstores or to Reader's Magnet to get the book and to build upon it. That's the whole idea. And, you know, when you become interested in a certain cause or organization or whatever, then you work on it. And then you meet other people, and they're concerned also. And somehow you're surrounded by the kind of people you really want to know, and you help each other, you encourage each other, you give more to each other. And if you have any questions, because once you get started, there's always so much more to do, then you come back to the book and you can read about other causes if that's what you like, or concentrate on one or two. But the main thing is, the more you give to others, the better you feel yourself. Instead of saying, oh, I want this and I want that for myself, it's amazing that by doing more for others, you often feel better than the other way. Now, question. We've used up our time. So, do you have questions? Do you have comments? Please let me hear from you right now, and then everybody else can hear from you.
Anybody got any questions over in the audience for our author? Questions?
I have a question. Have you ever regretted giving to a charity, and why?
Have you ever regretted? I haven't regretted. Has anyone here regretted giving to a charity? You see, if you do the research, first you choose your causes, and then you look around at the organizations that are helping them, and then you try contributing. It doesn't have to be a lot, just a little bit. And then what happens? How do they use the funds you give them? And how do they put you to work so that you can help other people? And if there's a positive interaction, then it's a good cause. And if you are suspicious and you don't like the way things are being run, or it turns out the people who are at the head of the organization are taking a lot of the funds for themselves and not giving enough to others, then you get very wary, and you pull away. You don't have to. Who is forcing you to give? We want you to give where you feel you're being appreciated and your contributions are helping people. That's the whole idea. Other questions?
Just to clarify, Dr. Susan, did you say that there are a listing of organizations in your book?
I'm sorry.
Did you say that there are listings?
There are listings of organizations in your book?
Definitely. In every category. Oh my, yes. What are you interested in? Let's get started. What are you interested in?
Women. Hurting women.
Absolutely. Oh my, we have a lot to do. I mean, just the question of abortion now in the elections, this is really something. And I was just reading today that in Afghanistan, women are forced to be quiet, to wear clothes that keep them in. They're not allowed to go to school. They're not allowed to participate in anything. Thank God in America, there are many places where you can participate. Unfortunately, there's some, as you know, there's some hierarchical groups or whatever where women have to stay in the background. I don't know about you. I fought this all my life, and things have improved, but not everywhere and not every place. And this gives us something to do. We may have a woman president. Let's see what happens. But it is possible for women to work hard and to advance and to have meaningful activities for themselves and for others.
Where did you start?
When did you start your charity works?
Oh, when I was 9 years old, of course. because I have a wonderful father, and he always gave, especially collections of books to university libraries. And he would tell me about it, and he would bring me to some of the organizations where he was on the board. And there I was, 9 years old, 10 years old. But I was so interested, and I often had questions, and I'd raise my hand, and they'd call on me. Well, it's very good practice, not to talk too long, but to get to the heart of the matter and to ask questions about it so that other people can also think about what's really important. And then I've been doing it the rest of my life. I'm never going to retire. And I feel so young. It's just marvelous. I feel as if I'm 9 or 10 years old again, but also a little bit older because, I did go through college and a university and get a PhD and become a professor and do all kinds of things. But the main thing is always to be interested in others and to figure out, if you can, or ask questions about how to improve the situation. Who else? Come on, let's hear.
What do we have? Okay. How did you come up with the idea of writing this really useful book? Did it involve lots of research and connections to organizations?
Yes, because I've always been interested in giving, as you can tell from the age of 9, but it's not enough to be interested. If you have time, it's good to do research and ask what are the principal categories? How can we give? And this is all in the book. Do you know which is the biggest category of giving? It's religion. But religion, it's all encompassing, includes all kinds of social activities and so forth, and education, and the arts, and music, and theater, and everything. Oh, there's so much to care about and to do research on. And again, this is why I say I never will retire. I'll never get bored, because there's always something new to learn and people to meet so that one can expand one's knowledge and one's spectrum of friends. Now, the question, did it involve lots of research? Of course, but it doesn't have to.
Oh, Susan, do you have a favorite organization that you give to?
Yes. Columbia University, the School of International and Public Affairs. I've established an award there, which started out as an award for the best essay when I didn't have that much money. And then I was in business, so I had more money. And now we give an annual award to people who are going out. This is SEPA, Columbia, has students from all over the world. And now it has workshops that go to many different places all over the world. And the faculty allocates the fellowships for these programs. I wouldn't dare myself, because I don't know enough, always be modest. But if there are people who are working, the faculty members and the administration and so forth, that are working on this all day, every day, they know a bit more. And it means being able to find people who are doing something unusual that hasn't been done before, and then rewarding them, and then publicizing this so that more people will do something. It's very exciting, because it never ends. And you too can do that. You can give a prize in school or the college you went to, wherever it is. There's so much we can do. It's great. Next question.
Yes. I just wanted to, I gather you're a graduate of Columbia, or at least given money to Columbia.
Both.
In the current day environment with Columbia's handling of anti-Semitism on campus, are you putting your donations on hold until that reverses? Or are you continuing to give donations despite what's going on with their current handling of anti-Semitism on campus?
I have spent my life supporting Jewish causes. I was a professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. I certainly abhor anti-Semitism, but there are programs that I've started that are very useful. It just happens that the dean of SIPA is an Israeli, and that she is very friendly with the dean of the Princeton School of International Affairs, who is a Muslim. And yes, the negative stories get publicity, but behind the scenes, there are many situations where people of different backgrounds come together and try to improve the world, try to help new generations of students and faculty and so on.
I'm not sure you answered my question. Are you continuing to donate or wait, using the leverage of your donations to reverse their current stand on and policies on anti-Semitism on campus?
They can, except that most of my contributions are endowed, so I can't just yank them out. But I rather meet with people and fight anti-Semitism. Why not? All my life, I've chosen to be Jewish. I became an Israeli citizen. I really care a great deal, but I don't like to take actions that are very dramatic. And when, fortunately, the deans and the presidents, whatever, of the university are saying, calm down, and we will deal with this, we will discuss it, we will try to improve the situation, rather than just yanking money out.
It's reasonable, but it's a new semester, and the first 2 days have been filled with demonstrations, and they that are anti-Semitic in nature, and they haven't done anything about it that I could, at least not visibly, that the public could see.
Well, I don't know about you. I read the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. The Journal is really better about this, but they do give examples of things looking better. And the main thing is to stop demonstrations and to the trying, don't let certain people take over buildings or do something very dramatic. And better that they should understand, the whole idea of education is to learn to listen to other people and to find ways to cooperate with them if at all possible. Question?
Right on here to our next.
Thank you.
And so that's
Thank you, Susan.
Pete Black.
Thank you so much.
Angel. Retired from the Brownsburg Police Department after 27 years. He served 24 years in the U.S. Army Reserves, National Guard, and active duty, finishing his time as a drill sergeant at Fort Benning, Georgia. Pete loves martial arts, playing the piano, playing the piano, and is an avid chess player and performs stand-up comedy. Pete Black is incredibly talented and can do anything except fix stuff and keep a woman.
Well, eat. I'm gonna leave that alone.
I'm gonna move the stuff. I like to move around. Should I use this mic or what?
That's both actually. Let me go. Sorry.
I'm coming out here. I'm going right into the crowd. We can forget the mic, might go all M&M on you here.
That's the microphone. So, you know. I've got to do what? Hey, thank you so much. Wow, that's sensitive. Thank you so much for taking your most precious resource, which is your time, and allowing me to talk for 30 minutes here. Just want to thank you for making this so easy. You know, you can walk me on how to use the mic. This has been very surprising. Most of all, the amount of how many devout people there are in their faith. And I find that extremely inspiring, and I love that. Starting right off, you can pick up on this pretty quick. This is my last few weeks of being 55, which is absolutely awesome.
Really?
Yeah, we're moving into another year. And for the longest time, my biggest passion was competition fighting. Absolutely. I've been into martial arts since the 7th grade. Have always been a huge fan of that kind of discipline. A few years ago, my kids took me aside. They said, "Hey, Dad, you can't climb in the ring anymore. You've got way too many wrinkles on your butt. You've got to find a new hobby." So I started doing stand-up comedy. So some of that's going to be coming out during my talk here today. I do have an outline that hopefully keep me online. Sometimes I'll go off the edge there on stories. A little bit about myself. I think every story, there's a bit of the author in it. There has to be. So I barely graduated from high school in 1986 out of a class of only 98 students at Mount Vernon High School. That's in the farmlands of Indiana. I was ranked 96th. And we had one kid in the hospital and one in jail. And if it wasn't for those two, I probably would have come in dead last. All I wanted to do was just get into the military. I just felt like, man, once I'm in the military, I grew up on Army bases. My father retired out of the military. It's a lifestyle I understood. So I rushed off to the military, 18 years old, right to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. 18th Airborne Corps, as one of our speakers was talking about earlier. When you arrive at your first duty station, they hand you what they call a dream sheet. And they say, where do you want to go in this world? Being 18, I wanted to be challenged. I wanted as many obstacles as I could be thrown in front of me. I said, send me someplace so horrible, nobody wants to be there. And the desk sergeant was like, that's the kind of motivation we want to hear. So they left me at Fort Bragg for 3 years. So that's how that went. After 3 years, I came home, and I was honestly thinking about becoming an accountant. I always loved that numbers don't lie, unlike words. I found numbers to be extremely honest, so I really think about being an accountant. I signed up for night courses, and while I was waiting for the night courses to start, I took a job as the site security supervisor, unarmed security, at the city market downtown Indianapolis, right across from the city county building. My first day on the job, I was there 15 minutes, had a multiple shooting and stabbing. If you need another account of this story, the love of my life, Michelle, right there, she had dropped me off for my first day of work and was walking around with her little sister around the city market at that time. What had happened was a young lady by the name of Teresa was across the street at the city county building, and she was filing charges against her boyfriend, Robert McCorvy. When she emerged from the city county building, Robert was waiting for her, shot her 4 times in the back with a .25 caliber pistol. She ran across the street after being shot into the city market, where I'm being trained by Matt. Matt says to me, Pete, you're going to love working here and nothing ever happens. I'm like, that's my kind of job.
10 seconds later, we hear a blood-curdling scream because Robert chased down Teresa in the city market, grabbed a butcher knife off one of the counters, and now repeatedly stabbing him. I can only assume that he thought we were IPD because in 1990, our uniforms were just as crappy as theirs. He takes off running. I run right into Teresa. She is a big bloody mess. She looks at me. She says, "Help me." I sat her down, put her back against the wall, trying to control the blood that was coming out of her back. I told her, "Hey, my name's Pete. I'm going to be taking care of you until the paramedics get here. Don't you worry about a thing. I got this. It's no problem." Every time I put direct pressure on one wound, more blood came out of another. It was absolutely horrific. She was in shock. She was not in any pain. She was asking me random questions. She asked me, "Was I shot?" I said, "Yeah, you were shot, but it's not bad. I get shot like this all the time. It's no big deal. I got this." She then asked me about her mom. She said, "Is my mom here?" I said, "Your mom's outside talking to the police." She said, "Everything's great. Don't even worry about it." I didn't know her mom was, okay? I'm looking at this girl. I've never seen so much blood in all my life. And all I'm thinking is, "Lady, I'm sorry. You're sliding into home, but I'm going to talk real sweet to you until you walk towards the light." At this point in time, Robert steps out from behind a van with a gun, and he engages the police, and he loses that fight. He's dead on the scene. The paramedics finally arrive. I always say finally. They were there in 15 minutes. The paramedics were there longest 15 minutes that you can imagine. And as soon as they arrived, they took control of Teresa. She flatlined, which I was totally expecting. They managed to get a pulse out of her, and they got her off to the hospital, where I expected her to be dead on arrival. 3 days later, she's giving an interview on Channel 8. Absolutely amazing. I was totally calm through the entire scenario. I was either working with Teresa, I was answering questions by the police, filling out forms, doing all this other stuff. I still remember the echo when the last detective left. And they cleaned the whole crime scene up in 2 hours. If they had dead suspect, they cleaned it up in just 2 hours. There was a huge echo when the door slammed after the last detective. And it's just me and Matt in this big, huge building. And then I was like, "Oh, okay." And I looked down and I noticed I'm covered in blood. And I sat down on the floor, had a massive adrenaline dump right there. I learned 3 things that day. Number one, anything can happen anywhere at any time. And should not make you paranoid, it should make you awake. Number 2, it is never over. As long as you've got breath in your lungs, you're in the fight, okay? And Teresa actually taught me a lot that day about I had given up on her. Thank goodness Teresa hadn't. And I was at least smart enough not to speak it out loud. To just say, "Hey, no, we're good, we got this, looking great, we're gonna run some laps here after you drink some water." And then the third thing I learned was I was going to find a career where I could stop things like that from happening, or at least take more of an active role. And that's when I started getting involved in law enforcement. Now, again, the 96th ranking student at Mount Vernon High School was not in odds-on favor to become a police officer. And I got my first job with the Capitol Police Department there in Indianapolis. Immediately called my dad. I said, "Hey, Dad, I got picked up by the police department." He goes, "Well, keep your mouth shut and I'll come bond you out." It's like, "No, I got a cop job." And he's like, "Who would hire you as a cop?" And I said, "Well, Capitol would." So after that, I went to the police academy, Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, 1992. My roommate was from the Branchburg Police Department, just 8 miles west of Indianapolis. I rode with a lot of different police departments, and I really loved how the Brownsburg officers treated the public. That was the key that brought me in, that kind of professionalism. Because police departments, you make the relations with your community. Okay, if you treat them well, guess what? They're going to remember that. You treat them poorly, they're going to remember that too. Brownsburg did an amazing job of treating the public well. I had 27 years with them, absolutely wonderful. I got to do so many things. Some of these things sound really exciting, but I'm going to lay out the absolute truth. For example, I was the first SWAT team sniper for Brownsburg. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Okay, let's talk about the truth of being a SWAT team sniper. That means that they put me in a bush during a rainstorm to watch a meth lab. And then when the bad guys come home, I call the SWAT team, who's nice and warm in the back of the SWAT van, drinking hot cocoa and watching YouTube videos. And I go, hey, the bad guys are here, do your thing. So they leap out, they throw flashbangs, they handcuff people, they high-five each other, they get medals, I get pneumonia, we call it justice. Okay, that's the truth of it. So, but it was my experiences that really got me into writing. My last job with Brownsburg Police Department was public relations. Absolutely loved it. And I was trying to get it so that we would bring road officers off the road for a period of time, get them into public relations. All an officer sees is somebody on their worst day. You know, let's get them in a position where they're seeing people on their best day. And the best thing I did in law enforcement was I started a police and fire summer camp. A week-long program. Sometimes we had 2 or 3 of these every year, absolutely free for kids. And we coincide with the fire department. And so every year we had these police and fire camps. Let me tell you, moms are vicious about getting a child into a summer camp. Oh my goodness, these smart moms would just like bring their child up. And so I had to look them in the face and deny them. But, you know, it's Billy's lifelong dream to be at this camp. He said it, lifelong dream. But, you know, they knew I wasn't going to refuse them. Some acted like they were trying to get their kids on Schindler's List, you know. Sure, you have room for Mamiska. No, I don't have room for Mamiska, but the Nazis will get them. That's like, no, this is summer camp. We'll just sign them up for next year. It's going to be all right. Moms are vicious. So, but I love public relations. Had Explorer programs, women's self-defense programs, summer camps, did all this stuff, work in the schools, and then 2020 hit. When the pandemic hit, guess what happened to all my public relations programs? Everything got put on hold or disintegrated. I went into a severe depression. I was used to being out with the public, spreading all this positivity, and now I'm trying to do a couple things on Zoom, and it's not working out. I got pretty much locked down at home with nothing to do. Like I said, went into this state of depression. I drank for 4 days. Every day got up, boosted up, passed out, got up the next day. Did this for 4 days straight. On the 5th day, I woke up and was absolutely disgusted with myself. I love Stoic philosophy. And one of the major laws of Stoic philosophy is things happen for you. They do not happen to you.
Yeah.
I was not smart enough or brave enough to notice the opportunity that I had there in front of me. And I was like, you will never have this kind of time again. What you are going to do is you're going to sit down, you are going to write something that is powerful, positive, and uplifting. And I totally knocked it out of the park with this first book here, Cage. I put myself on a strict regimen of working out. I made myself read every day. I made myself write every day. I made myself practice Spanish. I love chess. I'll sit down there and play chess. So some 6-year-old Chinese kid just beats me. Never mind. Only thing that gets on my skin is like, Juan, beat you. I went into a writing frenzy and actually wrote the entire story in 11 days. I was writing 10 hours a day, and it was awesome. I've had writing frenzies, and then I've also hit walls. So if you've hit walls, I'm right there with you. If you've had frenzies, yeah, those are the best times to write. So I wrote the story out in 11 days. And then I found out what every writer absolutely has to have, an honest friend. I've got one mom, okay? I don't need any more moms. Mom will tell me, yes, that picture of Santa with 6 fingers is an absolute masterpiece. Did not need that. So I went to my friend David Pye. David will tell me if this is a piece of crap. He read it and said, Pete, this is the most awesome thing ever written by a 4th grader. Find it out. Learn how to write. So I was like, absolutely. So sent it to an editor. Editor totally ripped it apart. And then I was like, maybe I should have sent it to Mom. No, editor totally made it better. I added some chapters that I didn't even think I could write, and absolute favorite part of the book now. The premise of Cage is I've got and I write all fiction. I love action, drama, romance. And in this one, I've got a police officer in Nevada who gets called to a fatality accident, cannot handle what he sees, and just walks off and starts directing traffic. I've got another character who is trying to handle his anger issues by cage fighting. I've got a lady and her son who are trying to escape an abusive relationship. And I've got a rich guy who's trying to make amends for something horrible that he did. I bring all the characters together, stuck the landing, everybody cries and reads it. What I really loved was I sent it to a buddy of mine. We were drill sergeants together. He called me up and cussed me out. He said, I read that thing on the plane and had to go to the bathroom and angry cry. He goes, I've known you for 10 years and I've never heard, we were on the trail together as drill sergeant. He goes, all you've ever done is yell, filthy crotch jokes and stuff like that. And now you give me this actual piece of hard drama. And so that kind of certified that, yeah, I have arrived. The writing, the writing journey of actually blew me away. I had never written anything really seriously before. I've written a bunch of short stories, mainly for like guys on my department or for my kids or whatever. And I watched a lot of interviews with like J.K. Rowling and Stephen King and stuff like that. And I listened to J.K. Rowling when she would talk about how attached she got to her characters and how emotional she got when she had to kill one of them in her stories. And at the time I was like, that's kind of childish. And then lo and behold, I'm writing Cage, tears running down my face, and I'm like, everybody, you don't know it yet, but you're going to be all right. I'm going to get you out. And I said, oh, wow, that just felt like a complete idiot. But you get really invested in the characters, and I was really loving it. Now, on top of that, one of the things I love most about Cage, I've got one F-bomb in here, okay? And I'm big on trying to write clean. It's at a pivotal moment where no other word will work. Then I started writing Templar, and while I'm writing that one, I'm like, oh my goodness, these guys cuss a lot. What's wrong with them? And, I have no control over this, but you get invested in the character. And in Templar, I've got a bunch of former airborne Rangers. Guess how they talk? Really hard. Really, really hard. And I had a lady at church bring this. She goes, that was a great story, but did they have to cuss so much? And I was like, they did. They actually did. Now this one, Ancient Templar, as soon as I finished with Cage, everybody was telling me, hey, you've got to write another book. That was absolutely awesome. So I came up with this one. And the premise behind Ancient Templar is I've got a former Army Ranger medic who is now a paramedic for a fire department in a fictional town of Calico. He's just now come to make peace with the experiences that he's had overseas. And when he gets caught up in an active shooter situation in a small town, and again, I use the city market, what I experienced there to kind of help me fine-tune that experience. The book has a lot to do with PTSD, not only in uniformed people, but also in civilians. And when you wear the uniform a long time, you sometimes forget that, everybody experiences stress. Anybody can experience any amount of PTSD. And if you want my humble opinion, and it may sound like a joke, it is not a joke. You want to talk about people who suffer PTSD? Prostitutes suffer from PTSD. You want to talk about some people who have seen and experienced some of the most traumatic things in this world. They're right there. Now, I've got a shadowy figure there, kind of in the background. And under stressful conditions, Kyle, my main character, he sees or hallucinates some sort of apparition that appears to him under these stressful circumstances. When I originally wrote it, I wrote the initial story, and of course, I sent it to my friend David, and I was like, hey, you're going to see an issue with this right off the bat. So he read the book, and he said, yeah, your apparition, your spirit, whatever that is, he goes, it doesn't go anywhere. And I said, all right, and should I remove it? And he goes, no, it's actually what makes your book unique. Work it out. So I started doing research. And during my research, I found out about this amazing phenomenon called third man factor or third man syndrome. And hundreds of people throughout time have experienced this, from Charles Lindbergh to the last person who got out of the towers at 9/11. Charles Lindbergh said that he actually had conversations on his empty plane that got him through that flight. He would often tell him, hey, you need to check this gauge, you need to look out for this, you need to look out for that. The last person who made it out of the towers claimed that somebody found, there have been a couple different accounts of this, where he said somebody actually lifted him out, or somebody had come back and got him, and when he went looking for that person, everybody was like, you were the last one. You were the last one out of that tower. There is nobody else. And the more I read about it, the more I got into it. And it really, then I was able to bring that over into this book, and it really made for an excellent story. Now, I didn't mention the situation that I had that really inspired me to write Cage was one day I was working with Brownsburg Police. I had 2 fatality accidents in one afternoon, and then a third one just a week and a half later, and that was a lot of dead bodies. I really used the writing to make the peace with these things that I've experienced. And honestly, my law enforcement time, my military time has been very light compared to what a lot of people have experienced. So I can imagine that in a big city, and what I really can't imagine is, now, I had that shooting at the city market. I worked those 2 accidents, and then I get a moment of peace. Can you imagine somebody who's in a combat situation, before everything they say, what do they have to do the next day? They got to go right back to it. So the main thing I wanted to get to illustrate in Templar, number one is overcoming guilt. Everybody has guilt, and especially in the military. It is amazing to me how many soldiers I've talked to who have done 5 tours, 5 combat tours, and feel guilty they didn't do 6. Yeah. And then you got someone like me who 24 years in the military, finished my time as a drill sergeant and never set foot overseas. So I'm training soldiers who have to go over and do horrific things, and I felt a huge amount of guilt about that. And I was talking to a police officer about it, and I was like, these kids had to go do these horrible things I never had to do. And he said, do you imagine how we that never even signed up for the military field? And I never even thought of that. And then again, this isn't the 1950s where we've got to just push everything down deep inside of us. There is a lot that people that we recognize now. It's not a badge of shame if you go and talk to somebody.
Yes.
While I was a police officer, I worked with a guy named Travis, and Travis gets a call of assist a citizen. I love assist a citizen calls. This is where I'm going to fill up somebody's tire with air. I'm going to get a raccoon out of the curtains. I'm going to, explain to them, talk to the neighbor's kids about, hey, please don't trample on Mrs. Wilson's, roses. It's going to be something light like that. Travis arrives to residence on Locust Lane, says the citizen call. Man is sitting in his lawn chair in his driveway. This is all on video. Travis barely makes it out of the car. The guy stands up and says, "Officer, I'm sorry," and shoots himself in the head. So, right there in front of everybody. So I track down Travis, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" And he says, oh, yeah, I got this. And I was like, "Oh, no, bro, it's not like that." I was like, "Have you talked to somebody? Who are you talking to?" And he goes, "No, I'm fine. I'm like, "You're going to take this out with either alcohol or screaming at your family." And I was like, "You've got to go and talk to somebody. It's good. You're saving your mental health, you're saving your family." 3 months later, we had a discussion of should we make it mandatory for officers to go and seek mental health after a severe situation. Guess who was the first one to say, yes, it's got to be mandatory? It was Travis. So, I have a 3rd book at the editors right now. I am so excited about this book. I had nightmares about the book. I had anxiety. I was sitting in church one day just fidgeting, and Michelle goes, "What is wrong with you?" And I said, "I've got to get home and write this book." And it is just, but it is dark and it is powerful. I was able to put a little bit of humor into these, which I love to do. I love to, keep things a little bit light. My third book is not. It is dark all the way through. There are basically two things that really motivated me to write this third book. And that is when I was doing foster care and Big Brother programs. I was trying to get some of my friends to come on board. And I approached one friend and I was like, hey, these kids, it would mean the world to them if you would just spend an afternoon with them. Yeah. And he said, Pete, if any of these kids makes a false allegation against me, even if I prove it to be false, my reputation is destroyed. And what really upset me was, he's right. He's absolutely right. But I asked him, what happens when this kid whole life goes down the tubes and we had an opportunity to be an influence to them? And that's basically the core of my third book, and it's called The Mentor. I'm gonna end my presentation here with a proverb that I read. I was in the Philippines and I read this African proverb that this was 2019. And it haunts me every single day when I think about it. The proverb goes, when you do not allow a young man into the village, he will burn, if you do not allow a young man into the tribe, he will burn the village down to feel its warmth. Wow. And that's actually what I start my next book off with, is that proverb right there. Thank you so much for giving me your attention for 30 minutes. Does anyone have any questions?
I missed something. You said when you were talking about PTSD, what was the group that you said sometimes we don't acknowledge or forget? Was it paramedics?
Prostitutes.
Prostitutes. Oh,
Prostitutes.
Got it. I just missed that.
I've met people on the street who have experience, and you're the teacher, right?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, public school teachers.
Absolutely.
And then their students. And set aside the students who one or both of their parents have been murdered. The students who have witnessed it. Unbelievable what goes on in this world now. But people always think soldiers. No, there's a lot of people out there who are seriously suffering.
PTSD in these school shootings must be enormous. People that witnessed it.
Yeah, because I was 21 when I'm holding this lady's hand. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
An 8-year-old?
Yeah.
Or
a 14-year-old recently.
In the back.
You said something about Travis. Was he the one who shot himself?
No, I'm sorry. Travis was the officer responding to the call. Okay. And the man who called for help stood up and he shot himself.
Oh.
And folks,
therapy or something, and I was like, but he shot himself.
That's my fault for not illustrating it properly. When I got into public relations, my first thought was, I'm not going to have to see any more dead bodies. A guy pulled into the parking lot of the police department and shot himself, and I was the first one to respond to that. So. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Did your time serving in the Army Reserves influence any of the things that Kyle goes through?
It does. One of the things I love about the writing is the research that goes into it. And I thought I knew everything about the Army and stuff. And then I watched an interview with a Ranger medic. And she said, being a Ranger medic is just like being a paramedic, except all your calls are on family members. And that really hit me that, oh my goodness, all of his calls are on his friends. I used my time in the military. Soldiers have a certain way that they talk, they walk, and the experiences that we've all shared, I was able to put into Kyle. By the way, there's a lot of Kyles in my books. Kyle is actually the name of our third child who passed away when he was 6 months old. And this is an awesome way for me to keep his spirit alive. So if you ever read one of my books and there's a character named Kyle in there, you can bet he's probably the best human being in the book with the greatest intentions. Well, that was another fun thing about what I'm writing. Anybody else? Folks, thank you so much.
Always give it a big clap, you guys. Thank you so much, Pete, for sharing with us on today. We are elated for Pete and his stand-up comedy. Did you all enjoy that? I know I did. We always need a little laughter every now and then, right? All right, so we're going to move right along, and we're going to bring up a guest here for about 10 minutes here in the person of Deb Runge. So we're going to embark on an extraordinary journey with her as a triumphant believer in Jesus Christ who overcame alcoholism, boasting of and inspiring 28 years of sobriety. Hailing from the heart of Sheboygan. I always missed his name up. Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Like I've said it probably 3 or 4 times now, and I still don't have. We're gonna have to rehearse later, okay? So I get it right this weekend. All right, Deb wears many hats. A single mom to 3 accomplished sons and 2 adorable grandchildren, a dynamic pastor, and a dedicated missionary with a mission for introducing recovery ministry to the vibrant country of Haiti. Beyond her transformative work, Deb is a captivating public speaker. Having shared her powerful testimony countless times, her story is a beacon of hope, and she eagerly welcomes opportunities to share her wisdom at various venues. Join Deb on a riveting and exploration of faith, resilience, and the boundless possibilities of redemption. Come on up, my friend, Deb Runge.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. It's so great to be up here once again. And I wanted to just share a little bit about my book. But first, before I talk about that, I'm going to introduce myself how I would normally introduce myself in all the places that I share my testimony, which is often at a place called Celebrate Recovery, if you've heard of that. It's a Christian recovery ministry. But my name is Deb, and I'm a very grateful believer in Jesus Christ, who has experienced victory over alcoholism. However, I still struggle with codependency. I'm an adult child of an alcoholic, anger, grief, loss, PTSD, and the list goes on. And so I am here to talk about today the book that I wrote, and the book is called Recover Your Mission. Now, the subtitle is How a Drunk from Wisconsin Became a Missionary in Haiti. Now, I am from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And so if you know much about Wisconsin, we love our beer and all the fun things and cheese and all the Packers and all that stuff. But here's the deal. The reason that I wrote this book is because if God can take somebody like me, the drunk from Wisconsin, and turn me into a missionary in Haiti, and my primary focus in Haiti is to bring recovery ministry to Haiti. Now, this is not just ministry that is for drugs and alcohol, which, you know, when you hear Celebrate Recovery, you think that. No, Celebrate Recovery is for anything, any hurt, habit, or hang-up. So anything in your life that keeps you from being who God wants you to be. Amen? And I think if we're honest, we would all say we got something. Would you agree?
Yes.
And so some people, you know, it's a bigger thing. Like for me, it was alcoholism. But that doesn't mean that everybody's got this big, huge thing. But we all have things in our lives that need healing. And, you know, we've talked about a lot of different things as we've heard a lot of the authors. And many times we have also talked about our need for healing, right? And our need for what is, you know, how our society is today. And that there are so many hurting people out there that really, and I attest to this because I was in this position. I was in this position where I said, there's no hope for me. I am the only one that does this. There's nobody else who acts like me, nobody else who drinks as much as me, nobody else who does what I do. So therefore, because that's how I am, I'm just gonna keep doing it. Because I don't see any way out.
Yeah, yeah.
Until, for my story, and this is what my book is about, my book is my story. And where I was going with what I was saying earlier is if God can do it for me, He can do it for you. Amen? And so, I have been through a lot in my life. And this book is a compilation of some of what I've been through. And here's the amazing thing about my book. I do believe it is a miraculous move of God, okay? Because I wrote this book from start to publication in 8 weeks. From the very beginning of designing the cover to when it was first published. So praise God for that. But also, you know, some of the things that I've been through in my life have brought me to the mission field. And you might not know a lot about Haiti, but Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. And as a result of going on my very first mission trip back in 1998, the Lord was always working on me to become a full-time missionary. And finally, in 2015 is when God called me to the mission field of Haiti with this primary focus to bring hope, help, and healing through recovery ministry to Haiti. So in that process, we began to keep track of how many people we actually have served and the life transformation that has happened in the people in Haiti. And so we started calculating this in 2019. And since from 2019 to today, we have served over 74,000 people. That's great. Which is so amazing. It blew me away. I was like, yeah, that's right. But all that to say that, you know, we have people all over the world who are poor, I will call it poor in spirit, right? And they don't know that what is really available to them. They don't know that God can change them. They don't know that there's hope available. And part of my story also comes from being a suicide loss survivor. So my father, and part of my story is that my father took his own life. And I grew up in an alcoholic home, and I am also a PTSD survivor, right? I'm not saying that my home was where I was being beaten, or, you know, that there was these harsh things that were happening to me. But the reality was there's a thing that happens. And this is what I think a lot of people struggle with, but they don't know that they're struggling because they can't really identify what's going on. But there's 3 things that happen in a dysfunctional home, okay? The first thing is you don't talk, you don't trust, and then you don't feel. And so people use then substances, maybe alcohol, drugs, sex, food, all sorts of things to cope with this dynamic that's going on in their life, which leads to addiction. And so with that being said, that's what my book gets into, right? It gets into helping people to overcome all these things in life that have kept them separated or feeling isolated or feeling like you have no worth or value, and that how could God possibly use me? And that's why I wrote the book, because I do believe that there is hope, help, and healing for every single person out there. Even if you don't think that's you, I will, trust me when I say, I could tell you otherwise. Amen? And so I just want to thank you, and I will end with this. by letting you know that I have this book and I'm gonna write a workbook. It's in the process. It just needs to be published. That goes along with this book. Then I have a second book in mind, and that is going to be called Recover Your Mission, the rest of the story, right? Because God is showing me more and more stories that I kind of forgot about that really are applicable in this same light. And then I also am working on a program for women. And it's a program. One of the things that happens in this recovery world is we feel like we do the same thing over and over and we expect a different result. In recovery, we call that insanity, right? And so it's a program to help people get off that hamster wheel of doing the same thing over and over again. So that'll be coming out hopefully in the fall of this year. So I just wanted to say thank you for letting me share today. I'll close with this because I'm a missionary to Haiti. I'll say Bonne Benny-U, which is God bless you in Haitian Creole. So thanks.
Bonne Benny-U. All right, let's give it up to Dale once again sharing her experience here. And we are just coming down to the wire here for day 2 of Chicago's book confab. And certainly I can't start this next author without recognizing my friend who just landed here in Chicago, and Patricia Morrow. That's my traveling buddy, and her birthday is tomorrow. So everybody say, hey, Patricia. That's my celebrity friend, y'all, okay? So I made her a celebrity. All right, so up next, we got our next author who's coming up in the person of Lisa Ray Brand. Her book is called The Pet Nanny. 12-year-old Libby Lancaster is uprooted from her suburban roots and moved to downtown Chicago when her parents decide to divorce. It's summer, and without the comforts of her school chums and the only neighborhood that she's ever known, she's bored and lonely. Ain't that something? Until she becomes a pet nanny. Lisa Brabant is in her mid-60s and still doesn't know what she wants to be when she grows up. That's amazing, right? We should still be ever growing up, all right? She has been a music teacher, dishwasher, donut maker, tutor, administrative assistant, legal secretary, nonprofit association executive, realtor, wine seller, political campaign worker, and the list goes on, you guys. I must continue reading. Event coordinator, dry cleaner clerk, and pet sitter. Of all these career choices, pet sitter is her favorite, mainly because her clients could talk back. My goodness, isn't that something? Yes. Wouldn't we all love clients that can't talk back? What's next? She ponders, maybe be an author. Come on up here, my friend. Miss Lisa Brayman. Let's welcome her.
I'm Lisa Brabant, and I'm author of Annie, and I'm totally terrified.
Don't let that terrify. Yeah, you got it, girlfriend.
All right, we're not a speaker, but I'm going to mandatory self-promotion. If this goes well, please check out my webpage at author Lisa Brabant. If not, just skip it. You know, I'm not about growing up. Yeah, I'm growing out too. So.
Aren't we all?
Thank you. That's why I like the podium. All the sins.
Yes.
Thank you for ReadersMagnet for allowing me to speak today. And I'm so happy to be in Chicago. Both my husband Steve and I are native Chicagoans. 2 years ago, we retired to Wisconsin, and there is not a day, even though I do like Sheboygan, there's not a day that we don't miss being in Chicago, and especially all its great food, museums, and events, not so much the White Sox. I'm very humbled to be part of this community today, to be among all of you published authors. when I only have one under my belt as of February 2024. Before I go any further, I'd like to apologize again. I'm a writer, I'm not a speaker, so please bear with me. Actually, that might be an overstatement. I don't even know if I'm an author yet. I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of things, like you said, in 6 decades, including a legal secretary for 30 years. That's the bulk of my career. I hope to earn the title author with the help of ReadersMagnet and all of you today. I'd like to introduce you to my baby, my book. I don't have children, this is my baby, the Henry. It's about a 12-year-old girl, like you said, Libby Lancaster, whose parents are getting divorced. How many of you know a 12-year-old girl? No 12-year-old girls here, though, right? No. Okay. So I think you probably can relate more than most of the people because Libby is having a really hard time with the divorce. And her parents sell their house where she grew up, and she and her mother moved to a studio apartment and essentially become mother-daughter roommates in downtown Chicago. How do you think Libby reacts? Anybody? Get me out of here. You're right, she's resentful, she's angry, she's sad, she's a pain in the butt. But very quickly after moving in, all that changes when she meets George and becomes the pet. I'd like to say a few seconds about George. He's my favorite character in the book. George actually exists. He was the building manager, the building engineer where we lived before we moved to Wisconsin. He was the combination of a wizard and an angel. I wrote this book with him in mind from the start to the end. Couldn't wait for George to read the book. It didn't hurt anybody else. I needed George to know how much Steve and I, it's my husband, how we missed him. So I called him, I sent him the book with a full dedication. I give him a week and I called him, I go, hey, did you get the book? Yeah. Uh-oh. Did you not like the book? I haven't read it yet. You think I have time to read the book? And I'm like, well, make time to read the book. Sitting here waiting, and I'm sure you've all had that experience where there's one or two special people you can't wait to tell you how they feel, and they don't understand that panic or that feel of, please help me. So he never called me. I had to keep after him. And I called him and he said, you know, I started reading it with my 8-year-old grandson. We read it together. And he goes, he's so happy that there's a guy named George in the book. Yeah. And he goes, well, what coincidence? Why did you choose to name that character George? I'm like, George, that is you. Everybody knows that you. He's still to this day, I don't know if it's modesty or if he's just totally unaware of the impact that he makes in people's lives. But it's still dedicated to him, even if he is a jerk. I'd like to read you the first passage in the book of when George is introduced. And maybe you'll get the feel for how instrumental he was in Libby's life. The elevator didn't have a B for basement, so we went to the first floor to look for stairs down to the storage locker. When the elevator hit the first floor, the door slowly opened to reveal not one, but 3 dogs on a leash, held by a frazzled-looking older woman. The dogs lurched forward, seeking attention by the building's newest residents. I happily obliged, stooping to pet each puppy in turn. What kind of dogs are these? I asked their owner. The 2 are Yorkies. They are brother and sister. The other was a rescue dog that I couldn't leave behind at the shelter. I think he's a combination poodle and maybe a Shih Tzu, the older woman answered. I put in Shih Tzu because I always laugh when I hear that. Meanwhile, my mother was anxious to find the storage unit, and she had no tolerance for my delaying her from her mission. She barked. Yes, she actually barked. Get away from those things, Libby. You don't know what they did or what they're doing. They could have had rabies. Way to make points with the new neighbor, Mom. I look apologetically at the dog's owner who seemed unaware of the insults my mother just spat out at her fur babies. Instead, she said, "Oh, I heard a young woman was moving in today. Please tell me you do dog walking." She had the young woman. "She does no such thing," my mother answered for me. But I didn't hear her. I was looking down at two pairs of loving eyes attached to wagging tails that seemed to say, "Will you walk us? Will you walk us? Will you be our friend?" And behind my mother's back, I nodded yes as the elevator doors closed, taking my new furry friends up to their apartment. It was on our search for the storage lockers that we met George. George was the building engineer, but we quickly learned he was so much more than that. He was standing around the corner by the garbage bins, dressed neatly in a blue striped shirt with the name tag George. We were obviously new and obviously lost. "Can I help you, ladies?" he asked politely. "Well, yes, actually, we're new to the building, and we were looking for the stairwell to downstairs. Can you point us in the right direction?" my mom asked. "You must be the Lancasters from Unit 4C. Your storage locker is right this way, and I have your key right here." And just like that, George led us to the stairwell across from the elevator that we all had missed, leaving us to wonder how he knew our name and our unit number. And how did he know we were looking for our storage locker? And how did he have a key to the storage locker, ready for our immediate use? But what was most puzzling was the note he pressed into my hand with a wink. The note read, "Buddy, Brownie, and Blaze live in Unit 6B. The pet baby business distracts Libby from her anger and redirects her energy to taking care of pets and learning how to run a business. I'd like to think that the book might resonate with teens whose parents are going through a divorce and also with teens that might want to explore running a business. I know at this point I'm supposed to ask for a question and answer period, but I'd like to turn the tables. I'd like to question you. I'd like to take the opportunity to learn some secrets of the trade from you. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Good. Question one. Hope you're not sorry. When you begin writing a new book, do you decide right then if it's a one-off or if it will have a sequel? Anybody? Somebody? Yay!
When I originally wrote my book, I kind of had it in my mind that there might be a sequel, but I really was just writing the book to get it done. And then once I got it done and it got out there for a bit, I'm like, oh my goodness, there was this, there was that, there was that. I could have put it in there and I didn't. And so now I got a second book. And then, yeah, so, and then I got a title too. So
sometimes it's directionless and yet I believe God always has a plan.
Yes, that's what I would say.
So anybody else? From my personal experience, I never envisioned a sequel when I first wrote the Red Pet Nanny. And then friends started asking after they read it, not George, what happens to Libby after summer when the book ends? Because the book goes from when she gets out of school to the end of the summer term. I started thinking about it and I noticed for the first time the ending lend itself to a sequel to the actual book's ending. So with ReadersMagnet's help, I hope to publish Pet Nanny 2 by the end of the year.
Yay.
Mandatory self-promotion to remember author of these great Question 2, when and where do you write? Are you like Hemingway and write in a beautifully appointed second-floor suite at your Florida estate with the seaside view, accompanied by 6-toed cats from sunrise to noon, and then go on drinking up all the rest of the day? Sorry, no. Or are you like me, sitting at the kitchen table, no earlier than noon until dinner is served.
Oh, wow.
Anyone?
So
I'm just gonna have a one-on-one.
Mine was rather unique because I was interviewed on a podcast as if the book was already written. Okay, and then that podcast was transcribed into a Word document, so that became the base of my book. But then the rest of it, I wrote it on my phone in the notes, sitting at the beach.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Just typing away.
That beats the seaside view.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I love that. Thank you. Question 3, when writing works of fiction, how do you pick your characters' names? And do you have a disclaimer in the front of the book like mine? You did? This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, business, places, events, locales, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. I had to do that because as I was writing, it sort of like had a collage in my brain of certain personality traits I want to give to some pet owners and some animals themselves, some certain looks, some occupations, and I like picked and choose so no one character was the replica of somebody I actually knew and was a pet name for. However, sometimes I forgot to rename those people. So we were recently at funerals, real somber event, and everybody's like very, sweet, and everybody. This one woman comes up and she says, "I'll have you know, I do not dye my hair." So Libby has an Aunt Lori. This woman's name is Lori. She has red hair, just like Libby's aunt. Libby's aunt hair color has been draining. Libby can't wait for her aunt to have her hair redone because she's kind of embarrassed by it. I don't know how that happened. And this is obviously not you. She's a realtor. You're not. Anyways, does anybody else get that? I'm like, where do you get the names for your characters?
That's not bad. I'm sorry, everyone.
It's okay. Let me hold the mic.
I broke the camera. See, I always knew that.
Oh, it's a light.
It's okay. I also struggle with coming up with names for my characters, and it's just so bad. I was talking to my girlfriend here, and she said, just use the names of all my family, because she has one hell of a large family. And so I did it, because I know them, and I love them all, and they love reading my first book, seeing their names. But I don't do a different personality. So that made it easier. And you just find silly things to do to come up with a way to name characters. Because nobody really knows who the characters are now.
I always thought the people that I named in the book, erroneously or otherwise, would take pleasure in seeing their name differently.
I guess it depends on the person.
And by the way, I don't know if y'all noticed, but Lisa is spelled L-E-I-S-A, speaking of names. My mother didn't know how to spell. That's my first excuse. The real reason is there was a soap opera she watched, and she was pregnant. And the actress's name, her favorite was L-E-I-S-A, so she couldn't wait to have a baby, Lisa. So years later, she's gone, and I think Google just came out. I was thinking of things that always bothered me that I wanted to know more about. Go look up that actress. So I put Lisa L-E-I-S-A, 1950s actress. She was a porn star. I couldn't even complain to my mother because she was dead, but I did anyway.
Gracious. I will comment on that, the fictional names that, I don't need no white ears, right? The people outside can probably hear me, right? But I will comment on that with the fictional names and so forth, because of course, with my book, I did have to use some fictional names, and I don't know, I just came up with them, and chose kind of some common names out there, And one, of course, the first lady in the book's name is Carol Smith. And so I was working on a prayer line with CBN Christian Broadcasting Network, and guess who called in for prayer? Carol Smith. She needed prayer, and some of Carol Smith in my book, right? Needed lots of prayer. But definitely the disclaimers, I will say if you are an author, you definitely want to have those disclaimers in there for those purposes, because you just never know who's going to say what or want to complain about what or whatever. But you have to, just do your due diligence and certainly cover you. So your disclaimer kind of mirrors mine. I have a couple more things in there with it, but it definitely mirrors mine as well. So that was my laughter for that. And I'm telling you, you're doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
So more questions in the back?
Yeah, we have a question. Can you take questions, Lisa?
Sure.
No, I really didn't have a question. I had a comment. I wanted to comment on that, what she was saying about the characters. In my book, I didn't give anybody a name because it's my life story. So there's so many people involved. And I didn't want people to concentrate on the who. I wanted them to hear the what. So nobody has the name. But it was funny when the book published, somebody said, am I the book? And my brother-in-law said, we're all in the book. And it's just, my children, my family, everybody that we count, everybody's in the book. And you really have to know in order to know.
That's true. That's definitely true. Definitely true.
I want to add to that too, because when you said you have a disclaimer, yours is fiction, mine was about my life. And so I have a disclaimer as well. And my disclaimer, I don't remember exactly how I wrote it, but it was something along the lines of, this is my version of my life, right? This is how I saw it. If that's not how you saw it, this is my version.
Right? Tell your perspective.
Yeah.
Comment from Mary?
Yes, and I wanted to share, so going back to what you said, so my next book, I'm speaking it, it's not going to be a fiction book, but it is going to be about my journey with transplantation. And everyone that I am going to include, I've already asked them like, hey, I'm going to use this particular situation. Do you mind seeing your name in the book? And so they're like, oh, no, it's okay. But also in terms of the disclaimer, I am writing from the standpoint of my medical journey. So I am writing my statement to include, this book is not intended to provide medical advice.
Right.
I'm not giving advice. This is what happened to me, these decisions that I've made, but I don't want to get caught up in someone saying, oh, Mary said she went vegan and that cured everything. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm going to include that because that is what was provided to me. But I don't want to get in and not in a negative way, but the disclaimer, I'm all for it because I'm writing one as well. So
Absolutely. You definitely need that. I put a disclaimer too in my morning tea with the king book, simply because I do have the daily suggested teas, the herbal teas that are good for our bodies, right? So you can kind of Google and find out what different things are for. So we definitely had to put that in there, that I'm not a licensed practitioner. You may want to do your own research, check with your doctor before drinking, that kind of thing. But we do know that the things from the earth work.
right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I have one last question with Mike. And we kind of covered, what are your sources of inspiration? And a lot of it is our own lives, right? Our own experiences. Sometimes for me, it was strong influences in my life that really made me passionate and helped me be what I am today. And then there's the whispers in my ear. And something so weird happened this morning. I'm a procrastinator. I was supposed to read watch the videos they prepare. I'm like, oh crap, we gotta leave. We live in Wisconsin, I gotta get there for the doctor people, and I gotta look at these videos. Well, I'll look at just one and pretend I did all the rest. That is what I did. But anyways, the video was of an author in her presentation. She was probably younger than me, but let's say she was my age. And she was talking about how she was her book was on being a caregiver for her mom. And I thought, cry, you know, this, that, I did that. Long, like 30 years ago, but still, it's like it was yesterday. And I'm listening to the woman read. And then I put on the right glasses. By the way, I have on my reading, so I can't make any of it out. So when you were talking, if I wasn't looking, it's like, I don't know where you were. Anyways, I'm looking at the video and I put on the different glasses. And above her head, above the author's head, is the date of the interview, and it's April 28th. That's my mom's birthday. And I could clearly hear her yelling at me, why didn't you watch the damn video?
Gotta love those mamas.
But does anybody else have, like, other than your life experiences, things that influenced your book?
My students in this one, the lessons that I included were lessons that I saw from my students when I taught.
Anybody else?
Escape. A way to get out of my own head.
Right. Right, it's true.
The couple of short stories I've written have just been things that I've wanted to like experience or things that I've wished like someone could have said to me when I was going through something, like that sort of thing.
It's all about actualization.
So, well, I think for me, it was more or less following what God was saying for purpose, you know, to be able to help those that find themselves sort of in the situation that I was in. Being able to be transparent enough, willing enough to go that mile, to expose myself, to expose the situation, to bring healing to those that read it. So that would be mine.
Yeah.
Anybody else got anything?
And two, you never know who the book is for.
That part.
You know, it's like I had mentioned, it was sold on the job, and everybody except the reason what that book was supervisors and what and it just kept going and going and going, making my whole pocket. But the response, you know, like they can't look at me and tell what I've been through. I can look at them and tell what they have been through, but it blessed everybody. And you just never know who it's for, and just like what Deb was saying, if God did it for her, he can do it for you. And that's the way I felt. Those things that I went through, they are purposeful, like Tish was saying. And also, you know, they are helping to shape and to mold you, you know, they have a purpose in your life. And you may not see the purpose at the time, but as you know, when you look back, you'll see where it's continuing to do that. Like I would have had a book if I hadn't suffered some of the things that I went through. So it all, you know, it has purpose, and it does add up to growth.
Yeah. We also have a saying that God never wastes a hurt. Right? So everything that happens in our lives, he doesn't waste it because it is for somebody else. But once we get through it and we can share our victory, it's for somebody else.
Pete, how about you, Pete? You wanna take a stab at her question?
About the characters?
No. The inspiration.
That's the best part. It can be the worst parts and the best parts, really. And I think we get inspiration from both.
Yes.
We all, you know, something like, we all strive for peace. And we try to bring that to our families and our kids. And it's the absolute worst thing because it wasn't those moments that made us who we are. And I think about, you know, all of them, you know, like now I have life pretty good, but I'm not growing. When I was at the city market or when I'm hungry, well, you know, that's something I loved as being a soldier is that they take everything from you. Something I appreciate every single day that a lot of people don't think about is a hot shower. I love hot shower. Nothing says I'm in a first world country like having a hot shower area, and nothing makes me feel more spoiled. So I'm all about it. Take yourself out of your comfort zone, go do something that scares you, and then you've got the story.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like Sandy, and probably BJ would like to share.
Well, I've just been sitting here listening for 2 days. All of these authors, everybody wrote a book for a different reason. But I think my impression is people just didn't sit down and write a book. Something went on in your head, in your heart, something that made you get on that computer. Something was driving everybody, and it was just a little bit different. I've listened to the people who were really inspired by the faith to write, or your past, Deb, or it is very intriguing to me because it's not easy. Every single one of you know it's day after day writing. For me, it was a lot of research. And yet we pursued something drove us to that day after day after day, not drop it. You know, I'm sure all of you like me went to bed at night and couldn't sleep because that next chapter was kind of in my brain, right?
Yeah.
Burning on the
You know,
inside.
for me, because it was a memoir of my father, to when I went to the air base, I shared that, stood on that runway. When I went to that prison camp and stood there, I felt my father everywhere. I never felt closer to him ever than when I stood there. My father died 30 years ago, you know, and I will tell you that drove me, you know, to continue writing. And it's a feeling that some of you have probably had where you're just standing there and all of a sudden you just feel,
Yeah.
you know, I know he's here. You know, I can feel it everywhere. And that was inspiration that made me finish that book. It's an amazing feeling.
Amazing, outstanding. Thank you so much, Barbara, for sharing that with us. Does anybody else have any questions for Lisa? All right, there we go.
Did you pet sit as a kid? And if you did, who was your favorite client?
I did not pet sit as a kid. What happened was after being a legal secretary for 30 years, I lost my job. Totally unknown to me. I was like, are you firing me? I'm the only one in the room. So I went home that day, and there was a woman by the mailbox, and we had a row of mailboxes in the apartment building. She said, you live here, right? And I said, yeah. And she goes, are you going to be home this weekend? And I said, yeah. Going to be home for the rest of my life, I guess. That's great. That's great. She goes, George has my keys. The guest names are, I can't remember their name right now. And she goes, I'm a stewardess. I'll be back next week. I'll give George my schedule. I'm like, and this involves me now? And she goes, well, you can feed and change the litter box, can't you? And I guess. I said, am I doing this as the favor or for money? And she goes, oh, for money. But yeah, okay. So that's how I became the pet. And we just totally by coincidence and getting fired from a $70,000 a year job to $7 a day.
Wow. That's all right. Let's give it up for Lisa, you guys. She did such an amazing job, told us how she was nervous and how she was terrified. And all through that, she made us laugh, asked us questions and all that, right? So, I mean, very engaging. That comes from the VP. So, I think you did an outstanding job, Miss Lisa. And I cannot wait to see what is in store for you as you continue to go forward. And I encourage you to get involved with all these other activities and events that Readers Magnet has. And I'm telling you, next time we see you up here, you're going to be on fire. All right. So, of course, we've got
a good friend here, Dee Bostic, who's coming up, and I'm telling you, I read her book. I gotta finish it. Lies, deception, and all that. Ooh, my goodness, that was a page turner. If you think so, you want to be a first lady, is that what it is? But today, we're gonna be talking about her book, 3,000 Miles of Separation. So, born in Brooklyn and raised in Long Island City, New York, Dee Bostic decided to join the Air Force to pursue higher education. After graduating from Eastern Washington University in Cheney, Washington, Dee began her career as a medical technologist. She spent many years working as a journalist in chemistry, hematology, immunology, and blood bank, and several more as a phlebotomy and night shift supervisor. She loves the challenge of being a medical technologist and came full circle after accepting an evening shift position for the microbiology department at the National Institutes of Health. Come on up here, Miss Steve Olsen. Let's receive her. Woo!
Hello. When I was in LA, I said, when I grow up, I want to be Tish. She's such a dynamic speaker. So I can really relate to you, Lisa, because I don't like this part. I like to be at the computer writing and having crazy stuff going in my head, creating these characters and having them just tell the story. But this is part of it, so I have to grow and learn and do what I gotta do, right? Okay. So anyway, the book that Tish was referring to, that was my first book that I introduced in LA, that was called Love, Lies, and Lab Coats. That's available, on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, and of course the ReadersMagnet website as well. But this one, my new baby, 3,000 Miles of Separation, in case you're wondering about the title, is about 3,000 miles from New York to Spokane, Washington. Okay, so my character Beverly was had her childhood sweetheart, and on prom night, I don't know, you guys over 65, prom night back then meant you don't do anything naughty. You don't go to the hotel with the little boys. Okay. But Beverly, you know how peer pressure is. And she was dating Daryl, and all the other girls wanted a piece of Daryl. And they told her, you better take care of your man or somebody else with it. So Beverly decided, well, it's prom night after all, I guess I better do this. So of course, she gets pregnant.
Okay.
She has this baby, and Daryl decides, well, I should go into the military so I can have a job to support my family, yada, yada, yada. So she's home taking care of the baby, and she's living with her mom. And Daryl has some problems in the military. So he does not come back home to her to help her fulfill her dreams. So Beverly decides, well, if he's not coming home to me, he'll never see me or his son again. So she takes her son and moves 3,000 miles away. But during that time, her mom says to her, well, what are you going to tell this child when he grows up and starts asking questions about where's his dad, what's going on, what happened, who was he, whatever. And she says, I'll deal with that when the time comes. Well, let me tell you guys something. I'm 73 years old right now. Time flies. Okay, I was 45 3 weeks ago. Okay, so this time went on, and Ryan was the little boy at the time, he was 3. He's now 14, and he starts asking these questions. So Beverly has to decide how she's going to handle what she's going to, how she's going to deal with giving him the answers that he seeks. And he wants to know if he can meet his dad one day. She's unsure of that because Daryl was living in New York, in Harlem, which was then the drug capital of this country. And she's not sure if she wants her son to meet his father because she doesn't know what shape he's in. And mother's first priority is the safety of their children. And so she has to make these decisions if she's going to allow that to happen. Well, somewhere along the line, Daryl decides, you know, he's been throwing his life away, and he still has a soft spot in his heart for Ellie, but he doesn't know what to do, okay? So he talks to his friends, and he's managed to clean up his life a little bit, and he decides he wants to try to find her. So he starts this journey of trying to find Beverly and his son. And if you really want to know what happens next, you just gonna have to buy the book, because I'm not going to tell you. Because I don't have 30 minutes to talk like these guys did, so I can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dee, for sharing with us. She said when she grow up, she want to be like Tish. Wow. Well, I'm going to tell you, you did great up here today. You came a long way from LA, okay? That was just a couple months ago. All right, so you on the move, girlfriend. How about that? Well, this has been an exciting book confab yesterday and today. Let's give Chicago's book confab a hand. We certainly want to thank all of the team of Readers Magnet who is running things behind the scenes. I'm telling you, they are doing such an amazing job, having us on all of the social media platforms, updating the team on this and that and so on and so forth. I'm telling you, Readers Magnet is doing it, and they're doing it big. And I'm so elated to be a part of it. And so now we're going to get ready to close out. But before we do that, we must hear from our VP of Readers Magnet, President John Campino.
All right, the hostess with the mostest. Thank you very much. Author and probably perhaps master of ceremonies. You know, Tish has definitely been a blessing to Readers Magnet. So, for those at home, for those different part of the world, thank you for for the past 2 days. It has been indeed a great journey, Tish. It has been eye-opening. It has been awe-inspiring, and it has been very moving. All of us, again, I repeat, all of us have a book within them. And there's just several of you already who have just, prayed and challenged and overcame that challenge and put forth that piece of art, that piece of you that we all appreciate. And I'm telling you, everyone has to be heard. There is no one in this world that cannot, that simply cannot be heard. Because at the end of the day, we have our own stories, and at the end of the day, we are all very interesting. So to our dear authors, thank you for sharing a piece of yourself. Thank you for sharing your passion. Thank you for sharing that wonderful piece of your life that obviously can become ours once we read it. And true to what Readers Magnet believes in, we will not stop. We will not stop to share your stories with the world, right? Being here in Chicago, in New York, or in California, or Los Angeles, or San Francisco, wherever in America, we will share your story. And wherever in the world, whether it's in Asia, Europe, Africa, or Australia, we will not stop to share your stories of the world. Because guess what, Tish? And guess what, dear authors? Your stories are very valuable. Please continue the journey of marketing. I know most of you are what we call the introverts, right? That's why you chose writing. But guess what? When you choose writing, someone is going to be reading. And when someone starts reading, we help them become. All right? We help them become the person that they want to be. And we are that vehicle for that person to actually read that book, to become the better person, to become inspired, and to live this life to make sure that we touch and we learn from one another. So again, it's been a tremendous 2 days here at Chicago Confab. The Confab was really designed to be, to be very engaging, interactive, and Lisa, not putting any other author, secondary, but I'd like to thank you, right? Because I think one thing we missed in the Chicago Confab Tish and team was like, we should have more interaction and more engagement. But wait, it's not too late, because this Saturday and this Sunday, Readers Magnet will actually exhibit in the biggest book fair in the Midwest, right? Right in downtown Chicago, in the streets of Chicago, are going to be closed for traffic, not just for food, my friend, right? But it is actually going to be for books as well. So Chicago this weekend is going to be bustling, right? Bustling with a lot of literary masterpieces, a lot of food also, right? And I'm telling you that, our booth is booth number C and D, and it's going to be here in South Dearborn as well, right? But in the more of
After this.
After the intersection, so the next block. Yeah, the next block. We're gonna be there. In fact, we're gonna house this wonderful, the wonderful books and materials here tonight, still here tonight, so that we can haul them to the next block and display and transfer the beautiful masterpiece. I'd like to thank, the brand and marketing team of Readers Magnet, who's done a splendid job. The marketing production team of Readers Magnet, the two separate teams, guys, was done a wonderful job in coming up with Tish's face that bright so shines like like a star in all of the faces of our dear authors here. They're there. Mary, look at you. You're shining over there. And definitely all the materials that has been put into place will still be put to good use this weekend. So again, booths C and D, an exhibitor of the biggest book fair of Chicago this weekend. And our booth at the book fair starts at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock. Okay, 10 o'clock. So come one, come all. And I'm just not inviting Chicago or Illinois. Folks in Wisconsin, folks in the neighboring states, Indiana, and again, the whole Midwest. If you can come on over during the weekend so that you can continue to hear the stories that are meant to be told. As I am meant to be in front of you, I would like to thank you for your participation. I would like to thank all our dear authors for giving us a piece of their lives and making us better persons at it. So have a good night for today and see you at the Printers Row Lit Fest this Saturday. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to another set of our book shoutouts for today. And as we see, we had concluded our Reader's Magnet Book Confab Day 2. But wait and stick around because basically this Saturday, we will be joining the Printers Row Lit Fest as one of the exhibitors. So if you are by any chance in Chicago, again, feel free to drop by. That's booth C and D, and that's going to be from September 7 and 8. And I'd just like to give a warm thank you and want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of our book talk authors. Namely, we have here Barbara J. Hannon, Mary McCorvy, Doris Lavone, and we also have here Marette Arer, Greg Bruton, Susan Gittleson, Pete Fleck, Lisa Braban, and again, he's going to be with his husband, Steve Braban. So watch out, though. They'll still be there at the Printers Row Lit Fest if ever you want to talk to them, or even get a chance to get copies of the books that they'll be giving out for during their book signing. Feel free to drop by, and hey, it's your chance to at least get in touch with a couple of authors and a couple of people you want to build a community, is what we're trying to do here. And okay, but before that, again, we will not be ending without booting up our book shout outs and a couple of books that you can add again. And if I do remember correctly, the future your future book to read list. Okay, so again, I'm coming back though to Chicago Confab. Thank you very much for all our viewers and to all who stayed and tuned in, and to everyone who had been participated. And again, we do really appreciate that, and we are looking forward to see you guys again when it comes to how do we say this, our book shoutouts. Okay, it might be the end of Reader's Magnet Book Confab for today, but we'll still be continuing these book shoutouts because, as I've been saying, your book really deserves that spotlight. So get your pens and paper ready because we will be adding another list of books that you can have. But before I continue with that, let me just comment this. So here we have some comments here from Maxine Thorson. Would have loved to visit a booth in person. Don't worry though, Maxine. If ever though that by any chance you really can't be there at the booth, no need to worry because by tomorrow we're going to be having some snippets and some live sessions while we're doing our book shoutouts, so you can see on how we are preparing our booth at the Printers Row Lit Fest. So stay tuned, same time tomorrow, same channel. Everything will still be the same, and you can at least get a sneak peek on what it's like when Reader's Magnet starts preparing our own booth. Okay, so coming back with the lists. So here, first book on list for us to put here, and again, it's still with the QR code. Scan it if you want to add it to your list. We have first book is Just Pray of the Word, Volume 1. It's from Pamela Roberts. It's again a religious inspirational book. So if you want to add it there, feel free to scan that QR code, grab a copy. And hey, as I've been saying, though, there are a lot of books. And by tomorrow, so think about this. We had yesterday book shout-outs. Today is the book shout-outs. Tomorrow, we'll still be having book shout-outs. And Saturday and Sunday during the Printers Row Lit Fest, we'll still be having these book shout-outs. So no need to worry. Don't fret. We would still provide you a lot of books. And hey, if there are books that you would really love, just scan that QR code and grab a copy of that, okay? And another book on the list is Sweet Tea and Sass, Confessions of a Southerner Who Can't Cook by Jane Napier Ramos. I do remember Jane, I had an interview with her a while back. It was talking about this book. She's a very bubbly woman, and I really love talking to her. And she also has an upcoming book. So Jane, if ever you're watching, really love to see you in the future and even have a quick chat because I really want to get some updates about that new book as well. Okay, so Jane, thank you very much. Really appreciate you also joining for this. And again, that's Sweet Tea and Sass, Confessions of a Southerner Who Can't Cook by Jane Napier Ramos. So if you want to grab that copy, it's full of humor. Scan that QR code and you can go over that. Okay. And the next book on the list is we have here The Soul of a Woman by Philana Allen Critt. Okay, it's a poetry book. If you want to add more books to your collection about poetry, feel free to scan that QR code, add it to your cart, do what you wish. If you want to know more, just scan it. You'll be redirected to more information about the book. Okay. And next book that we have on the list is Awareness Journey, The Passage to Happiness. Okay, authored by Daniel Slott. It's a general fiction book, but again, it has, if you want to add this, and if you are interested to know more, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Pull up that phone up, scan that QR code, and go directly to the link. Okay, and again, that is Awareness Journey, The Passage to Happiness by Daniel Slott. And the next book that we have on the list is Annan and Mom's Great Sea Adventure. We're having these sea types books. We have Awareness Journey, having the book cover about a sailboat, and now we're really talking about the sea then. So again, Annan and Mom's Great Sea Adventure by sorry if I'm mispronouncing this. Mu Gyukis. It is a children's book. Scan the QR code if you want to know more about this book, and feel free. Check it out and recommend doing the whole thing here. Okay, so and also want to at least add this on, and just want to give you a heads up though to all of our viewers here, because maybe some of you are really busy, because again, it's still a weekday. But again, tomorrow is going to be Friday. Thank God it's Friday. So there are people who were not able to join the first session of our book shoutouts. You don't need to worry. I'll give you a quick run through and a breeze through on what books that we had presented on the first half of our book shoutouts. So at least you can still, instead of scrolling back to the beginning and watching the whole thing, unless you just want to see me and also want to see the whole thing over again, you can always, I'll be doing a quick book, just doing a quick summary of some of the books that we had presented on the first half of our book shoutouts. Okay. And yeah, so next book, hold on, before I continue, just want to, for Sophia Anderson, is there a page we can go visit to look at all the books you're shouting out? As of the moment, we still do have a number of lists, but we'll try our best to at least put in a link there or a comment section where you can see all the books listed. But if ever you can't be waiting for that, and if you want to really see the list, don't worry. After this review, you can. I'm going to make sure we're going to put a little bit pauses in between so you know which books that you want to go for. Okay, but Sophia, thank you much for that. Really appreciate that. And we also have Karen Wilson. You're looking forward to your upcoming events and being more successful. Thank you very much for that, Karen. Really appreciate that. And again, it's without you guys, without you authors, none of these events would be a success. Because again, as we say here in Readers Magnet, we always share your stories with the world. Okay, that's really one important thing. You guys are the reason why we really want to share these stories, and it's something that independent authors deserve really that spotlight. Okay, so and also from Callum Taylor, personally, I created my own list. LOL. Hey, Callum, you might be needing a much more bigger list from tomorrow after today, because you might be adding more books onto your collection that you want to purchase for the book buying season. Okay, and next, and also going back, so again, that is Annan's Mom's Great Sea Adventure. So scan the QR code if you want to grab a copy. And the next book is What Are You Wearing? Stripping Off the Old You and Strapping On the New You by Alice Ward. Okay, so this is a good book. If ever you want to go for it, it's a spiritual and inspirational book as well. If you want to know more about this information, feel free to scan that QR code and you'll be redirected to the book on how you can purchase it and where you can purchase it as well. Okay. Oh, and we have here from Hansi Marsh. I wonder what can we expect in the next book event, the Printers Row Lit Fest. There are a lot of things. I really want to say it, but I just want to make sure there's a lot of things happening at the book event. So besides book displays, we'll be having book signing authors as well. So you can grab a copy of a signed copy from the author itself. You can get in touch with some authors as well. And we will, for those who will be visiting our booth, we will welcome you with open arms. Our booth is open for visiting authors. And if you're not an author, you just want to visit, want to check it out, feel free to visit, though. Again, that is booth C&D, and that's going to be this Saturday and Sunday, September 7 and 8. Okay, and coming from one of our authors as well, here from Greg Bruton. Oh, Elani, I have one for you, baby Jane. Kind of it. So Greg, thank you much for joining in as well. And okay, and also for Sarah Lynch, I'm seeing here that as someone who can't cook, would love to get my hands on that book. I think we are referring to Sweet Tea and Sass, Confessions of a Southerner Who Can't Cook. Well, this is the funny thing about Jane Ramos. This book has also these humorous stories on how she learned to get these family recipes. There was one recipe that I really can't forget how it's created. But hey, if you want to know what that recipe was, try to check the author interview that was done with Ms. Jane Ramos. Feel free to check our YouTube channel. It's kind of a bit weird and funny in this way. It was really a blast. Like my mind was racing thinking about the reactions when she was a child trying to prepare those dishes. But again, try to check out the author interview. It was really fun, and you'll learn more about Jane Ramos's ideas and perspectives when it comes to her book. Okay, but again, going back with the book that you're seeing on screen, What Are You Wearing? Stripping Off the Old You and Strapping On the New You. Okay, and then scan the QR code if you want to grab a copy for that. And the next book that we have on the list is Life is a Journey. Okay, that's from Reverend Michael Pevnado. So Life is a Journey, again, it's a spiritual and inspirational book. If you want to grab a copy, feel free to scan that QR code, have fun with it, try to check the information, and do what you want. Okay, add it to your list, add it on your bookshelves of things you want to be. If you want to be solemn and or isolate for a bit, and you want to read some good books, you can always add one for this. Okay, so Life is Journey, again, scan that QR code to know more about information about this book as well. Okay, and then next book that we have on the list is from Sharon Breeden, a PhD, Sunday Morning Teach, a clarion call for divine alignment. So we're having a religious books here as well. Again, that's Sunday Morning Teach, a clarion call for divine alignment by Sharon Breeden. Okay, so if ever you want to grab that copy, and if you're curious in what it is, and if you are enticed to know more about it, again, QR code is displayed along with the book cover. Feel free to grab a copy. Okay, next book is it is coming from Liv Lugara. It's a memoir of the Year of the Frenchie, a very recent memoir. Yes. So this book. Okay, so now looking back though, we had horse books, we had cat books, and now we have a dog book as well. So we're almost completing this. All we need right now is a snake book and also a bird book as well. So looking forward to have those book shout outs, and you'll be amazed that there will be some book shout outs for those types of books as well. Okay, so again, that is Year of the Frenchie, a very recent memoir by Liv Lugara. Feel free to grab a copy of this, scan the QR code, and you'll be directed to where you can get one. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list is Happiness 100 by Patrick Nana. Okay, so again, that's Happiness 100 by Patrick Nana. Feel free to grab a copy of this. And Patrick Nana has been joining us with a couple of events that we had, a couple of shadows as well, and really happy to see this book is getting that spotlight it deserves. Okay, so once again, that is Happiness 100 by Patrick Nana. Feel free to scan that QR code if you want to know more information about the book, and also want to know more information about Patrick Nana. Once you scan that QR code, you'll be redirected to get much more tidbits and information about him. Okay, so again, that's Happiness 100 by Patrick Nana. Scan that QR code and add it to your cart. And then next book that we have on the list is Redemption Comes Full Circle by Renee Sistrunk O's. Okay, so again, we have here Redemption Comes Full Circle by Renee O's. Again, if ever you are, how to say this, again, it's coming with the cover, because when you look at the cover, it really delivers kind of a message though, and it kind of gives me thing. Here's what I'm getting from this cover. Wow, we're talking about the covers again. Same thing with yesterday. It's more on how to say this. It's coming from a, how to say this, it has that solemn touch, like you can, if you reached out, then a hand would reach out to you. But again, if you want to know more, okay, it's as easy as scanning the QR code, and you can follow then afterwards this. Oh, and we do have a comment from Lillian Brackett. This books all are from Reader's Magnet. Lillian, there are books that we have with Reader's Magnet that we're also doing a shout out as well. And of course, again, we do have some rules. If ever you're not if your book is not published with Reader's Magnet, but you still want to have that shout out for your book, it's as easy as 3 steps. Okay, all you got to do is just like our Reader's Magnet Facebook page, and then go to the original post and then tag 3 book-loving friends you have, or if you have any authors, friend authors, tag those 3 authors you have, and then share the original post, and then our Reader's Magnet staff will get in touch with you and get some information on which book do you want to do a shout out for. Okay, as easy as that. You don't need to be exclusively under Reader's Magnet to have this book shout out portion. Okay, so Lillian, if you do have books that you want to go for and at least want to have a book shout out, feel free to follow those steps, and I'll be looking forward to do a shout out for your book as well. Okay, and another comment coming from Lena Elliott. We're having such a rich variety of genre this time. Yeah, I've been noticing it. We have a lot of different types of books right now. We have science fiction, we have horror, we have food and cooking, we have poetry, we have fiction, and we still have religious books. A lot of mix and match books, having that drive from each author, making sure that they can put every thought they have into word, being showcased here. So yeah, Lena, thank you very much for that comment, and thank you for noticing. You really notice it as well. Okay, so again, and also for another list for books though, coming back in, Redemption Comes Full Circle. If you want to grab a copy, feel free to scan that QR code. And next book that we have on our list is Axel, the Mysterious Tapestry by Adelpha L. de Guzman. So it is a sci-fi fantasy horror book. So if ever you want to grab one, and if you really love these types of books, scan the QR code. Again, keep on saying scan the QR code because the QR code is there. And again, but I don't want to remind you all the time that again, it's as easy as scanning it if you want to know more information about it. But let's say, but Rob, I couldn't take time to scan the QR code. You don't need to worry. You can always pause the video and then you can scan that QR code and you can continue watching afterwards. Okay. So you can always pause the video if some book interests you and you can add it to your list, or you can just add it to your list. Make note of the timestamp when it was discussed, and then you can go all over it, since this live session would be available on our social medias. Again, if you want to follow our socials, that's at Readers Magnet. Okay. So again, we're available on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. You know it, all those social medias. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list is Now We're Cooking All the Things by Chef Rich Eden. Okay. So Now We're Cooking, if ever you want to grab a copy of this book, and if you also want to add this one to your shelves and collection, feel free to scan the QR code. And again, it's a free thing to scan the QR code. No more information about it. And if you want to know more of the other books that the author has created, it would also be there as well. Okay, so again, Now We're Cooking All the Things by Chef Rich Eden. Okay, and the next book that we have on the list is People's Last Times, Adjustments and Perspectives as Death Approaches. This is a deep book. It's from Jean Thomas Caldwell. So Jean, if ever you're watching, this is your book again. Again, putting that spotlight on this book. So again, that's People's Last Times, Adjustments and Perspectives as Death Approaches. Okay. So if you're curious about this book, again, you know what to do. Scan that QR code and you'll be redirected to their author's website or even through their Amazon page just to read a couple of things about the synopsis as well. Okay. And then another book that we have on the list, and this one to all of you people there who love the Twilight series or the vampire books, we do have one which is A Vampire Story by Sheldon Daughtery. Okay, so again, A Vampire Story by Sheldon D. Daughtery. It is available, and if ever you want to have that new vibe into vampire books, and if you love collecting vampire books, this is this one thing you can add to your collection as well. Okay, so again, it's Vampire Story by Sheldon D. Daughtery, and the next book that we have on the list is The Blue House: An Elder's Lifelong Search for Meaning and Purpose. We're going a bit deeper here with the books right now. Okay, so again, The Blue House, An Elder's Lifelong Search for Meaning and Purpose, authored by Myrna Denham Porter. Okay, so if ever you want to grab a copy, and if you are curious, again, you want to know more about this book, QR code is available on screen along with the cover. Just feel free to scan it, and then you'll be redirected to the author's website again, or again to their Amazon page for you to get more information about it. Okay, and then next book that we have here for our book shout out is Pureness of Integrity. Wow. Okay. Doing the hand here. Okay. Pureness of Integrity. Okay, so we have Pureness of Integrity, authored by Pastor Valinda Webb Smith. If you ever want to grab a copy of this, basically you can also try to get this add it to your collection, and who knows, if you love it, you want to keep it, want to have something that can anchor you down, go for it. Okay, and before I proceed with the next book, I just want to comment about one of our comments here from Brittany Shanays. Sorry if Brittany, if I'm mispronouncing your name. Okay. Sorry. And also from Hansi Marsh. You have the same questions here. So first is from Hansi. When will the winner of the raffle be announced? And Brittany also commented, hi, Rob. I heard there's a raffle for a Kindle. Is that true? So Brittany, just to answer your question, yes, there's going to be a raffle for a Kindle. And to answer Hansi's question, that will be later at the end of our book shoutouts. Okay. And then, yes, Alani, you do have a raffle entry. And if ever you win, okay, don't worry. If ever your name will be announced, if you're present during the chat, our Readers Magnet staff will reach out to you and provide you instructions on how we can send you your free Kindle. Okay. But again, fingers crossed. And these trivias will be happening again for tomorrow. If you want to know more about some trivia things as well, we'll still be doing this in continuation. So stay tuned, join these book shout outs. And again, comment. And if ever you have any friends that you want to join as well, always feel free to share the link to the live stream as well. Okay. So again, going back, so it'll be announced today after all our book shout outs, making sure that everything is up and dandy and you have the full list of all the books that we have. And then afterwards, we will be announcing the winner for winning that free Kindle raffle draw. Okay, so stay tuned and stay there. Okay, so okay, and next book that we have on the list is There is room in your womb, reviving women to birth God's promises. So this is coming from Danielle Helmer. So Danielle, I had an interview with her a while back about this book. There was a great inspiration why this book is included. So Danielle, if ever you're watching, you can always put it in a comment. I would love to see you. I'd love to see you around. Love to have a chat with you in the future as well. So again, that is There Is Room in Your Womb by Danielle Helmer. It's a good book. She has a Facebook group as well. But again, once you scan that QR code, you'll know more information about Danielle's group as well. Okay, so feel free to scan the QR code, know more information about this. Okay, and next is we have here next book that we have on the list is Turning Pages of My Life by Samuel Nisbet. Okay, so Turning Pages of My Life by Samuel Nisbet. And if you, again, we had this comment yesterday, it's not weird to read other people's lives or read about memoirs or portion about them, but it might be tricky if ever you're writing about someone else. But again, learning from their experiences can at least arm you with how you can handle a current situation that might happen to you in the future. Okay, so once again, that's Turning Pages of My Life by Samuel Nisbet. QR code in front of the book cover. Feel free to scan it to know more information about this. Okay, and then a next book that we have on our list. So we do have 14 books left for a shout out, and then we'll do a breeze through with the first part of our book shout out as well. So next is Gravel Soldiers by Terry Iwanski. So Gravel Soldiers by Terry Iwanski. And there is also another book that she has available. That is also The Headhunter's Granddaughter by the same author, Terry Iwanski. So she has Gravel Soldiers. Next is The Headhunter's Granddaughter, still by the same author, Terry Iwanski. Okay, so feel free to scan that QR code so at least you'll be redirected to Terry's Amazon page. You can click on the author profile and you can try to see what other books that the author has created. Because again, supporting another author and especially creating a community is really what we strive for. Because again, we authors, you authors, and future authors, and I really want to consider myself as a future author since I'm starting writing right now, but still having those ideas coming in. I'll the stories that I'm trying to create are branching off different directions. Just want to make sure it's going to be a straight path. So if ever I get that book out, who knows? Again, so if ever you want to get more information about supporting authors, Dory, scan that QR code. Try to check Terry Iwanski's book. Again, that's Gravel Soldier. And the next book that is still under Terry Iwanski, let me just repeat that. That is The Headhunter's Granddaughter by the same author, Terry Iwanski. Okay, and next, and wait, let me just go back to the comments here by Callum Taylor. We're already mourning about our raffle entries. Hey, as far as I know, though, Dr. Christopher Power has 3 raffle entries already, including Rose Brown. They have 3, so they have a higher chance of winning. But who knows? 1% chance is still a chance that you can win. Talking about gambling mindset here, about the risk and probabilities. But again, 1% is still 1%. It's still a chance because you'll never know. Maybe you have 1 raffle entry and you'll still win. So next time during these trivia questions, feel free to put in your answers. You can have more entries because again, more raffle entries you have, then the more chances for you to win as well. Okay. So again, going back with the books that we have, The Headhunter's Granddaughter by Terry Iwanski. Scan that QR code too if ever you want to know more information and more books that Terry might be having as well. Okay. And then a next book that we have on the list here is by G. Nuhan, and I did an interview with him in the past as well, is The 6-Day War in Creationism, a new critique of the Young Earth Reform movement. Okay. So I had a conversation with Gene as well. I had an interview with him. Yeah, I've been noticing that a couple of the authors that I did an interview as well are these books have been doing a book shout out as well. It's kind of a bit cool. And this has a different take. There is a long version that he has available on YouTube as well. And the author interview that I did with him was more of a condensed and more precise. It's not precise though, but it's a more condensed version of what that long interview would be. Because we had this general idea that instead of people looking at a 2-hour video, we can just condense it maybe like 15 or 20 minutes. So if you're curious about what this book is, and I got to tell you, it really has really good points, really interesting topic, feel free to scan that QR code and add it to your shopping list, okay? And then next, we do have 2 books coming from the same author here from Russell J. Rucker. It is 126 Days in Philadelphia, a story of the Constitutional Convention. Okay, so again, it's 126 Days in Florida, a story of the Constitutional Convention. And another book under Russell J. Rucker is, let me just fix my tongue for this. Textualism and Organalism in Our Constitutional Republic, 2nd edition. Okay, so again, that's textualism and organalism in Our Constitutional Republic, 2nd edition. Okay, so if ever, sorry, Tash, there are some words that feel like it's a tongue twister to me, and at least delivered it here. Okay, so again, going back with the book, that's Russell J. Rucker. Scan that QR code if you want to know more about his books. Join in there. Okay. Oh, and Maria, good to see you again. I hope you got those errands fixed. And again, Marie, it's also almost the end of the year. So if ever you have a list upcoming, and if you do have a couple of books that you want to add it, make sure you write that down or scan that QR code to add it to your future books to read list. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list is here, Beyond Tutoring, a guide for parents who want real answers to their child's academic struggles. Okay, that was with a husky voice that I did. Okay, so that's from the author Deborah Goris. Okay, that's Beyond Tutoring, a guide for parents who want real answers to their child's academic struggles. Okay, so if ever you want to grab a copy for this, and I'm a bit curious on what this book is all about. Again, it's as easy as putting up your camera on your phone, scanning that QR code, and be redirected to the link that will bring you either to the author's website or again to their Amazon page to know more information about it. Okay, and then next book that we have on the list is is coming from Alice Munyua. What really makes people sick? You want to know? Grab a copy. So again, scan the QR code if you want to know more information about this book. Again, that's What Really Makes People Sick by Alice Munyua. And again, next book that we have on the list is one of our reviewers as well. So we have a book from Greg Bruton. Greg, if I'm mispronouncing your last name, feel free to comment down below if I'm mispronouncing it. Okay. Title of the book is Baby Jane. Okay, so we have Baby Jane here from Greg Bruton. Feel free to grab a copy. It is available for you. Just make sure you can pick up your phone, scan that QR code, and you'll be redirected to where you can purchase a copy of this book. Okay, so Baby Jane it is from Greg Bruton. And Greg, thank you very much for tuning in. And here your book is available though. And if ever you want to know more about this, and hey, if you can send him a message. I'm not sure if you're okay with that, Greg, but if ever you feel like you want to get in touch with a couple of authors, feel free to do so. Again, you can join the comments, build a community in there, or you reply to the comments as well for people who have this idea. But again, Greg, Greg, oh, sorry, the name is pronounced correct. Thank you very much for confirming that for me, Greg. Really appreciate it. But Greg, since I got you in the comments, just want to know because Baby Jane with the book cover of a soldier on a parachute. I'm just a bit curious, like what why did you name the title Baby Jane? Okay, so Greg, if ever you can put in the comments there, I would really love to read what do you have though on for your book then, why you titled Baby Jane. Kind of a bit curious as well. Okay, so again, and then and also a next book that we have on the list, this is coming from a different author. It's from Mr. Dickinson Iwasaki and FCCA. Title of the book is Go, Just Go. Okay, and also also want to read a comment here from Greg. So Greg answers about the title is Rob, Read It and Learn. Okay, so if ever you are for all our viewers who are curious as well, why is the title of the book Baby Jane? You know what to do. Scan that QR code. Just go back a couple of seconds, scan that QR code, and you know what to do. So at least you'll learn why the title of the book is Baby Jane. Okay, thank you much for that, Greg. Really appreciate that. Okay, and then going back with the book again, coming from Mr. Dixon Iwasaki, it's Go, 12 Lessons to Develop Mountain Moving Faith. Okay, so if ever you want to grab a copy of this and you're curious, want to know more about this, feel free to scan that QR code to grab a copy for this. Okay, and then next book that we have on the list is from Oris Joe Eldelka. That is From Sunrise to Noon, My CPR Story and a Collection of Poems. Okay, so if ever you want to add more books to your poetry collection, feel free to join it in. Okay, and okay, so here, and also just want to read a comment here from Evelyn Rose. Evelyn, if you don't mind me reading your comment here, your romance book is shout is going to be on day 5. That's going to be a Sunday, and I'll be more than happy to do that shout out for you. Okay, so Evelyn, stay tuned on a Sunday. Again, we'll be doing that shout out, and we're going to make sure that I can. I want to make sure that you'll be in there because I might be having some questions about your book as well. Okay, so Evelyn, thank you much for joining in the stream. Really love to have you here. Okay. And coming from Marie, you love that cover, and yeah, I really do see a really resemblance though. It really has a lovely cover here, and it's tranquil. It really has that poetry vibes to it. Okay, and if ever you love covers though, and you really love to collect these books with awesome covers as well, telling a bit story about their book, again, you know what to do. Scan that QR code and grab a copy. Okay, and next book that we have on the list. So we're down to our last of 5 books here. So for next book that we have on the list are Founders in Their Words and Why They Matter. Coming from the same author, Russell J. Rucker. So we have an additional book here. So we have 3 books being shouted out for Mr. Rucker here, Russell J. Rucker here. Are Founders in Their Words and Why They Matter. Okay, so if ever you want to know more and other books that he had published, feel free to scan that QR code and you can see a full list of Russell J. Rucker's books that he had published. Okay, so thank you much for that. And the next book that we have, and I just recently had an author interview with this author. It's Avery Christie. Book title is Stone Warrior. Let me just give you a quick heads up about this book because we had this. It's just recently that I had this conversation with him. Stone Warrior is more of a spin-off from his. It's more of a branch off story, or it's a part of the story of his main series is the Mountain Knight. Again, Mountain Lord series. Try to check it out. It's really beautiful. His debut book won awards. Had won awards, especially for his second book. And it is really something that he has this creative, and he is also banking off his experience when trying to paint the scene in his books. So if you're interested with these books, feel free to scan that QR code and you'll be redirected to Avery Christie's website or his Amazon page so you can see more of the books that he had published. And there's also a snippet that he told me during the interview is that he's going to be having more books available. So if ever you want to get a book series you want to binge on, try to check Avery Christie's books. Again, you can try to scan the QR code on Stone Warrior and try to see which other books you can binge from him. Okay, so again, thank you much for that. And the next book that we have on the list, hold on. Let me just pause this for a bit because I want to read a comment from one of our authors. Here's Greg Bruton. Chapter 2 of Baby Jane illustrates the connection with the baby. Oh, and you're okay. It's we're trying to have a snippet here that the answer is in chapter 2. And hey, Dorg, how about this, Greg? Let me try to read. I'm going to read your book here over before I'll do a shout out. And if ever I'll see you on the comments, I'm going to be telling you. And do you think it's okay if I will be telling you what's the connection with Baby Jane, or do you want to keep it a suspense for your future book readers to know what's the connection with Baby Jane? I'm going to wait for your comment on this because I don't want to spoil anything and it might be a spoiler. So, Dora, we're going to avoid that. But if you're open to it, hey, who knows, right? Okay. But Greg, thank you much for that comment. Really appreciate it. Okay. And then next book that we have on the list here, again, we're talking about the last 3 books that we're going to be doing a shout out is from C.A. Kinney. It is The Christmas Presents. Okay. Again, in time for the book, time for this Christmas, in time for Christmas. And if you want to grab a copy to give us a gift, again, give the gift of knowledge and creativity, a perfect gift to give to someone. And it's going to be me. I think it's just its own personal opinion. And I don't know about anyone else, but yeah, it's going to be basically a good gift to give during Christmas is books. Besides socks, I love socks. Like my grandma gave me socks last 2 Christmas ago. I really love them. It doesn't show on my face, but I really love those socks. Keeps me warm and comfy. Okay, and going back to the comments, Greg. Yes, Greg. I will be going for that. And also, we have a comment here from Hansi Marsh. You mentioned about the abandoned infant. Is the baby's name Jane? I don't know if I'm right. So we have a detective here in the comment section. We have very Hansi. So Greg, it's up to you if you want to confirm if that is correct. But I'm still gonna read it. I want to know the reason why as well. I want to know the buildup from the story of Baby Jane, okay? But if ever that is correct, and if Hansi cracked the case, then I guess we got an answer why the title is Baby Jane. Okay, so Hansi and Greg, thank you much for tuning in and also being alive in the comments. Really love the enthusiasm and energy. Okay, and then last two books that we have here, second to the last book, is Living Life with Blinders on Living Life as God Intended by Julius Mosley II. Okay, so again, that's Living Life with Blinders On, Living Life as God Intended by Julius Mosley. So, okay, if you want to grab this book, add it to your shelves. Feel free to put it on, add it to your collection on books you want to read in the near future. Okay, and then before I mention the last book we have here, I'm just going to read this comment here from Greg, and I think he is a bit confirming it about Hansi's deduction here. The sergeant discovering the baby named her baby Jane in lieu of no other name present. Wait, is this in connection with I'm sorry if I'm putting up I'm putting up a 2 cents here. If there is no name for a man, it's John Doe, but if there's no name for a woman, it's Jane Doe. I'm not sure if I'm getting this correct here, Greg. Maybe it's from that idea. I'm not sure. Okay, but hey, you can confirm if I'm getting the idea correctly here. But it seems to make sense because again, there's no other name present, so it's named Baby Jane. Okay, but again, I think Hansi got a general idea for this. So again, if ever you are curious, and again, it's really stirring up the curiosity in me. Really loved what you're doing here, Greg. Feel free to grab that copy. Okay? You can go back a couple of seconds ago, scan that QR code and grab Greg's book. Okay, and then last but not the least, last book that we have here is Grace for Grant: A Journey with an Old Soul. Okay, that's from Jacqueline Farling Galvin. This book, I do remember that Jacqueline has been joining a couple of book signings here with Readers Magnet, and also joining also the event for this. So if you want to know more about this book, and I could tell you it has these heartstrings to be pulled as well. So try to check it out though. Grace for Grant: A Journey with an Old Soul. Scan that QR code to know more information about it. And if you want to also know about what the book is really all about. But again, that is all for our book shoutouts for this day. But again, I just wanted to did as what I promised, because some of you might not be joining on our first session of our book shoutouts. So I'm just going to give you a quick summary on some of the books. And also, Alex, if you are still watching, you don't need to worry. I added your book as well to be part of the book shoutouts that we have for today as well. Okay, so here are some of the books, and we're not going to do this in a rapid succession, but we're going to put a little bit pause in here. Okay, so again, first book for this happened on first part of our book shoutouts. First book we had on the list was Limelight by Joshua Crossan. Okay, next book that we also shouted out was Unfaded Beauty, book 1 of 4, the new Proverbs 31 Woman series by Alan Karen Rani, one of our very own Readers Magnet authors. Again, it's a Christian women's issues book. And we also have here Susan Craig Whittock, that's Charybdis. It's a mystery, thriller, and suspense book. Next book that we had shouted out was Stronger Together, Partners, Book 1 by Jamie Lynn Miller, and it's a romance book. And I did see someone who loves romance books, so try to grab a copy of this book as well. And we have here from Jeff Zimmerman, we have 2 books. We have Lunatic, and his other book is Lunatics. Because if you can't have one lunatic, you got to have more lunatics, okay? So I have Lunatic and Lunatics, but from Jeff Zimmerman. And the next book we have on that list was Messenger of Dreams, book 1 of the Dark World. Okay, that's from DJ McCool Jr. So DJ McCool, you really love to have you earlier on the set. They really had fun during that time. And next book that we have on the list is Ancient Ones Revealed, book 2 in the Dark World series. So you had book 1, and then now we have the book 2 from DJ McCool. Okay, and then next book that we had shouted out though was Teleporter 4. It is a Jump Gate battleship size Stargate. It's from the Jump Gate book series. Okay, sorry, Jump Gate book series. This is book 4 from Larry Wazian. It's a science fiction and fantasy book. If you want to grab a copy, feel free to check that one out. And the next book that we have from Sue Berkey is Interference, a novel, Semiosis book 2. So if there's a book 2, that means that there is a book 1. So try to check that out. And the next book we have from Sonia Jones, The Crimson Kimono, Bound by Honor, Torn by Desire. And again, also next book that she had on list is Twilight of an Empire, still from the same author, that's Sonia Jones. And then a third book that she have is Tales from the Dark Side. Okay, so Tales from the Dark Side, also from Sonia Jones. Really love that. And next book that we had shouted out earlier was from S.E. Cyborski. That was Await Relieved. Okay, Await Relieved from S.E. Cyborski. And we do have a couple of books as well coming from Luisa Mastromarino. That is Around the World in Many Cultures, a Global Kids Adventure. Next book that she had on the list was I Am a Marine Biologist, okay? And another book that she had is Elephant Power, coming from the same author, that's Luisa Mastromarino. So those were the three books that we shouted out earlier on the first part of the ship. Okay, and here is also, it all started with flight UA-93 from Ronagir Benjamin, and also one free from Sineda. Sineda, though, we had shouted out, and I want to do a shout out again for this, Overcoming Hardships from Sineda. And again, Sinada, I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name again. That's Dervisevic. Okay, hopefully I'm getting it correct right now. Okay, so Sinada, Overcoming Hardships. Really recommend that book. And thank you much for tuning in earlier. And if you're right now, though, if you're still tuning in, thank you very much for tuning in, Sinada. Okay. And then next book that we had on the list is The Adventures of Che Cat and Jordy Rabbit Firecat. So that was from Dennis Mills. And again, as I told you earlier, we had some cat books on the list here, so you can also add it to you, okay? And the next book we had was Inspirational Recovery, quote, coloring book. Again, it is fun for adults, kids, men, women, all ages, stress and anxiety relief. So again, if you really love to have a coloring book, that's from Paul and Packett. So go for this, okay? And Marie, I just want to highlight this book though for Marie. You are a sci-fi geek, and again, Marie, I am too a sci-fi geek. I love me love some sci-fi books. Okay, me love some sci-fi books. Oh, let me just try to review with the cat one. That was The Adventures of Che Cat and Jordy Rabbit of Firecats from Dennis Mills. Okay, if you want to check it out though, you can go back a couple of seconds for you to check it out for the book. Okay, and then next book that we have on the list that we had shouted out earlier from Lois Zimanski, The True Story of Sea Feather. So we had a horse book earlier as well. Okay, and the next book that we had on this is here. Shinkonti Ponytails Volume 1, coming from the same author, that's from Lois Zimanski. So we had two horse books coming from Lois. So if you want to grab a copy, feel free to search that up. It's really fun to have a number of books that can go moving forward with. Okay, and then next book that we had also did a shout out though is Keep on Walking, a transformative and inspirational journey, coming from Sheldon Crocker. And Sheldon also does have a raffle entry. So Sheldon, who knows, if ever you'll be picked up for the free Kindle, then our ReadersMagnet staff will get in touch with you. But who knows, okay? The raffle entry will still be happening later on. You'll never know unless the raffle entries are being drawn already, okay? And then next book that we have here is Finding Lost Mountain, book one. It is from Jay Jarvis. So Jay Jarvis, thank you very much for tuning in. Really love to have your book here as well. So again, Finding Lost Mountain from Jay Jarvis. Feel free to grab a copy, search it up. It's one thing I can also recommend as well. And the next book that we have, the fourth, A Bigfoot Encounter by Joseph Mullen. So it's kind of a bit of a connection here. Finding the Lost Mountain, and then you find Bigfoot that way. But again, it's coming from a different author. That's coming from Joseph Mullen. Okay, so, and the next book that we also have is The Immortals by G.E. Howard. And then next book that we have on the list is The Determined Soul from Victor Chima Ordu. Okay, so again, Determined Soul from Victor Chima Ordu. And then another books that we also shouted out on the first half here was The Time Engineers, coming from Charles W. Lampert. Amber of Light from Hannah Jacqueline. And also we do have another book here. Again, we love the cover, really intriguing here. And another book we have here is The Entity, the complete trilogy by M. Perkins. Okay, so if you want to check it out, it's a complete trilogy. Try to search it as well. And next is from Asakura Tetsuo Folko. We have here Harold. Easy, simple, yet elegant. Okay, and then last three books that we shouted out earlier, coming from Cindy Freeland, Heather the Honeybee, a Chesapeake Bay Adventure. And also another book coming from her collection is Dylan the Deer, a Chesapeake Bay Adventure. So she has these Chesapeake Bay Adventure books. One is Heather the Honeybee, and the next is Dylan the Deer. And for Alex Greenhill, I'm going to do a special shout out for you. His book is available. It's Frankenshop. So if you are curious and want to know more about this novel that Alex Greenhill created, feel free to check it out, though. It's available on Amazon. And if you want to comment, though, you can go back to your previous comments, try to get in touch with him if ever you want to know or have some questions. But again, best way for you to know about the story is just to check it out on Amazon and purchase a copy and read it for yourself. Okay. So again, those were the books that we had shouted out earlier. And if ever your book has not been mentioned, you don't need to worry, though. We still have 3 days to do these book shoutouts. We have tomorrow, along with a couple of sneak peeks on what we will be doing in preparation for our Printers Row Lit Fest exhibit that we'll be doing there. That's going to be from September 7 and 8. And if ever you are going to be visiting, feel free to visit us at our booth. That's booth CND. Okay. And also, we'll also be having on Saturday and also on a Sunday during the Printers Row Lit Fest as well. And I guess the wheel is ready to be popped up. So before we end this, and again, thank you very much for everyone who has joined the Reader's Magnet Book Confab and also joining our book shoutouts. Really love the enthusiasm. Really love everyone who has been joining here. So again, now it's time to draw the winner for our raffle entry. So again, let's show the screen. And now, to know who will win the free Kindle, let's spin that wheel. Oh my God. Oh no, it's here. Who's winning? Who will get that free Kindle? And we do have... Oh, we have here Savannah Dervisevic. Sanada, if you are here, you just won a free Kindle. So please stay tuned, and our Reader's Magnet staff will get in touch with you and to at least provide you on how we can send you your free Kindle. Okay. So Sanada, congratulations for winning the free Kindle. And to those who had a raffle entry but wasn't able to get a free Kindle, stay tuned, because during these book shoutouts, we'll always be having trivias. And again, the more trivias you answer is the more raffle entries you'll have. And again, the more raffle entries you have, the more chances of winning. Okay, so again, everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And again, our book confab at Reader's Magnet Book Confab event was really a blast. Really had a lot of inspiration, a lot of stories, a lot of authors who joined. And one more thing that I really like to also say thankful is thank you very much for each and every one of you who has been tuning in on the stream and keeping the chat box alive. I really love to, and I really appreciate everyone who has been joining from day 1, day 2, and see you again for our day 3, 4, and 5 for more book shoutouts and more book events that you can watch through our live stream. Okay, so once again, and by tomorrow, if ever you want to check us on our live streams, again, we're live through our Facebook, our YouTube, our Instagram, and also our Twitter, and also through Tish Barnhardt's website. That's www.tishbarnhard.com, and also through our Reader's Magnet website as well. That is www.readersmagnet.com. And if you have any inquiries and you want to know more on how you can get your book, give your book that jumpstart it deserves, feel free to give us a call at our toll-free number. That's 1-800-805-0762. And if you're not comfortable having these calls, feel free to send us an email. That's info@readersmagnet.com. Okay, so I just wanted to know here. So Sanada, if you are available right now, please leave a comment so at least our Reader's Magnet team can get in touch with you. I'm going to give you 5 seconds before I do another raffle. Okay, and so here, let me check. So Sanada, if you are available right now and if you are still watching, feel free to send in a comment, because again, I do remember I had a rule that you should be here present for you to get that Kindle. So if Sanada's not available right now, how can we get in touch with her and provide her that Kindle? I'm gonna give how about this? So get other people a chance to win that Kindle, and we might be forfeiting this. I don't want to forfeit it. It's really sad to forfeit a win. But here, Sanada, if you are available, I'm going to give you a minute to at least get in touch. Try to send a comment here just to make sure that everyone is in here, because there are a couple of names who have raffle entries, and I'm eyeing on someone who has 3. It's Dr. Christopher Power, and I do know that you do have 3 raffle entries, and and who knows? If Sanada won't comment in, and we'll do a rerun of our raffle entry. So I'm going to give it a minute for Sanada. And let's say timer starts now. Okay, so Sanada, I'm giving you a minute. You better put in that comment so our Reader's Magnet staff can get in touch with you. Okay, so again here, and also just want to ask you though, if ever a couple of you guys, since you do have some books that you have seen here, what is your favorite genre? Because again, I think Marie and me had expressed that we love sci-fi. Yeah, you better mention Sonata so she would join in. Okay. So is Sonata available, or maybe she's running errands? Oh, I hate to. I want to give the Kindle. I really want to give the Kindle to Sonata, but if she's not available, then we need to do our redraw for the raffle entry. Because again, it's part of the rules and it's part of the mechanics that I wanted to make sure that we give it away to. We want to give it away, and you need to be present for the raffle draw. Okay. So, oh, we have here from Alani. So Alani, favorite genre is romance and mystery. I do see the idea for the mystery and the also for the romance books. And we had a couple of romance here. Okay, and so Sonata, I think Sonata's not available. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a last 10-second countdown before we do this. But before I do the countdown, I want to just highlight another comment. So from Evelyn Rose Talbot, romance and historical fiction. Oh, there were a couple of books that we also highlighted during our book shoutouts for historical fiction. So if ever that you have some books that you want to put on the list, though, feel free to check that out. We're gonna try to make these book lists available for you to check it out in the future as well. Okay. So Elvin, thank you much for sharing your preferred genre when it comes to your book. Okay. But again, it seems that Sonata's available, so I'm going to give it a last 10-second countdown here. So it's going to be a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, Sonata. Okay, Sonata's not available, so I guess the next thing that we have to do is do another raffle draw. So who's going to be our next winner? So again, it's too sad. But okay, Sonata, don't worry. If ever you want to join our trivias again, want to get another raffle entry, don't worry. You still have 3 days to do our book shoutouts, join the trivia games, try to win a free Kindle. But again, maybe today is just not the day to get this Kindle. But again, if ever you want to get a Kindle, all rules apply. Answer some trivia questions so you can have some raffle entries. And by the end of our live stream, we will always be doing this raffle draw to see who wins that free Kindle. But again, since Sonata is not available right now, let's try to spin the wheel. Okay, let's spin it right now and see who is the next winner. And we do have it from... Oh, it's from Evelyn Rose Talbot. Hey, where's Sonata? Oh, hold on. Catherine Lindsay had commented, Sonata is here. Oh, where is she? She could have. But again, we do have a winner from Evelyn Rose Talbot. So Evelyn, yeah, you just commented your favorite genre, and you also won a free Kindle. So again, Evelyn, one of our Readers Magnet staff would get in touch with you to provide you some mechanics on how we can provide you your free Kindle. But again, Sonata, it saddens me that you couldn't get the free Kindle. But again, yeah, Evelyn, yes, you are here. And again, congratulations, Evelyn. Let's give Evelyn a round of applause, everyone. And congratulations for winning that free Kindle. And again, to all our viewers, again, always stay tuned to our book shoutouts. We will still be doing these trivia nights, providing some ideas and getting those raffle entries for you to get your free Kindle. Okay. And again, always remember, the more questions you answer, the more raffle entries you get, and the more raffle entries you get is the more chances of winning. So once again, Evelyn, congratulations for winning your free Kindle. And to everyone, and again, just wanted to also, again, even though Readers Magnet Book Confab is ending today, it's just a new beginning in the world of stories, okay? Until we meet again, may your reading adventures be endless and your imagination boundless. And as we always say here at Readers Magnet, we share your stories with the world. Keep your story alive and thriving. Until next time, see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Reader's Magnet is back in the heart of Guadalajara, Mexico. Join us for the largest Spanish-language book fair in the world. Guadalajara International Book Fair 2024. Access to over 300,000 titles. Networking opportunities with 15,000 book professionals. Feature your book in our book shoutout. And invite readers to grab a copy through our book plug. See you on November 30th to December 4th, 2024. Visit us at booth GG40 and GG42. Don't miss out and save the date. Contact us at 1-800-8050-762.